This book represents an opportunity to explore some of the theories concerning the ways in which the leaders of England and their armies in later Anglo-Saxon times fought their battles and waged war in general. It has also provided me with an opportunity to bring together material gathered over the years during the course of my own inquiries. The period covered in this book ranges from the rise of the House of Wessex in the decades preceding the arrival of the Danish Great Heathen Army in 865 to the traditional finishing point of 1066. There is, of course, room for discussion on either side of these chosen dates, given that nothing, not even the Norman conquest, can change everything overnight. Between the 8th and 11th centuries, warfare changed considerably in England as a response to external and internal threats. In particular, there was a great shift in the organizational capabilities of the king during the 9th century, resulting in grand strategic fortification schemes and a very well-organized naval force, which by the middle of the 10th century was allegedly patrolling the whole island of Britain in squadrons. Set against these remarkable advancements and achievements in defence provision must be placed the old traditional mechanism by which a man arrived at the battlefield. The lordship bond, ancient and rooted in the cultures of the Germanic migration period, the giving and receiving of arms and the fostering of young warriors by high-ranking men, all these things meant that the people who fought the titanic battle against the Normans at Hastings in 1066 had come to the battlefield through a series of obligations which would not have been unrecognizable to their ancestors of 500 years past. It must also be borne in mind that by the time of the second Viking invasions of the 990s, much of what had been achieved in terms of military organization and structure during the years of the reigns of Alfred the Great, 871 to 900, Edward the Elder, 900 to 924, Athelstan, 924 to 939, Edmund I, 939 to 936, and Edred, 946 to 956, had experienced the complications of urban and social development. The reign of King Edgar, 959 to 979, was a period often regarded as a golden age in Anglo-Saxon history. Edgar was given the name the Peaceable not because he was a pacifist, but because the armies and navies of Anglo-Saxon England were so well organized that potential foreign enemies chose to look elsewhere for spoils. The resulting peace in England during the 10th century, however, led to a rise in the independence of regional leaders. Through the influence of political factions competing against each other, the kingdom of the English became a victim of its own extraordinary success. Peace bred instability. By the time of the reign of Ethelred II, 979 to 1016, the grand schemes of previous rulers, such as the fortifications, the standing armies, and the patrolling navies, had changed in their nature. England's defences were left in the hands of brave but sometimes unpredictable regional leaders. The period between circa 990 and 1066 was in some ways quite different than what had gone before. There are some myths to explode and other reputations, both good and bad, to uphold. The question of how the Anglo-Saxons used their horses throughout this period is an argument that has raged for centuries. The mere existence of a true cavalry in pre-conquest England is still hotly debated. This subject forms a key part of the book. The ways in which leaders fought wars of psychology and bound their agreements with hostages are also examined closely. Each section of the book covers an individual topic in detail. The subsections can be listened to independently or the whole work from start to finish. I have approached each topic in a broadly chronological way where the evidence allows for such an approach. For example, where there is enough material to examine the way certain things changed over time, this is brought out in these sections. The complex and sometimes unfathomable matter of army recruitment is such a case. Similarly, changes in the use of weapons and armour are dealt with by the same chronological approach. Where it is not possible to draw such a broad picture from the limited evidence, I have concentrated on what the available material can tell us. I have tried to set out every method of warfare, every tactic employed, every weapon used, and link it to the direct literary, archaeological, and pictorial evidence throughout the period. The battles, sieges, and campaigns I have chosen have been selected for a reason. Each individual case highlights something either typical or unique about Anglo-Saxon warfare, or serves as a good example of one or more of the mechanisms of warfare outlined in chapters 1 to 4 of the book. Each example brings to light the Old English approach to such concepts as strategic awareness, naval capabilities, set-piece battles, long-term campaigns in the landscape, wars of attrition, and the seldom approached subject of Anglo-Saxon siege warfare. The weapons and armour of the Anglo-Saxon world have fascinated me for years. I have set out as much as I can find on each subject area. However, with a book that covers such a wide variety of research over a long chronological period, I can in most cases only refer the listener to the labours of many scholars. I urge listeners to refer to the bibliography found in the print and e-book versions of this book. It is upon these sources and interpretations that a great deal of this present volume is inevitably based. Throughout the book, nothing is discussed without some recourse to the evidence in whichever form it takes. Listeners will forgive me, then, where the evidence is scant, if I very occasionally, after many years of looking into the subject of Anglo-Saxon warfare, make a few guesses to which I feel entitled. Prologue. But he shoved with his shield, so that the shaft burst, and the spear broke, and it sprang away. Wroth was the chieftain. He pierced with his spear that proud Viking who gave him that wound. Yet prudent was the chieftain. He aimed his shaft to go through the man's neck. His hand guided it so that he reached his sudden enemy's life. Then he a second swiftly sent, that the breastplate burst. In the heart he was wounded through the ring harness, and at his heart stood the poisoned point. The Earl was the blither, laughed then that high heart, made thanks to God for his day's work, that his Saviour granted him. This vivid description belongs to the famous poem The Battle of Maldon, an engagement that took place near the Blackwater estuary in Essex in 991. Because it contains one of the few portrayals of an Anglo-Saxon army in battle, the poem is referred to many times in this book. But what does it tell us about what it was like to be involved in warfare during the Anglo-Saxon period? The answers are nearly all there, provided we know what we are dealing with. It is often assumed that the surviving literary evidence for warfare is of limited value due to its colourful and formulaic language. But to argue this is akin to staring the evidence in the face and ignoring it. Things were spoken or written for a reason. All we have to do is understand the reasons for the works being written in the first place, and their references to weapons and warfare can be taken in context and conclusions can be drawn from them. But of course, it is not always easy to reach this understanding. Some scholars have sought to look at warfare from the participant's point of view, most notably John Keegan in his The Face of Battle. This is a useful exercise that gets the reader closer to the true horrors of war, but for periods of history where the literary evidence is not so direct, or at best enigmatic, the approach becomes harder. The poem The Battle of Maldon, quoted from previously, is a literary device before it is anything else. It was written in a certain style for a certain political purpose. It does, however, mention things that simply must have been true, however dramatic they may appear. The pushing and shoving of a shield wall line was a reality. The snapping and breaking of a spear shaft as a warrior pressed his shield against it was also a reality. So, too, was the bloody end to a life brought about by a brutal thrust of a weapon into the body's unprotected parts, the result of a struggle fought at close quarters with a deadly result. The brutality of Anglo-Saxon warfare has been evidenced by recent archaeology. One can only imagine the scene on the Ridgeway in Weymouth on the southern coast of England, played out sometime in the late 10th or early 11th century. The discovery by archaeologists of 51 decapitated Scandinavian male bodies in a huge pit in 2009 shows such brutality in an unambiguous way. Clearly beheaded while still alive, these young men had also been stripped naked, and when they were placed in the pit, their heads were neatly stacked to one side. Archaeologists have established their Scandinavian origins through isotope analysis of the males' teeth, concluding a wide-ranging yet truly Scandinavian origin for each of the men. One of them is thought to have come from north of the Arctic Circle. Radiocarbon dates establish that this horrific event took place sometime between the years 910 and 1034. Here, in a dark pit on the south coast of England, is evidence that the Anglo-Saxons were perfectly capable of unequivocal demonstrations of their own power at a time when historians have often put them on the back foot. Were these victims hostages whose leader had defaulted on an agreement with the Anglo-Saxon king or ealdorman? Had they just been one ship's company of marauding Vikings who had come ashore in Wessex at a time when it was strongly defended? It is too early to say. We may never know the answer. Whoever they were, they met their death at a weapon's edge in the most dramatic of ways. Throughout this book, there are countless references to the reality of warfare in the Anglo-Saxon period. This is not to say that these grim examples are included at the expense of sensible, objective discussion. They are there to provide us with a realistic idea of why things happened the way they did. It is hoped that by the end of this volume the listener will be closer to understanding the answer to the crucial question, what was it really like fighting a war in Anglo-Saxon England? Introduction. A survey of the evidence. We should, of course, only draw conclusions from evidence, but the evidence is not always what it appears to be. Let us take, for example, the literary material. There are many works relied upon by modern historians that are at best only near contemporary to the events they are describing. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, for the most part, is but one. It is relied upon heavily in this volume, so it is necessary to explain its nature. It has its own complex history and comprises many manuscripts. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle forms an admirable basic narrative for events in this period, notwithstanding a curious reluctance to expand upon some significant events in the early part of the 10th century, a period of great importance to the military investigators of Anglo-Saxon England. We should bear in mind that generally we get a rather Anglo-centric view of British history from the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, despite the fact that its scribes clearly drew upon a number of sources. That the Chronicle began on the order of Alfred the Great, 871 to 899, should not be forgotten. History shows that his dynasty would rise from the ashes of Viking devastation to a position of ultimate power in England. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle represents the earliest attempt in any society in Western Europe to construct a version of events in the vernacular tongue. Without it, we would struggle for scraps of information from dubious sources for a huge period of the early history of Britain. There are some sequences of entries in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle that look like they were compiled at the time of the events taking place, but most are the interpretation of other sources. This is particularly true for the scribe who shows an almost paranoid interest in the progress of the huge Danish army that left England to campaign in France in the 880s. Clearly, he follows a continental source for this material. For the period with which we are concerned, there is some confusion over dates, and many simple entries were placed in the Chronicle where we might have expected something more detailed. Manuscript A, the Winchester or Parker Chronicle, is the oldest of the manuscripts, and in the 10th century a number of scribes pick up the entries to 924, with another writing simple entries from the reign of Athelstan, 924 to 939, to Ethelred II, 979 to 1016. Despite the paucity of information for the period, the Parker Chronicle does at least have the famous poems celebrating the English victory at the Battle of Brunanburh, 937, and King Edmund's recapture of the 5 Danish boroughs, 942, along with fine poetry in praise of King Edgar, 975. The 2 Abingdon manuscripts, B and C, largely use West Saxon sources, although C has an insertion between the years 915 to 934 known as the Mercian Register, which deals with the exploits of the famous Athelflaed, Lady of the Mercians, who ruled the Middle Kingdom with an extraordinary energy. These brief annals cover the period 902 to 924, and sometimes repeat things mentioned in the main body of the text. The D manuscript, Worcester, is interesting for the characteristics it shares with northern sources. Worcester and York were closely associated ecclesiastical centres in the late 10th and early 11th centuries, being held by the same man, Wulfstan, between 972 and 1016. The long-running Peterborough manuscript, E, which goes up to the 12th century, has basic material for the period covered in this book and may be an early 12th century copy based on a Canterbury original, which replaced one that was lost in the fire at Peterborough in 1116. There is no Mercian register or poem for the Battle of Brunanburh in this version. Manuscript H is merely a fragment with a 12th century entry, but the bilingual epitome of Canterbury, manuscript F, is interesting for the Latin text that accompanies the Old English. The long history of the surviving manuscript attributed to Alfred's biographer, Asser, is worthy of a book in its own right. Suffice it to say that the text has authentic-sounding elements to it. The place names of Alfred's England are given their Welsh names, as we might expect from a cleric from St. David's. But Asser sometimes struggles with his dates and the names of people to whom he must have been close, thus allowing room for historians to question the authenticity of the surviving version of the work. There are, however, some valuable descriptions of Alfred's army in action at Ashdown, 871, and Eddington, 878, which supplement material from the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. The chronicler Athelweard, who wrote at the end of the 10th century about the wars of the previous era, seems to have followed a lost version of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. Athelweard's chronicle has a similar history to the work of Asser, in that it comes down to us as a result of good fortune more than anything else. However, despite his tortured Latin syntax and difficult descriptions of battles, he remains a crucial provider of evidence for warfare. His accounts of the wars at the end of Alfred's reign in the 890s, which involved the young Prince Edward, Alfred's son and future king from 900 to 924, are the only detailed accounts for these military encounters. It is important to understand that Athelweard was apparently at the heart of the political scene at the dawn of the Second Viking Age, when he was putting quill to parchment, and in this respect must rank as one of the most important contributors of the era. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle formed the basis for the work of many more historians who added material of their own. William of Malmesbury, Simeon of Durham, Henry of Huntingdon, and John of Worcester provide histories of the kings and events of the era. These were men of the 12th century, an era of pan-European literary renaissance. William of Malmesbury gives us a detailed account of the reign of King Athelstan, 924 to 939, and provides some revealing information about that king's use of horses, use of allies, and wide-ranging campaigns. Simeon of Durham adds important details gleaned from northern sources about campaigns and historical traditions in Northumbria, while Henry of Huntingdon admonishes the English for being ripe for conquest and belittles their ability to use cavalry on the battlefield. We must also rely upon material that was written in a certain style, such as sagas or poems. With careful interpretation, these can be useful. Poetry was the language of political justification in the Anglo-Saxon and Norse worlds. So, despite the obvious bias in works of great praise, and despite the struggle of some poets to find the right words to fit the metre of their art form, these works do at least mention people and places, battles and military formations that help to colour the picture. The poems of the Battle of Brunanburh, 937, and that of the Battle of Maldon, 991, are good examples. There are numerous references made in this book to the epic poem Beowulf, which frequently mentions military weapons and equipment, as well as providing an image as to how the Anglo-Saxons saw the ideal warrior role model. Similarly, evidence is drawn from poems such as Maxims and from the Exeter Book anthology, for example, The Wanderer and The Ruin, all of which help to expand on the picture. Not all the written material is of English origin, however. Old Norse sagas such as Egil's saga and Olaf's saga are invaluable, despite being written centuries later. If they do nothing else, they capture the spirit of the time. Likewise, Irish writings are extremely useful in helping us reconcile the dates and activities of Vikings in Ireland who were also active in Britain at around the same time. There is also the written material provided by Norman scribes such as William of Poitiers, whose account of the Battle of Hastings campaign is not only near contemporary and written by a man close to the conqueror himself, but comes from the quill of someone who knew a great deal about tactical evolutions, strategies and close-quarter fighting both in antiquity and in his own day. There is also the invaluable Burgal Heidage, the heritage of which is discussed later. This document gives an insight into the structure and organization of a defensive strategy for Alfred the Great's entire kingdom. Similarly, the wills, or more specifically heriots, of great noblemen of the period that describe the war gear due to be returned to a lord on the death of its custodian, provide further written evidence of a military equipment not mentioned elsewhere in such numerical detail. To all of this material, we must add the evidence obtained from archaeology, which can both challenge and support the evidence from the literary sources. Archaeology provides crucial evidence in respect of Anglo-Saxon warfare. We have already noted the recent dramatic discovery of headless Scandinavians at Weymouth, and there has been a similarly dramatic discovery in Staffordshire of early Anglo-Saxon gold treasures comprising a helmet cheek-piece, gold crosses and sword accoutrements galore. This remarkable find is at the centre of a struggle for custodianship at the time of writing, and historians and archaeologists are developing theories as to what it all actually means. This deposit of riches may represent a collection of war booty taken during the great campaigns at the end of the Dark Ages in England between the warring Saxon kingdoms, a period just outside the scope of this book. Archaeology, then, constantly replenishes the evidential record. For example, in 1982, at the bottom of a well in York, an Anglian helmet complete with mail aventail, protective curtain around the neck, and splendid decoration was unearthed. It provided archaeologists with a mine of information about techniques of manufacture so far unknown. Again, in 1997, a magnificent iron helmet from a grave in Northamptonshire was retrieved, now known as the Pioneer helmet, named after the site's corporate owners, with boar crest and a surviving cheek-piece. The other evidence that is drawn upon in this book is that of the pictorial depiction. This can be in the form of a relief sculpture, an artist's illustration on a manuscript text, a tapestry, of which the Bayeux embroidery is the most famous example, or a number of other depictions in ivory, on bone, leather, or anywhere where there is a visual representation of a warrior or battle scene or other military subject. These visual images are the source of much debate. Caution is the watchword. If we are to take things at face value, then the Norman cavalry that attacked King Harold's army at Hastings in 1066 comprised horses of varying shades of unlikely colours. Yet there is much within this spectacularly important piece of visual work that makes perfect pictorial sense so long as it is treated with respectful interpretation. When it comes to visual representations of things like armoured warriors wielding their weapons, of various ways a warrior could wear his armour, the position of strapping and such like, the question we have to ask ourselves is, What was the artist trying to get across to the viewer in this representation? We might also consider whether the artist was trying to be accurate or just plain lazy. We will find that the visual evidence left behind by our illustrators is capable of giving significant information. So, with all this available evidence in whatever form it takes, are we in a position to understand why it was that the Anglo-Saxons went to war in the first place? What was it that compelled an Anglo-Saxon freeman to take to the campaign trail? Chapter 1. Warfare, Violence and Society. Why go to war? Imagine you are a thane living on a modest estate somewhere in the south of England. It is the middle of the 10th century, and there is trouble everywhere. Your lord lives within riding distance, and one morning you receive a visit from his messenger. You are told to get ready for war. What is it that would compel you to go? According to modern anthropological research, there were a number of reasons for conflict and aggression in the Anglo-Saxon era. In a widely cited paper that concentrates on this subject in respect of the earlier Anglo-Saxon period, 600 to 850, Guy Halsall has elucidated motives such as personal grievances, insults and justifiable revenge as reasons for aggression during this earlier period. All of these motives are evidenced in the Anglo-Saxon texts themselves. It is argued that in the pre-Viking period in England there is a heavy ritualistic taint to the aggression between kingdoms. One of the mechanisms that drove all this stayed with the Anglo-Saxons right up to 1066. There was a compelling need in Germanic communities for young men to prove themselves as warriors. It was a vital part of their coming of age. Warfare played a central role in the making of a warrior leader and the subsequent impression he made on his followers. The accrual of riches and gifts with which he could attract a large retinue and spread the power of his kin group was driven by his prowess on and around the battlefield. Old English literature is packed with references to warfare as a way of life in this respect. For example, there is evidence in the Maxims and in the Battle of Brunanburh poems to show the symbolic value of gift-giving and ring-giving, of the protection of warriors and of daring weapon play in battle. Maxims, for example, has the following passage. "A wound must be wound, a hard man avenged. A bow must have an arrow, and both together must have a man to accompany them. Treasure rewards another. A man must give gold. God may give riches to owners and take them away afterwards. A hall must stand and grow old." The Battle of Brunanburh in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle mentions the role of the king as ring-giver. Here, King Athelstan, leader of warriors, ring-giver of men, and also his brother, the Atheling Edmund, struck lifelong glory in strife round Brunanburh, clove the shield wall, hacked the wall lime with hammers' leavings. The notions of the giving and receiving of gifts, of vengeance for the death of one's lord, and of the desire to win glory in battle are never far from the surface in Anglo-Saxon literature. It was an ideal, as we shall see, that had practical benefits if a lord was to surround himself with the right men for the job. It is argued that the lordship ties that bound a man to his lord were just as important to an Anglo-Saxon at the time of Hastings, 1066, as they were before the dawn of the Viking invasions of the 9th century. It is accepted that by this time there was a sense of archaism to all this, a reference perhaps to an age long gone, but in any ideal there is always some form of reality. The need to prove oneself, to find a lord to serve, was a driving force behind the martial activities of young men, but the Scandinavian invasions of the 9th century made the need for men to protect their estates that much more urgent. So, what became the chief reasons for warfare in the subsequent centuries leading up to the Norman conquest? Where exactly was the threat? The picture is obscured by the question of interpretation. One man's boundary dispute is another man's defence of the realm, so to speak. If we take just the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle as a benchmark, some broad conclusions can be drawn. Wars in the Viking period, that is, after 865, in England, were fought by the Anglo-Saxons as part of a ruler's protection or expansion of his kingdom or other patrimony. The leader had to fight such actions or risk losing the men he had attracted to his household. It was a cyclic thing that meant that warfare was virtually endemic on a number of levels, the key to it being the need for a king to attract and reward men to his calling, and then for him to have to expand his wealth to accrue more gifts and riches with which to reward them. For this he needed a bigger army, and so it goes on. The story is the same for the different levels of the aristocracy. When the ealdormen and thanes of Anglo-Saxon England came to loggerheads over competing interests, the result might be homicide, and this was followed by a subsequent and very damaging feud between rival families. The consequences of the loss of manpower through military ill-preparedness were felt by Alfred the Great, 871 to 900, in the early years of his reign. A mixture of treachery and poor strategy saw the invading Danish army all but divide and conquer Wessex in the 870s. For a brief time, Alfred became an exile within his own kingdom. The way in which he fought back by reorganizing his kingdom's fighting resources and accruing wealth and loyalty through reconquest is testimony to the success of the Anglo-Saxon warfare model. The warfare dynamic needed constant feeding from the ranks of free men who had the right to bear arms. It is no surprise, then, that during the reigns of rather more peaceful kings, the system would creak a little under the weight of disaffected magnates whose rewards were not as great as they had been in times of cyclic warfare. There was also another driving force behind the reasons for going to war in the Anglo-Saxon period, and this was the feud, the mechanics of which are examined more closely later. The feud counts as a step up from the simple brawl. It has more to do with cycles of vengeance among rival groups usually connected by kinship ties. The trigger was usually a murder. Curiously, the competing factions of extended kin groups fought each other throughout the Anglo-Saxon period regardless of the Scandinavian influx. In fact, the phenomenon became a feature of northern Anglo-Danish life just as much as it was in the southern Anglo-Saxon world, leading eventually to some urgent legislation on the subject brought about by a concerned King Edmund I, 939 to 946. The Anglo-Saxon response to the keeping of law and order throughout these centuries is worthy of a volume in its own right, but suffice it to say that the 100 courts, or wapentakes in the areas of Danish influence, were attended by men armed and prepared for action in whatever form it took. There was much concern with the economic impact of cattle rustling throughout this period, and cross-border theft and large-scale raiding was a reality that often produced a military-style response. Similarly, there is a militaristic tone to the London Peace Guild of the reign of King Athelstan, 924 to 939. This law code, known as 6 Athelstan, provided for the division of freemen into groups of 9 with one leader, each known as tithings, their role to pursue criminals. We might imagine the men of London in their mounted posses chasing down robbers and those who housed them across the countryside. But whether this was warfare or a form of policing is a moot point. The economics of warfare were not lost on the protagonists of the period. Many battles during this period were fought near ports. The first Viking invaders often targeted the low-lying trading settlements on the English and French coasts, where merchants plied their trade from vessels and stalls almost on the very shoreline. Portable wealth was never far from the mind of any war leader in Anglo-Saxon England. The great Welsh leader Ewell Da, born 880, died 950, made no secret of the fact that cattle raiding and other forms of portable wealth formed part of his foreign policy of the day. Clearly, it was in the interest of the king to protect such places from harm, and from Athelstan's time there were even royal ordinances actively to promote trade in such centres. But if we look at it from the point of the warrior himself, From the point of view of the man who found himself woken one morning by a messenger from his lord who told him of a hungry and merciless enemy marching to the borders of his lord's kingdom, or heading for the royal estate nearby where the king's winter food supplies and many other riches lay, we will know just one thing. That Thane went to war that morning because he owed that service to his lord. The fact that our Thane held his estate in return for military service meant he was sometimes called upon to provide it. Indeed, his lord may have given him arms and armour when he took him into his household for this very purpose. And on this particular hypothetical morning, with a threat apparent to the wealth and prestige of his lord's lord, the king, the Thane knew he had to respond. His lord had told him to get ready. His lord had told him who else to bring, how to provision himself, and where to meet. The war had begun. Where were wars fought? It is not often that a military encounter took place during the Anglo-Saxon period without there being a practical military consideration for the choice of location. According to Guy Halsall, between 600 and 850, it is apparent that excluding civil wars and early Viking attacks, there were 28 battles fought between antagonists. There is evidence to suggest that many of these battles took place at river crossings or near to ancient monuments. The river crossing locations can be explained militarily. Fords and bridges have always had a vital strategic significance, and it should be no surprise that campaigners in the Dark Ages chose to meet enemies at these nodal points on the route ways into each other's territories. A glance at a list of early battles from the Anglo-Saxon period will serve to illustrate the importance of river crossings. There were battles at Creggenford, 485, Ceredicsford, 519, and Biedkenford, 571, to name just a few. The assertion that early battles were fought at ancient monument sites is a little more problematic for the later period, although they do seem to play a part not so much in the location of a battle site, but in being the key points for constituent parts of armies to gather. For the period covered by this book, there seems to be a number of different dynamics at work regarding the location of battles. While fords and bridges still feature heavily, there is a noticeable shift towards the importance of centres of economic wealth. Also, the part played by fortifications in military encounters between protagonists becomes crucial, as is shown by the figures in Table 1 found in the print and e-book versions of this book. Battles in open country do, however, still feature highly. Table 1. Where were battles fought? 800 to 1066. Pitched battles. Ford or bridge, 6. Downland open country, 16. Prearranged field, 1. At river estuary, 2. Coastal royal estate or mint, 4. Inland royal estate, manor, 5. Coastal ancient hill fort, 1. At or near to inland ancient hill fort, 1. At or outside a port, 2. At anchorage, moorings, 2. At or outside a defended or fortified place, 12. Attack upon a royal capital, citadel, 4. Sieges. At Viking purpose-built modified fortifications, 11. At Anglo-Saxon fortifications, 8. At an island in a river, 1. At a port, 3. Viking raids. Port, 13. Devastation, 7. The list in Table 1 is based on an analysis of battles, sieges and raids mentioned in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle and a number of other sources referring to the years between 800 and 1066. It only includes those military encounters where some sort of clear conclusion as to location can be made. It is not strictly scientific, as sometimes there is only a brief mention of a fortified location, but it cannot be said for certain that a recorded nearby pitched battle may have been the relieving of a siege, for example. Not included in the table are the numerous examples of regional devastation, the deliberate reduction of a landscape carried out by settled Danes or by the Anglo-Saxon king himself. These do not amount to battles, sieges, or raids as such, but were a completely different type of military strategy. It should also be borne in mind that the references to battles in downland open country were in reality never far from communications networks, such as roads and trackways that played a key part in the transportation of armies of the period. But if we are hampered by the question of interpretation, there are still some interesting conclusions to be drawn from the exercise. There should be no surprise at the fact that the Viking raiders chose ports so often, as these were places that were packed with riches, as indeed were the monasteries. But when the Danes were an actual army on active operations within the Anglo-Saxon kingdom, things were somewhat different. Apart from the downland open country category, which we might expect to rank highly, the presence of fortified places and royal centres hints at a game of strategy in the landscape. It is also clear that the Anglo-Saxons besieged the Danes more often than the Danes besieged the Anglo-Saxons. This change in the nature of the locations of battles came about after the Danes had become settled in the Danelaw at the end of the 9th century. Both they and the Anglo-Saxons operated from strategically located fortified bases, and for the first few decades of the 10th century, warfare became a matter of political geography, with the fortification programs of Edward the Elder, 900 to 924, and his Mercian sister, Athelflaed, playing a vital role in combating the Danes in the Midlands. What is missing from the list in Table 1, which was there for the earlier period, is the mention of ancient monuments. We know that these places were important. It is certainly the case that there were more prehistoric remains littering the Anglo-Saxon landscape than there are today, but what sort of impact may these places have had on the psyche of the Old English people, and how did this translate into the considerations of an Anglo-Saxon general on campaign? The Old English people revered the ancient landscape around them. The poem The Ruin seems to celebrate the glory of Roman Bath, and Maxims too refers to ancient stone fortresses as the work of giants. Neolithic burial chambers were given names conjuring up images of the English people's pagan past, such as Wayland's Smithy in Berkshire. Here, at the site of a long barrow swathed in mystery, was a place where English folklore suggested passing travellers would have their mounts shoed by Wayland the Smith. It is possible that English armies were summoned to these types of places as gathering points for a campaign. Alfred the Great, 871 to 900, did it at Egbert's Stone in 878, bringing together a large host of men from the remaining shires that still owed him allegiance. Later, in 1006, at the height of King Ethelred II's 979 to 1016 troubles with the Danes, the enemy army camped at Quickhelmsloe Ashdown, Berkshire, the site of another ancient barrow. This site was chosen by the Danes after they had raided their way through Hampshire and Berkshire on a destructive midwinter campaign, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle telling us they ignited their beacons as they travelled. Quickhelmus Hla, meaning the Hill of Quickhelm, now known as Cuckamsley Knob, is on the ridgeway at East Hendred Down in Oxfordshire. It is a place steeped in Old English history, purporting, wrongly, to be the site of the burial place of Quickhelm himself, a Dark Age Anglo-Saxon leader, but most importantly, it became the meeting point for the Shire Assembly right up until the 17th century. The Danes of 1006, once in position at Quickhelmsloe, are said by the chronicler to have there awaited the boasted threats, because it had often been said that if they sought out Quickhelm's barrow, they would never get to the sea. They then turned homewards by another route. The choice of site is quite explicit. The Danes knew of the boast of the English. They knew also that this meeting place was a long-established focal point for the Anglo-Saxons, and that it was an obvious place to try to bring battle. So, here in 1006 was a potential battle being brought about by a foreign invader whose strategy was to accommodate an ancient English tradition in the landscape. The igniting of beacons reference may even have been a ridiculing of the Anglo-Saxon civil defence system, which itself relied upon beacon signals. It could be argued that the Vikings were in fact instigating their own signalling system, for which there seems to have been an historical precedent according to the chronicler, by using advanced parties to mark out the line of march for the main army. A fuller discussion of the use of beacons is included later. It can be seen that there was a variety of locations for Anglo-Saxon battles. Centres of economic importance and communications networks feature highly, as do fortifications, but if the Quick Helmslow episode of 1006 shows anything, it does at least demonstrate the continuing importance of the ancient monument in the increasingly sophisticated Anglo-Saxon military landscape. The training of the Anglo-Saxon warrior. Little is known about what sort of military training an Anglo-Saxon warrior had before he set foot on the battlefield. We may suppose that it was not formal in the sense of regular soldiery. There is no evidence to suggest that the armies of later Anglo-Saxon England were paraded, drilled and marshalled quite like their Byzantine or Middle Eastern counterparts, but we must also accept that because warfare was a way of life for so many men in this era, there will have been a degree of formality behind the preparation of a young man for a life of military prowess. Although it is a difficult area to find evidence for, it seems that the military tradition among Anglo-Saxon warriors in the early centuries began with the fostering of a young warrior in another man's household. In the poem Beowulf, the eponymous hero himself went to Hrethel's household when he was just 7, lines 2435 to 2436. Beowulf spoke, the son of Ecgtheow. In youth I many war storms survived, in battle times. I remember all of that. I was 7 winters old, when me the Lord of Treasure, the lord and friend of the folk, took from my father. Held and had me King Hrethel, gave me treasure and feast. This poem, written in the 10th century or later, is recalling a practice from the dawn of the Dark Ages, a pagan rite of passage still a familiar thing to the Christian readership for which the work was intended. The character Beowulf was not the only male figure from the Anglo-Saxon world to embark on a form of training in service. Bede's Life of St. Cuthbert describes his subject as entering a boy's company in his 8th year, the first year of boyhood succeeding from infancy. Here he learned to exercise, wrestle, jump and run. From the Life of St. Guthlac and the Life of St. Wilfrid, we gain evidence that the next stage of a boy's training came at around 14 years of age. Guthlac is recorded as being part of a group of youths that engaged in all sorts of slaughter and pillage by the time he was 15. Wilfrid, at 14, just before he decided to enter a monastic life, was given arms and horses. Quite how the young Anglo-Saxon boy warrior, or as he is often termed in Anglo-Saxon literature, Yoguth, youth, trained himself in the skill of weapon play is open to question. It was a long journey for a 14-year-old boy to become a Duguth, a fully fledged warrior. What sort of skills were imbued in the early Anglo-Saxon warrior by the men of his chosen household can only be guessed at. The main weapons of the day included the spear, the sword, the throwing axe and javelins, and to a lesser extent the bow. Each of these requires a degree of skill to wield effectively. It may be that mocked-up weapons were used by the young warriors for their training, but evidence is very poor in this respect. We are also badly off for written evidence of how weapon play may have been taught, although the 13th century Danish historian Saxo Grammaticus describes his hero Gram copying the intricate sword strokes of older men, such as parrying and thrusting. Hunting may have played a role in the training of the youths, particularly the boar hunt, which involved the use of dogs, nets, and a spear with a hefty blade to penetrate the hide of the animal. The association of young men with ferocious animals across the Anglo-Saxon and Nordic worlds is well known, and is evidenced in names such as Beorn, bear. We might permit ourselves to imagine the constant honing of a young man's hand-to-hand combat skills during these formative years. It was something we have evidence for among the later Saxon nobility. King Athelstan, 924 to 939, according to William of Malmesbury, clad in the flower of young manhood, practised the pursuit of arms at his father's orders. It is a tantalizing suggestion. We do not know who would have been appointed to do the training, but at this high social level, and considering that so much of the military and royal household organisation in 10th century England was similar in nature to that of the Carolingian Franks, we might assume that the training of princes was a carefully organised matter. There is some evidence that Anglo-Saxon ealdormen provided a degree of training to the men who followed them, if we can believe the descriptions of ealdorman Byrhtnoth in the Battle of Maldon. However, such descriptions have an ancestry in classical writings and may need to be taken with a pinch of salt. There is a passage in the poem that describes how the ealdorman taught, or at least reminded, his men of their training on the day. Then Byrhtnoth began to array men there, rode and gave counsel, taught warriors how they must stand, and that stead hold, bade them their round shields rightly hold fast with hands, not at all frightened. When he had fairly arrayed that folk, he dismounted among them where it most pleased him, where he knew his hearth-band most loyal. It is an image of a commander giving hands-on instructions to his men, but it is unlikely that the thanes who followed the ealdorman were hearing it for the very first time. Byrhtnoth was giving them a reminder of the formations they had practised for years. He was steeling them for battle. We can find other examples of this sort of thing in other literary works of the period. Henry the Fowler, 919 to 936, the Holy Roman Emperor, for example, performed a similar exhortation of his troops before the Battle of Riada in 933 against the Magyars, according to Liutprand of Cremona. Despite the obvious borrowing from antiquity, there may not be any good reason to doubt that the military leaders of the Anglo-Saxon era exhorted their troops on the battlefield. Unfortunately, as is quite often the case with Anglo-Saxon evidence, there is little that quite matches the compelling evidence available for the continental contemporaries, particularly that of the Carolingian Franks. Training for them is better evidenced in such forms as the old Roman causa exercitii, a form of war game in which groups of mounted men charged at each other pretending to unleash their weapons and then retreating in a feigned flight. What little we have for the Anglo-Saxons, however, still shows us enough to conclude that an English warrior will have known how to use his weapons and where to put himself in the shield wall on the battlefield. There is one interesting but rather late account of the Anglo-Saxon fyrd, or host, in training. It comes again from the quill of William of Malmesbury, writing about the Norman King Henry I's, 1100 to 1135, preparation for the invasion by his brother Robert, Duke of Normandy, in 1101. He says that Henry taught them how, in meeting the attack of the knights, to defend with their shields and return blows. It is an ironic reference. If these men were English fyrdsmen, then it seems they were in the Norman period being prepared to face the onslaught of the mounted knight. One wonders if such training might have helped their forebears at Hastings. Despite the training received by the Anglo-Saxons from a very young age, and despite the years of warlike preparation for the warrior of Anglo-Saxon England, it still remains the case that the consequences of going to war were profound on a number of levels. These included the personal injuries one might sustain and the political and personal consequences of exile or, and this seems to have been the most depressing of experiences, finding oneself without a lord. Death, of course, was always a possibility. The ways in which the Anglo-Saxons dealt with all these consequences of the violence of war are examined later. Injury, death, and exile. The personal impact of war. The images of the bodies of the dead depicted in the margins of the Bayeux tapestry make for sobering viewing. Mail coats are stripped from bodies, weapons collected, and seemingly half-naked, rotting corpses are left to lie on the battlefield. These indignities really did happen. Such was the value of weapons and armour. One is minded of the remark in the Carmen that bodies on the field of Hastings were left to be eaten by worms and wolves, by birds and dogs, a very grim and hardly chivalrous reality. There are many literary references to the injuries inflicted by the weapons of the age on the bodies of victims. Not least of these is the fate of King Harold at the hands of a group of Norman knights at Hastings, described by the Norman sources such as the Carmen in gory detail. A piercing to the upper body with a spear, a decapitation with a sword, and the cleaving off of a leg tell of the end of a distinguished if bloody life. Indeed, some archaeological work has now shown that the physical effects of weapons in the Anglo-Saxon age were every bit as dramatic as the literary accounts would suggest. Analysis of bones on skeletal remains from a cemetery in Eccles in Kent, dating from the Anglo-Saxon period, has deduced not only the weapon types used against the victims, but also the nature of the injury as a whole, including its soft tissue component. There were 6 male skeletons showing edged weapon injuries to the cranium. Each was in his 20s or 30s. Not one of the injuries on these skeletons displayed any signs of healing, and it is concluded that the cause of death must have been due to the traumas produced by the weapons. Profuse bleeding to the scalp and a loss of consciousness were factors in the death of the individuals, with one victim, known as Victim 2, suffering an immediate severing of the brainstem at the first strike. This same victim was also rendered incapable of defending himself, after clearly trying to, because injuries sustained to his arms prohibited him from gripping either a sword or a shield. Apart from one injury attributed to an axe, the blade of a sword or multiple swords is suggested as the chief weapon utilized upon the victims at Eccles, with Victim 2 receiving additional wounds in the back from a weapon unknown as he was lying prone. Many of the injuries, as one might expect, were to the left side of the cranium, delivered almost certainly by a right-handed opponent, with victims 1, 5 and 6 exhibiting these injuries most clearly. It is evident from the recorded injuries to King Harold and the examined injuries to the Eccles victims and to the unfortunate headless Scandinavians whose grim end has been revealed by the trowel of the Oxford archaeologists on the Ridgeway at Weymouth, that the body's most vulnerable areas, where there is little protection, were the parts most often attacked by the deadly weapons of the day: arms, legs, and above all, the head. There is no doubt that the personal cost of warfare in the Anglo-Saxon period was one of very bloody consequence indeed. One is mindful of Edmund of East Anglia's saintly demise, tied to a tree in 869 while shot full of Viking arrows, and also the unfortunate Archbishop Alfhere, whose ordeal as a hostage was ended with a brutal blow to the head from a drunken Dane in 1012. The personal price was nearly always paid in blood. Another example of the brutality meted out to the victims of warfare comes from 1006 and Uchtred of Bamburgh's relief of a Scottish siege of Durham. The Scots' heads were cut off and transported to Durham, where they were washed by 4 women and placed on poles above the walls of the city. The women were paid 1 cow each for their trouble. Sometimes the fate of a victim of war was intertwined with the need to display the power of the victor. But how did the Anglo-Saxons deal with their own war dead? The answer to this question probably lies in the rank and religion of those who fell. The poem Beowulf describes in great detail the funerary pyre lit for the eponymous hero, the construction of the mound in which he is buried, and the great pagan ceremonies that went with it. All this seemingly fantastical imagery was brought into stark reality by the spectacular discovery of the Sutton Hoo treasures in 1939. But in the period we are now discussing, the English Christian armies disposed of their dead in a different way. A good example of the lengths to which people went to bury their dead appropriately is that of Athelwulf, the ealdorman of Berkshire, who on 31 December 870 had successfully defeated a detachment of the Danish Great Heathen Army at Englefield. Athelwulf, a seemingly gifted warrior leader, lost his life only a few days after Englefield when he assisted the West Saxons in the disastrous siege of the Danes at their encampment at Reading. The chronicler Athelweard records that when Athelwulf's body was finally recovered beneath the gates of the camp, it was taken on a surprisingly long journey. In fact, the body of the Dux mentioned above was carried away secretly and taken into Mercia to the place called Northworthy, but Derby in the Danish tongue. Athelwulf, a Mercian, had died defending the northern frontier of Wessex and fighting alongside the West Saxons. Clearly, there were those in his retinue who could not forget the Mercian connection and who went to great lengths to see their leader buried in his proper ancestral place. If there was a physical consequence to warfare, the shattered bones, the beheadings, the grim struggle at sword's edge, then there was also an emotional side to the affair as well. There was nothing that so depressed the Anglo-Saxon mind as being forced into exile after a defeat. It might be that a warrior's lord was lost in the struggle and he had failed to avenge his lord's death on the battlefield, thereby committing the sin of surviving the battle. To wander around in search of a lord was the Anglo-Saxon equivalent of purgatory, a condition that it seems threw some Anglo-Saxons into a melancholy of soul-searching. This is beautifully portrayed in the poem The Wanderer. Often the solitary one finds grace for himself, the mercy of the Lord, although he, sorry-hearted, must for a long time move by hand along the waterways, along the ice-cold sea, tread the paths of exile. Events always go as they must. The halls decay, their lords lie deprived of joy, the whole troop has fallen, the proud ones by the wall. War took off some, carried them on their way. One, the bird, took off across the deep sea. One, the grey wolf, shared one with death. One, the dreary-faced man, buried in a grave. The main character in The Wanderer loses his lord and wanders the landscape in search of a new hall and a new gift-giver to serve. If this notion seems a little hackneyed or idealistic, it should be remembered that it crops up again in the Battle of Maldon, which was a real battle where the death of the ealdorman sparked a desire for vengeance in some of his followers. The misery of exile was not just felt by the warrior who lost his lord, however. One rather sad example of this was the fate of King Burgred of Mercia, 852 to 874. Burgred lost a war against the great heathen army in 874. It was a strange war in that it involved no recorded fighting as such, but saw the Danes encamp themselves at the spiritual home of the ancient Mercian royal line at Repton. There the Danish leaders, having bled Burgred dry of money over the winter, were able to claim a legitimacy by burying their own dead at the resting place of a Mercian dynasty not of Burgred's own line, but of that of St. Wistan. In short, the Danes exposed Burgred's own discomfort about his hold on the throne by establishing themselves at Repton. The impact of this psychological warfare was too much for Burgred. He took his wife and headed for Rome. They travelled through Pavia and finally arrived in the ancient city, where Burgred settled and later ended his days. He was not to be interred in a Mercian mausoleum, as he might once have wished, but instead was laid to rest in St. Mary's Church in the English quarter of Rome. There were many other examples of political exile and of death and great personal pain suffered throughout the period, but perhaps the last word should go to the Carmen, which tellingly describes a mother's agony after the Battle of Hastings. The corpses of the English, strewn upon the ground, he, Duke William, left to be devoured by worms and wolves, by birds and dogs. Harold's dismembered body he gathered together, and wrapped what he had gathered in fine purple linen. And returning to his camp by the sea, he bore it with him, that he might carry out the customary funeral rites. The mother of Harold, in the toils of overwhelming grief, sent even to the Duke himself asking with entreaties that he would restore to her, unhappy woman, a widow and bereft of 3 sons, the bones of one in place of the 3, or if it pleased him, she would outweigh the body in pure gold. Duke William, of course, would have none of it, preferring to set up a pile of stones high upon a cliff at Hastings where Harold was to rest. One William Mallet, half Norman and half English, took up the duty of constructing the macabre tomb. And he, Mallet, wrote as an epitaph, "By the Duke's commands, O Harold, you rest here a king, that you may still be guardian of the shore and the sea." Warfare, then, was a game of high stakes. The personal cost could be immense in terms of injury, death, or exile, and could even wipe out a whole dynasty in one encounter. When it came to competing families, the stakes were no less high. Let us look now at the curious phenomenon of the concept of vengeance to see where it fits into the picture of violence in the period. Feuding. The words feud or blood feud are often applied to this period, having been borrowed from the High Middle Ages. In the latter period, feuds were a state of lasting mutual hostility between family factions revolving around reciprocal violence. In the Anglo-Saxon period, however, feuds, which more properly should be called cycles of vengeance, were usually related to homicides and the need for retribution of the aggrieved. That is not to say there were not families strongly opposed to one another politically. Similarly, institutions could feud with individual lords, such as monasteries pitting themselves against families who had a history of a controlling influence over them. But it was the cycles of vengeance that had far-reaching implications for the rulers of the day. Kings recognized the potential for a disastrous effect on the stability of the political landscape, a landscape that the king himself would have played a great part in creating. In his prologue to the law code concerning the problem, King Edmund I, 939 to 946, decreed, "The illegal and manifold conflicts which take place among us distress me and all of us greatly." What he went on to refer to was that vengeance for a homicide could only be carried out against the killer himself, to cease the practice of attacking the extended kin in retribution. The killer had a year to pay compensation. If an avenger carried out an attack against kinsmen instead, then he himself would become an outlaw. 1. If henceforth anyone slay a man, he is himself to bear the feud, unless he can, with the aid of his friends, within 12 months, pay the full wear, compensation, of whatever birth the slain man may be. 1.1. If, however, his kindred abandons him, and is not willing to pay compensation for him, then I wish that all his kindred be exempt from feud, except the actual offender, if they afterwards give him neither food nor protection. 1.2. If afterwards, however, any of his kinsmen harbours him, then, because they previously had abandoned him, the kinsman is to be liable to forfeit all that he owns to the king, and to bear the feud as regards the kindred. 1.3. If, then, any one of the other kindred takes vengeance on any man other than the actual perpetrator, he is to incur the hostility of the king and all his friends, and to forfeit all that he owns. Vengeance-killing, then, very much a part of Anglo-Saxon life, now had royal regulation. The law puts under royal management the whole notion of vengeance in a time that presumably had ample examples of all types of it. Memories were slow to fade in Anglo-Saxon England. Families could have long-running disputes and people could harbour thoughts of vengeance for generations. One particular story from a 12th century Durham tradition brings the whole sordid issue to light in the grimmest of ways. Earl Uchtred, son of Earl Waltheof of Northumbria, had become very powerful under King Ethelred II, 979 to 1016. When Uchtred married his second wife, Sige, daughter of a man called Styr, some sort of arrangement seems to have been made whereby Uchtred would kill Styr's enemy, a man known as Thorbrand. Nobody quite knows if Uchtred ever attempted it, but events would show that some very important people knew about the plot. This notwithstanding, Uchtred went on to marry another wife, the daughter of King Ethelred himself, and remained loyal to the king despite Canute of Denmark angling for his service. Canute, of course, went on to become king himself. He summoned Uchtred to his hall at a place called Wihale, and when Uchtred got there he was horribly deceived by one Thorbrand the Hold, probably our enemy of Styr. It was apparently at Thorbrand's instigation that the king's soldiers, who were hidden behind a curtain that stretched across the hall, suddenly sprang out from behind it and slaughtered the earl and 40 of his men in what must have been an astonishing bloodbath. Uchtred was succeeded by his brother Eadwulf, who soon died and was himself succeeded by Uchtred's son from his first marriage, a man called Ealdred. Now the story, somewhat distorted through time, gets busy, as if it has not already been detailed enough. It was Ealdred who killed Thorbrand. Thorbrand's son Karl sought out Ealdred, presumably for vengeance. In fact, the two of them tried to ambush each other from time to time until friends brought them around the table and brokered a peaceful settlement. It seems the two got along famously after this, even embarking for Rome together as sworn brothers, only to be thwarted by a storm at sea that caused them to return home. Karl received Ealdred into his home, bestowing the usual friendships on him, and while honourably escorting him on his travels, he killed the unsuspecting Ealdred at a place called Risewood. A good example, perhaps, of keeping your enemies closer than your friends. 35 years passed. A new player was on the stage. He was Earl Waltheof, grandson of Ealdred. He sent a band of warriors to Karl's brother's house at Setrington near York. They caught the feasting sons and grandsons of Karl by surprise and slaughtered almost all of them, returning home with great spoils. The way in which the story is told is thought by some historians to emphasize the feud aspects more than the political background. It is possible, however, that the killings were also a part of a wider political picture involving Northumbrian politics and the accession of Canute to power in England, and the continuing antagonisms between Anglo-Scandinavians and English Northumbrians. The only thing we can be sure about, if we take the incidents at face value, is that there were very dangerous games being played out at the top of Anglo-Saxon politics. Hostages, oaths, treaties, and treachery. Bargains made and broken involving the exchange of hostages and the swearing of oaths were such an important part of Anglo-Saxon warfare that scarcely an event was recorded without such an accompaniment. It is the glue that held the model of the political world together. By looking at the nature of such agreements, it can be shown that the familiar tools used to cement agreements varied wildly in their effectiveness. The study of this one phenomenon alone can explain so much about Anglo-Saxon history. There were a number of ways in which the leaders of early medieval England could seek to cement an agreement or alliance. For Christian parties, there was the baptismal sponsorship or godparenting arrangement. Also, there was the marriage alliance, particularly effective if the leader in question had several available beautiful sisters at his disposal, as did King Athelstan at the beginning of his reign, 924 to 939. Athelstan was also a master of the fostering ploy as well. He fostered Håkon of Norway as part of a peace agreement made by his father. But not everyone was blessed with the power and political tools of the mighty King Athelstan. For most leaders, the keeping of an enemy to an agreement was done with the sometimes gritty and risky method of the hostage exchange. The Anglo-Saxon era is littered with a macabre history of the fate of hostages. It is a history that makes for unpalatable reading for modern minds. The making of a binding agreement with an enemy by exchanging hostages and swearing oaths might seem fairly watertight, but all too often one side or the other, frequently the pagan Danes, treated those who they had exchanged with little regard, And so it was with the swearing of oaths. Such oaths were only worth something if they were sworn on relics or holy items that actually meant something to the oath-taker. Hostage exchanges had long been used throughout early medieval Europe. The Old English word for a hostage was gisle. This word is similar to the Irish gil and to the Welsh gwistle. A hostage could be of a noble background, kept at the court of his captors to ensure the good behaviour of his own master, the captor's enemy. They could also be members of a fighting force whose leader had been coerced to come to terms with his enemy. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle first mentions a major use of hostages in the period covered here in an entry for 874, after the Danes had driven out King Burgred of Mercia, 852 to 874. Here, the scribe says, "They, the Danes, granted the kingdom of Mercia to be held by Ceolwulf, a foolish king's thane, and he swore them oaths and granted them hostages, that it should be ready for them whichever day they might want it, and he himself should be ready with all who would follow him at the service of the raiding army." Exactly who Ceolwulf's hostages were is unknown, but it is likely they were valuable to him. These men may even have been chosen by the Danes themselves, who were holding all the cards at this time. Contemporary observers such as Asser saw this whole thing as a wretched agreement, a comment that reveals the likely effectiveness of the arrangement. The next mention of hostages is in 876. This time, with Alfred cornering his enemy at Wareham, the impetus was apparently with him. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle says that the king made peace with the Danes, possibly implying a cash payment, as the chronicler Ethelweard also implies, but that the Danes granted him as hostages the most distinguished men who were next to the king in the raiding army, and they swore him oaths on the sacred ring, which earlier they would not do to any nation, that they would quickly go from his kingdom. Alfred had learned from his own dealings with the Danes and from what he had heard about similar arrangements in Francia. The Danes did not care much about keeping an oath sworn on Christian relics. This time they had sworn an oath on their own holy ring, possibly an arm ring of the type associated with Thor. But if Alfred thought this was enough to bind his enemies to their agreement, he was to be mistaken. The king had given his own hostages to the Danes in what was an exchange as opposed to a one-sided agreement. Asser tells us that during one night the Danes left Wareham and killed all their hostages, breaking the treaty and headed for Exeter. We can only guess what Alfred did with the men he had received as hostages on hearing this news. Guthrum, the Danish leader in all these negotiations, made it to Exeter with his mounted army and sat there confident that he had played a master-stroke and had got himself out of a tight corner at Wareham. Alfred's men had not spotted his night exodus and had played catch-up to no avail, arriving at the gates of Exeter when the Danes were already safely ensconced. Guthrum was also expecting a fleet of 120 ships to arrive and aid his bid. But when these vessels left Poole Harbour, rounding the headland off Swanage, they all succumbed to a storm and were lost. Consequently, Guthrum was once again on the back foot with an English army at his door. And with this development we see yet another turn in the story of the hostage exchange. The hostage ploy seems now to have favoured Alfred. It may seem surprising that there was an exchange as opposed to a one-sided Anglo-Saxon arrangement given what had happened to the English hostages at the hands of the Danes at Wareham, but conditions were not yet perfect for Alfred. He was just in the ascendancy. This time the Danes granted him as many hostages as he wished to have, implying that the king was able to pick them. What followed this Exeter agreement, again sworn on oath, was the departure of the Danes from Wessex and their subsequent settlement of parts of Mercia, which the puppet English King Ceolwulf had held open for them. Clearly, hostage negotiations in the 9th century were a bloody and dangerous game. Each phase in a campaign seems to have involved an upping of the stakes for both sides. Alfred's subsequent misfortunes in the wilderness of the Somerset marshes are well documented for the year 878. However, his famous victory against the Danes at Edington was so decisive that it led to a further development in the art of the hostage negotiation. A fortnight passed with the English camped outside of the Danish camp to which their army had fled after its defeat. Starving, cold, and fearful, the Danes came to the English seeking surrender on terms more onerous than ever before. They would give hostages again, just as many as the king wanted, and this time they would demand none in return. No such arrangement had ever been made before. This was as close as a Viking army of the 9th century could get to abject defeat in a campaign. It was followed by the baptism of Guthrum, now to be given the English name Athelstan, at Aller, and an additional ceremony at Wedmore some weeks later. Guthrum would rise from the baptismal waters as a Christian leader in a Christian land. The Danes would indeed leave Wessex, providing Alfred with breathing space to rebuild an expanded kingdom. It happened again in 884 to 885 at Rochester, but this time the mention of hostages is different. A Viking force, which had been terrorizing Francia for the opening years of the 880s, came from Bologna to try its luck in Alfred's new kingdom. It came expecting to wreck the place. They had brought many horses with them, fine mounts from Francia. But they had brought something else, too. Their army consisted of an unknown number of Frankish hostages. Alfred cut a dashing figure by 885. His army and fortification system were organized to cope with such an event as this new invasion. The garrison at Rochester proudly withstood. Alfred came to relieve the men of the town. The Vikings, as a result, fled back to Francia without either their horses or their hostages, two vital accessories of warfare. The fate of these hostages is unknown, but they are most likely to have been truly rescued by the king of the Anglo-Saxons. For those Danes who had chosen to stay in England after their defeat at the hands of Alfred, hostages were once again exchanged, perhaps in the old style. But also in the old style, these Vikings twice broke their agreement and sent raids into the wooded heartlands of southern England. Some things, it seemed, could not change. The agreement between Alfred and Guthrum, who was now ruler of East Anglia, was bound by a treaty referred to as the Treaty of Wedmore. It effectively divided England into a Danish and an English-controlled half. From now to the north of Watling Street, which stretched from London to Chester, there would be a land that would be under Danish-inspired law, a land that ultimately became known as the Danelaw. Alfred and his family were left with the rump of English Mercia and Wessex from which to provide the platform for a reconquest. The surviving copy of the document that outlines the treaty probably refers to the settlement arrived at between the two sides after a period between around 880 to 886, when the countryside to the north of London was very much up for grabs. Here again, after much bloodshed and double dealing, we have mention of hostages. And we all agreed on the day when the oaths were sworn that no slaves or freemen might go over to the army without permission, any more than any of theirs to us. If, however, it happens that from necessity any one of them wishes to have traffic with us, or we with them, for cattle and for goods, it is to be permitted on this condition, that hostages shall be given as a pledge of peace and as evidence whereby it is known that no fraud is intended. So, in this new Anglo-Danish world, hostages could be given as surety against fraudulent trading activity. We can only imagine how many people were dragged across Watling Street from one side to the other to provide confidence in a trading deal. As Alfred progressed with his grand military and ecclesiastical reforms, the years went by with no recorded deals involving hostages. It was not until the return of the Vikings in 892 that the campaigns began again in earnest. A Viking army with its 250 ships came to Appledore, and new leader Haston's 80 ships came to Milton Regis, threatening to cut off a giant corner of the country from the English king. Moreover, although Guthrum was now dead, the Danish-led armies of East Anglia and Northumbria were full of confidence and prepared to help their cousins assault the king of the Anglo-Saxons once again. This is why Alfred needed yet another hostage arrangement. Alfred managed to secure oaths from the Northumbrians and the East Anglian Danes not to attack him. He procured 6 prime hostages from the East Anglian Danes, although we are not told how. We are informed, however, that the deal was not kept to, as it seems the English-based Danes kept helping their cousins in the southeast of the country by aiding their raiding and foraging activities during this uneasy standoff. The fate of the prime 6 is not recorded. The Appledore Danes, laden with booty from their periodic raids, soon attempted to push forth to find a ford across the Thames with the intention of making it to Essex to join with other Viking ships there. It ended in disaster for them, with Alfred's son, the Atheling Edward, soon to be king himself, intercepting and defeating them at Farnham. Edward drove them across the Thames at a place where there was no ford. Soon they found refuge of sorts on a river island near Iver in Buckinghamshire, known as Thorney. Edward began a protracted siege which came to an end when the English system of military rotation meant that the besiegers' supplies had run out and their time in the field was up. Unfortunately, this all happened before King Alfred was able to relieve his son. We are told, however, by the chronicler Ethelweard that the Danes who had been surrounded and starved at Thorney Island, and whose leader was wounded, did exchange hostages and agree to leave the kingdom. To Essex they went, to join up with Haston's force, which had now relocated to Benfleet. Alfred, at some stage during this campaign, decided to attempt to bring Haston to heel through the offer of baptism, with the king himself standing sponsor to one of the Viking sons and Ethelred, lord of the Mercians, to the other. We know less about it than we do of the arrangements made with Guthrum. Haston's base at Benfleet was eventually captured by the English in a siege that saw women and children, ships and money seized and brought to London. Also seized by the besieging Ethelred, lord of the Mercians, were Haston's sons. The Dane had been out on a raid when all this happened. The young men were sent to Alfred's court, probably in the hope that they would prove to be very valuable bargaining chips. But Alfred sent them straight back to Haston, delivering a message of extraordinary mercy for these times. Perhaps it is fair to say that Alfred knew he had his enemy defeated, but he seems not to have been able to hold his own godson as a hostage. The Vikings' subsequent movements to Buttington and Chester both ended in sieges which saw great suffering for the enemies of Alfred. At Buttington, Ethelweard tells us that they, the Danes, did not refuse hostages. They promised to leave that region. In 894, Athelnoth, Alfred's trusted ealdorman from Somerset, visited York in an ambassadorial capacity with a view to persuading the Northumbrian Danes to cease their pillaging of parts of Rutland held by the English under the Alfred and Guthrum Treaty, but again we do not know how this deal was cemented. What we do know is that by the time the Danes had been outwitted by Alfred's clever fortifications surrounding their ships at Hertford in 895, the Danes, under a new leader following Haston's death, moved out to Bridgnorth, from where they dispersed, never to reform again. The historic record falls quiet in respect of hostages towards the end of Alfred's reign. When Edward took the throne after the death of his father in 899, there was a revolt against him from Athelwold, the son of Alfred's brother Ethelred I. This revolt, which is documented later, involved the pretender to power taking a nun against the king's leave before stealing away from the watchful eyes of Edward's army in a dash to Northumbria. It is not known if the nun was a hostage, had been kidnapped, or was a willing participant. However, to take a nun from a nunnery without the bishop or king's permission was a criminal offence, and clearly Athelwold was using this as a way of defying Edward. The next reference to hostages is only by inference. In 906, Edward is said to have confirmed the peace at Tiddingford with the Northumbrian and East Anglian Danes. No mention is made of an exchange, but from what we have observed already, it is an agreement likely to have involved them. We can be more certain of the next mention, however. Edward, by 915, had succeeded in defeating the Danes and had embarked on his great reconquest of the Midlands. But in this year a Viking force had come from Brittany led by Jarls Ochtor and Hroald, and it headed up the Severn, raiding as it went. The force went into Wales and took a bishop named Camillake, Bishop of Archenfield, as hostage. Edward then paid £40 to ransom him back, one of the few recorded arrangements of this kind. As the Vikings headed to Archenfield for richer pickings, they were met by the men of Hereford and Gloucester and nearby forts. The resulting battle saw Ochtor and Hroald defeated, with Hroald perishing and Ochtor's brother also being killed. The Vikings were subsequently driven to an enclosure, where they were besieged until they gave hostages in return for leaving the kingdom. It sounds as one-sided as some of the later Alfredian agreements, but the reality was that the force hung around for some time on the Severn estuary, embarking on sporadic raids before eventually leaving for Ireland. Edward's sister, the famous Athelflaed, sometimes called the Lady of the Mercians, had her part to play in the history of the hostage. It was she who in 916 sent a force to Brecon Mere in Wales to break down the fortification there, and in doing so took the wife of the Welsh king of Brucenio as one of 34, says the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. There would be many more organised strategic conquests of such citadels as Danish Derby and Leicester, the key boroughs of the Danelaw. Just before her death in 918, the chronicler tells us, Athelflaed, after taking Leicester, had even got the leaders of Viking York to swear oaths that they would be at her disposal. They did not keep to this, of course, but the fact that the agreement happened at all is testimony to the increasing power being displayed by Athelflaed and her brother Edward south of the Humber. As more Scandinavians poured into the northern parts of Britain, the Danish forces of yesteryear, now settled in England, began to see the sense in aligning themselves with the resurgent Anglo-Saxon monarchy in the south. In fact, before he died in 924, Edward the Elder had secured the allegiance of the Scots, a new Norse leader at York, the lords of Bamburgh, the king of the Strathclyde Britons, and the Northumbrians of all cultures. At Athelflaed's death, an event took place that has received a number of interpretations. The Mercian Register of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, in an entry for 919, records it thus. Here also the daughter of Ethelred, lord of the Mercians, was deprived of all control in Mercia, and was led into Wessex 3 weeks before Christmas. She was called Alfwin. The most likely interpretation of this is that it was no simple hostage-taking, but a political abduction. Edward the Elder, who had achieved so much in alliance with Alfwin's mother, his own sister, could not afford for the spectre of Mercian independence to raise its head just when it looked like the kingdom of the English was finally taking shape under his own leadership. In Alfwin, many traditional-minded Mercian noblemen may have seen a standard-bearer for that independence. So the king spirited away his own niece to avoid this happening. The kingdom of the English was growing in confidence. King Athelstan's 924 to 939 use of human resources was a far cry from the desperate hostage exchanges of the Alfredian campaigns. A kingdom of England was very much in the making now, and Athelstan's negotiations were on an international level, binding his kingdom into the fortunes of, among others, the great Holy Roman Empire controlled by the Ottonian dynasty. In the sparse entries for Athelstan's reign in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, there are hints at hostages, however. In 934, for example, Athelstan's combined campaigns by land and sea in Scotland resulted in the Scottish King Constantine having to give his own son as a hostage. There is no mention of hostages in the years preceding Athelstan's great battle of Brunanburh of 937. During these years, an imperious Athelstan, able to draw an army from the length and breadth of his new kingdom, did indeed hold imperial-style councils at places like Cirencester, calling in tribute from the Welsh kings, which amounted to huge quantities of gold, silver, oxen, hounds and hawks. But the Scots and the North Irish led a confederacy against Athelstan at Brunanburh, at a battle site that is still to be identified with certainty. Once again, even in their crushing defeat, there is no mention of hostages from the lords of the north, just a mention of them fleeing the field for home. It would seem that Athelstan's victories might have paved the way for a golden age in Anglo-Saxon kingship, but this was yet to come. Olaf Guthfrithson, the enemy who had caused the great king so much trouble, swept back into the picture after Athelstan's death in 939. A complex marriage alliance in the Midlands with the daughter of a Danish jarl and some military campaigning in the north saw the Dane in the ascendancy again. It was Athelstan's younger brother, King Edmund, 939 to 946, who had to recapture the 5 Danish boroughs of the Midlands for the southern English crown. In 943, a new enemy, Olaf Sigtryggsson, had taken Tamworth from the English and had fled to Leicester. In time-honoured style, we are told this was the same year in which this Olaf received baptism with Edmund as his sponsor. But the records of the 10th century are more complicated than those of other eras. There are allusions to further submissions in York, for example, but we are not told how these arrangements were cemented. On Edmund's death in 946, he was succeeded by another brother, Eadred, 946 to 956, who in the first year of his reign conquered Northumbria and was granted oaths by the Scots that they would do all that he wanted. More oaths then, but no details. At Tanshelf in 947, Archbishop Wulfstan of York and the councillors of the Northumbrians are said to have pledged themselves to the king, but within a short while they belied both pledge and oaths also. The reason for this recalcitrance lay in the arrival of a famous Viking leader, one Eric Bloodaxe, whose control of the Viking kingdom of York quickly became legendary. Eric, who held Northumbria from an apparent promise made by Athelstan, was eventually defeated, murdered by one of his own men after the grim campaigning of Eadred in the area. The brief reign of Edwy, king in Wessex, 955 to 959, records no hostage exchanges but plenty of domestic politicking. Edwy's grip on power subsided as his brother, the young Edgar, 959 to 975, gained acceptance in both Mercia and Northumbria, and eventually Wessex itself. Edgar's reign over England was one of peace bought by the threat to an enemy of overwhelming military force. A huge and energetic navy and a vast land army were enough for Edgar to concentrate on matters such as monastic reform and other political issues. In an act of overwhelming symbolism, the king took an army to Chester. Here, at the edge of the old Roman world, King Edgar symbolically took the helm of a rowing vessel and was rowed by up to 8 subservient leaders on a boat along the River Dee to the monastery of St. John the Baptist. Oaths were sworn, and the promise from all these rulers was that they would be faithful to the King of the English and support him both on land and at sea. These men were Malcolm, king of the Cumbrians, Kenneth, king of the Scots, Macus, king of many islands, Dunfol, Dunmail, king of Strathclyde, Siferth, Jacob, Iago of Gwynedd, Uwal, Jacob's nephew and enemy, and one Jukil. Edgar's passing remark after this event would ring in the ears of regional kings for centuries. Any of his successors, he said, could pride himself on being king of the English, having such subservience beneath him. On Edgar's death in 975, Anglo-Saxon England was at its peak of power and influence. He was succeeded by his son Edward, 975 to 979, whose reign leaves no record of hostage-giving or oath-taking. However, after Edward's infamous murder at Corfe Castle and the rise to power of his half-brother Ethelred II, 979 to 1016, we enter a period of history whereby the role of the hostage once again leaps out from the pages of the chronicles and histories. Ethelred's reign was a little over 18 months old when the Scandinavian raiders returned to England. Southampton was targeted first, and we are told that many of the inhabitants were killed or taken prisoner. We are not told of the fate of these hostages, however. Nor are we told what happened to the people of Thanet in Kent and the region of Cheshire, who also suffered similar fates. Soon, in 991, the Battle of Maldon would be played out in Essex, between the local ealdorman Byrhtnoth and an invading Viking force. Here again there is a mention of a hostage, but he is this time a Northumbrian hostage in the East Saxon army. Pointedly, he is mentioned as having a bow, not a sword as one might expect. It is possibly an interesting glimpse into the equipment allowed for hostages when asked to participate in their captors' campaigns. Hostages were once again exchanged in 994, when the legendary Olaf Tryggvason and Sweyn of Denmark unsuccessfully attacked London. The chronicler Athelweird, who, as we have observed, was a nobleman himself, played his own part in this negotiation, as he and the Bishop of Winchester arranged for hostages to be sent to the Danish ships and for Olaf to be brought to King Ethelred for a baptism, perhaps in the style of that which had happened to Guthrum all those years ago. Olaf's interests would soon turn to Norwegian matters, but it remains the case that after this agreement with Ethelred, he never returned to England. The later part of Ethelred's reign saw the usage of hostages become widespread. Nothing, however, would quite match the drama of the fate of one man in particular, whose fame throughout the northern medieval world was eclipsed only by that of Thomas à Becket 150 years later. The Danish assault on Canterbury in September 1011 marked a notorious episode in the king's reign. The Danes, when they entered the city, are supposed to have gone wild. Their rampage resulted in the capture of Ælfhere, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and one Ælfweird, a king's reeve, among others. Christchurch was plundered and countless people murdered in a long-remembered orgy of destruction. The Danes stayed the winter in Canterbury. They suffered from illnesses brought about by the apparent unsanitary water supplies, but this much divine intervention was not enough to rid the English of their tormentors. It was, however, their key hostage whose fate attracted the attention of chroniclers. Not content with the silver offered to them to leave, they asked also for a ransom for the return of the archbishop. Ælfhere would have none of it. For his intransigence, the pious archbishop was murdered at the hands of his captors in Greenwich. In a drunken frenzy, here at the termination of the Rouen to London wine trade route, one Dane pulverized the head of the archbishop with the butt end of his axe, while the others hurled cattle skulls and bones at him on the hustings. The hideous event was carried out against the wishes of an observing Dane called Thorkel the Tall, and it was an event that marked the beginning of a significant switch in Thorkel's allegiance from the side of the Dane to that of the English king himself. From the story of one famous hostage, we go to the handing over of countless people to the Danish king Sweyn in 1013. Sweyn, who had long harboured a bitter resentment against Ethelred, had sailed down the Humber and Trent to Gainsborough and called to him the men of Lindsey, those of the Danish 5 boroughs of the Danelaw, Nottingham, Stamford, Leicester, Lincoln and Derby, and Earl Uchtred of Northumbria. Their allegiance was cemented by supplies of hostages from every shire, a figure that must have been considerable. Some time after the hostages were given, Sweyn entrusted them to his son Canute. It was a move that would have profound ramifications. Sweyn poured his forces south across Watling Street and fell upon Oxford, the townsfolk of which provided further hostages to him. Next, it was Winchester's turn, and in an embarrassing exchange for the English king, the Oxford story repeated itself. The beleaguered Ethelred and his new ally Thorkel remained in London, contemplating. It would not be long before the king would sail to Normandy, to the home of his wife Emma, and into exile. In February 1014, Sweyn unexpectedly died. He was succeeded as nominal king in England by his son Canute. However, many Englishmen appealed to the exiled Ethelred to return to England and rule once again as their natural lord, although there would be conditions in the bargain. Ethelred did indeed return, and not long after this he conducted a punitive campaign of destruction in Lindsey against the land of Canute's supporters. Canute then decided to sail down the east coast of England to Sandwich, where he dropped off those English hostages his father had passed to him, each with their hands, ears, and noses cut off before they were put to shore. Then, after this grisly act, the would-be Danish King of England set sail for Denmark. Canute did, of course, return to England. Through the political machinations of one famously seditious Aedric Streona, a turncoat English earl, he secured a hold on power. But in an unlikely turnaround, Edmund Ironside, the son of Ethelred, found himself with the support of the Danelaw, through marriage, ranged against Canute and Aedric, based in the south of England, the traditional strong areas for the family of Edmund. With the reluctant King Ethelred lying ill in London, there began a giant circle of campaigning across the country, which also involved Uchtred of Northumbria, whose grisly end we have already observed. Soon Ethelred would die in London, and there began a siege and subsequent campaigns in Wessex between Canute and Edmund, which eventually ended in a Pyrrhic victory for the Dane. The situation in London, if the chronicler Thietmar of Merseburg is to be believed, was full of dramatic bargaining. Emma of Normandy, Ethelred's widow, was to hand over her sons Ethmund, Edward, and Athelstan, Alfred. These were her sons and heirs to the English throne, but they are both said to have escaped in a boat. A tangled tale then ensued involving the mutilation of a great many English hostages. We shall never know the truth about the fate of the hostages or their exact numbers. Thietmar has his critics when it comes to his accounts of these important events in London. Further sieges at London and pitched battles in the countryside around Wessex between Edmund and Canute followed this episode. Aedric Streona subsequently changed sides and, when supporting Edmund, bitterly betrayed him on the battlefield at Ashington. The agreement finally reached between Edmund and Canute at an island in the River Severn, after they had fought each other to a standstill up to this point, saw the English king hold Wessex and the Dane hold the rest of the country, including London. Once again, the agreement was sealed with hostages. There is also a hint in the sources that Edmund offered single combat to Canute, but nothing is really known of it. On 30 November 1016, Edmund Ironside died. The finger of suspicion surrounding his death was historically pointed at Aedric Streona, but no absolute proof has ever been offered. Canute in an instant took the throne of the whole of England. Throughout his reign he ruthlessly dispatched his political enemies and always seemed to be aware of the potential of the popular appeal of the line of Cerdic, Ethelred's ancient royal family. Political assassinations meant that his grip on power became stronger, and there is no evidence of any significant hostage exchanges for many years. But in 1036, after Canute died, there was one hostage whose fate was every bit as significant as that of Archbishop Ælfhere a quarter of a century earlier. Earl Godwin, a favourite English magnate of Canute's, whose new allegiance was very much in the camp of the new king Harold Harefoot, 1036 to 1040, was the main player in the drama of the murder of Alfred, son of Ethelred. For the Normans, the death of Alfred would pretty much justify the entire Norman conquest. Alfred, half Norman himself, was on his way to meet his mother Emma. Having landed at Dover and tracked his way towards Winchester, Alfred and his followers arrived at Guildford, where they were met by Godwin and his men. Alfred was carried away and taken hostage to Ely, where he was brutally blinded. The others were either killed or sold into slavery. It was a horrible affair. Although the Norman chroniclers never forgave Godwin for his role in the taking of Alfred, Godwin would later atone for it when Harthacnut, 1040 to 1042, Alfred's kinsman, came to power. As King of England, Harthacnut made Godwin stand trial for the crime and received from the powerful Earl a magnificent ship, complete with its warrior complement for his compensation. The early years of Edward the Confessor's reign, 1042 to 1066, saw no significant use of hostages as such until 1046, when Earl Sweyn, the eldest son of Earl Godwin, and whose new earldom bordered southern Wales, went into that country in force. He allied himself with Gruffydd ap Llywelyn, king of Gwynedd and Powys, and was granted hostages by his southern Welsh enemies. Their fate is unrecorded. The Godwin family would, however, continue to dominate the politics of King Edward's reign, but it was with the old man Godwin that things would come to a head between king and earl, and once again hostages would play their part. There followed royal appointments of Normans, the building of castles in Herefordshire and Dover, and one infamous visit to England by Eustace of Boulogne, whose men ran amok in the streets of Dover. These were just some of the reasons for the tensions between Godwin and King Edward. By 1051, Godwin had had enough of it all. He had raised a huge army from his own Wessex, combined with Earl Sweyn's men from Oxfordshire, Herefordshire, Somerset and Berkshire, and Earl Harold's men, the future king, from East Anglia, Essex, Huntingdon and Cambridgeshire. At Tetbury, just 15 miles away from a concerned King Edward, this force came together. A demand was sent to the king by the earl. There will be war unless the king gave him Eustace of Boulogne and the men who were in the castle, a reference possibly alluding to either the Castellans of Dover or the notorious Herefordshire Normans. But against Godwin would be ranged the forces of Earl Siward of Northumbria and Earl Leofric of Mercia, plus a contingent of knights from Earl Ralph, the local Norman. Once these forces had been gathered after urgent messages were sent to the north, there was something of a standoff. It seemed to those present that a battle between the finest men of England in a time of foreign interest in the English throne would be of such grave consequence that it should not be allowed to go ahead. The situation was therefore resolved with the exchange of hostages and the arrangement that there would be another meeting on 24 September between the protagonists in London. Godwin fell back to Wessex in the meantime, and the worried king took the time he had bought to raise a huge army from Earls Leofric and Siward's lands and bring them to London for the meeting. This took around 2 weeks. At London, the net was closing in on Godwin and his family. Godwin asked for safe passage when he was at Southwark, but this time the hostages were refused him. The upshot of the meeting was that he was outlawed along with Sweyn and Harold. They had to leave England. Before they did this, however, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records that the thanes of Harold were bound over to the king, indicating that a shift in lordship bonds of Harold's followers was part of the punishment. So, as a ship was prepared at Chichester harbour, the Godwin family sailed off to the court of Baldwin of Flanders, all except Harold, who sailed via Bristol to Ireland. At this time it is thought that Wulfnoth, Harold's brother, and Hakon, Earl Sweyn's son, were given to the king as hostages. The way was clear for a young man from Normandy, Duke William, who had been promised the throne of England, to pay a visit to Edward's kingdom. Godwin was no fool. On 22 June 1052 he left the Isère estuary with a small fleet, and evading Edward's 40 ships at Sandwich, he landed on the Kentish coast. His former men in Kent came to him, as did the shipmen of Hastings and the men of Sussex and Surrey, who declared they would live and die with him. The Earl's son Harold joined forces with him, and between them they gathered a force large enough to intimidate the king on his own doorstep in London. Godwin had made the most triumphant of returns. In the subsequent scramble for safety, the Norman Archbishop of Canterbury, Robert of Jumièges, may well have taken Wulfnoth and Hakon to Normandy, as he and others fled the vengeful Godwin family, handing the hostages over to Duke William. Godwin's subsequent death in 1053 and the rise of his son Earl Harold set the scene for the years preceding the conquest. Harold's hostage-taking successes on his remarkable Welsh campaigns are accounted for later. Harold Godwinson's contribution to the story of oath-making, however, is legendary, if a little controversial. His journey to France in 1064 saw him unexpectedly fetch up on the shores of Count Guy's Ponthieu. The Count could not believe his luck. It seems that Harold was on his way to William of Normandy, presumably with King Edward's promise of the English throne. However, Guy's subsequent imprisonment of Harold before he reluctantly handed him over to William amounts to a very high-profile hostage-taking. Guy almost certainly was holding out for a ransom, as he presumably believed that as master of these dangerous lee shores he had such a right. But William would have none of it, and took the English earl on a Breton campaign with him, holding him at court and making him his man. During this period the famous oath was extracted at Bonneville from Harold on ancient relics, a scene depicted in the Bayeux tapestry, that Harold would support Duke William's claim to the English throne. However, we should not forget that the kinsmen of Harold were hostages in the Norman court, and the riches that Harold had taken with him on his ship may well have been to entice Wulfnoth and Hakon's captor into releasing them, another possible motive behind the journey. Nor should we miss the contemporary historian William of Poitiers' account that the oath-swearing was not in fact as one-sided as history has subsequently portrayed it. Harold had asked William that he recognise all of Harold's land holdings in the event of the death of King Edward. We will never know what was really said or done in Bonneville that year, but the sources speak of a proposed marriage of Harold's sister to a Norman noble and of Harold taking Agatha, William's daughter, for a bride. It is suggested by the medieval historian Eadmer that William would allow Harold to return to England with Hakon and would release Wulfnoth once Harold had masterminded the succession of William to the throne. In the event, Harold did indeed return with Hakon, leaving Wulfnoth behind. Harold's subsequent elevation to the throne, his brother Tostig's banishment and alliance with Harald Sigurdsson of Norway are the stuff of history. It all led to the invasion of Northumbria by Harold and Tostig and the opening battles of the tumultuous year of 1066. After Harold and Tostig's victory over Earls Edwin and Morcar at Fulford Gate outside York on 20 September 1066, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records that York gave hostages to the two victors, with the chronicler John of Worcester noting that 150 were exchanged on either side. If this is the case, it would seem Harald Sigurdsson, despite his victory, was in a mood to do business with Northumbria in his quest for the English throne. The need for further hostages was to be satisfied by a rendezvous at the junction of roads to the east of York. History would show that here at Stamford Bridge, on the crossing of the Derwent, the English King Harold and his men would be ahead of the Allies and achieve a famous victory. But once again, the issue of the hostage exchange plays centrally in the story. After the crushing and total defeat of the Norwegians at the hands of the English, the remnants who were allowed to sail away by King Harold included Earl Paul of Orkney, who dutifully left hostages behind, promising, along with the son of the Norwegian king, never to return. William the Conqueror's usage of the hostage was no less effective. After the victory at Hastings, he extracted hostages from the remaining English nobility at Berkhamsted during a punitive campaign conducted around southern England. The submission of Edgar the Atheling, with whom William would have a curiously long and troubled relationship, and the notable Londoners with him did not stop the countryside from being pillaged and burnt. A new era was dawning as England began to feel the effects of the Norman style of strategic warfare. It can be seen that the history of Anglo-Saxon warfare is very well evidenced by an account of one of its chief mechanics, that of the hostage negotiation. Deals were broken, oaths sometimes meant nothing, treaties ignored. On other occasions the method worked very well indeed. but always somewhere in the thick of it stood a hostage. Blinded, mutilated, incarcerated, or sometimes just kept at court and treated well enough, the story of the hostage is the story of Anglo-Saxon warfare. We have observed many examples of the grim fate of hostages throughout the period. One is drawn to sympathise finally with a certain Athelwine, nephew of Earl Leofric, who is mentioned in Hemming's Cartulary, a list of charters and documents compiled around the time of the Norman conquest, includes the fact that he had lost both hands while a hostage of the Danes. If our Athelwine could ever have dictated his story, it would not have made pleasant reading for anyone. Chapter 2. Military Organization. Recruitment and Obligation. The words used by Anglo-Saxons themselves for army vary between the word fyrd and the word here. Historically, the word fyrd, from faran, to travel, has been taken to mean an expeditionary force, which may not in essence be correct. The contexts in which the words here and fyrd are used in the contemporary texts tend to point to the Anglo-Saxon fyrd being a defensive type of army and the here being an offensive kind. Both Danish and English armies could be described as a here provided they were somehow on the offensive. Few subjects, however, are more obscure and controversial in the world of Anglo-Saxon military studies as that of how the fyrd of the later Anglo-Saxon era was supplied with its men. It was the right of an Anglo-Saxon freeman to bear arms. Central to the historic arguments of how Anglo-Saxon armies were formed was the role of the ceorl, the free peasant warrior. Ideas varied for centuries as to whether an Anglo-Saxon army was essentially one of noble warriors who were summoned by the king in return for land and privileges, or whether it was a general levy of able-bodied freemen, or even a mixture of both. These arguments had their basis in political perceptions of the origins of Englishness and the contemporary spin that people put on it. Was the Anglo-Saxon army some sort of socialist utopia or a system more closely linked to post-conquest feudalism and aristocratic bonds? The view often held by Victorian historians that the Anglo-Saxon army was somehow a nation at arms is not generally accepted today, but remnants of the idea of it still can be found in the modern literature. Historians have tried to address exactly how the mechanics of military obligation worked. How would anyone be made to come to battle, and what would they do if they could not? It is now generally accepted that the key to understanding how this worked is in acknowledging the mechanic that drove the whole thing, the personal lordship bond. It has been argued, with growing success, that the lordship ties that held society together were central to the military process throughout the whole period. In the early 1960s, Warren Hollister provided a seductive solution to the whole problem, acknowledging the diversity of opinion on the matter. The fyrd was not in fact one, but two things. There was a great fyrd, which consisted of a kind of poorly armed peasant nation at arms, and there was a select fyrd, consisting of semi-professional, well-equipped land-owning warriors whose obligations were based on the five-hide land-holding unit. The linchpin around which Hollister constructed his theory was a now widely quoted passage in the Domesday Book for Berkshire. If the king sent an army anywhere, only one soldier went from 5 hides, and 4 shillings were given him from each hide as subsistence and wages for 2 months. This money, indeed, was not sent to the king, but was given to the soldiers. Here, then, was the select fyrdsman, a warrior supported by funding, whose duty was to attend the royal host. The fact that he brought money with him hints at the likelihood that there was somewhere arranged for him to spend it. But to find out why the Berkshire Thane bothers at all to turn up for the king, we need to dig deeper into history. In the early Anglo-Saxon period, when a king summoned his fyrd, he would expect his personal retainers, yesithus or companions, to arm themselves and would expect the duties of his duguth, senior landed retainers with a proven military track record, to be fulfilled. The Duguth were men who had served with their lord's household throughout their youth, and had been rewarded with a little land themselves upon which to found their own group of dependent men. Given the right circumstances, such a man could rise to become as powerful as the lord he served. They would turn up for campaign with their own retinues, consisting of people who had received from them various gifts such as rings, treasures, and war gear. Above the Duguth was a senior warlord for whom all this was being done. Ultimately, the head of the kin group was the man whose influence, wealth, and gift-giving capabilities were the greatest. He was the king. The very word king comes from the Old English kinning, which means chief of kinsmen. Understandably, in a system such as this, his power was immense. Law Code 51 of King Ina of Wessex, 688 to 726, spells out the consequences of neglecting fyrd service. If a Ysydd man who holds land neglects military service, he shall pay 120 shillings and forfeit his land. A nobleman who holds no land shall pay 60 shillings. A chirlish, free peasant, shall pay 30 shillings as penalty for neglecting the fyrd. This law is thought to reflect the structure of the earlier Anglo-Saxon armies, in that when a king called out his fyrd, it would consist of his own landed companions, those who owed service to these men through some other gift exchange, and the free peasants who served them. However, by the 8th century, the rise in the power and wealth of the Church had begun to throw a spanner in the works. The Church required its land in perpetuity, and not just for the lifetime of the king who gave it. A system came into being called bookland. This grant of land to the Church came with no obligations from the Church to the king, except, it seems, for the securing of his soul in heaven. But for the king it meant that the land was permanently removed from his financial and administrative system and given to his ultimate lord, God himself. Bookland was a problem that took time to materialize, but which had inevitable consequences for the kings of Middle Saxon England. The more land you gave away free from military service dues, the smaller your warrior base became, and potentially your kingdom would become vulnerable to other kings or raiders. The answer to the problem was found in the kingdom of Mercia. King Athelbald, 716 to 757, decreed that churches and monasteries could hold their land free from all dues except bridge building and the defence of fortifications. The mighty King Offa, 757 to 796, extended this to the all-important fyrd duty. Thus, the three necessities, or common burdens, were founded. These burdens became the bedrock of military recruitment across the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of England, until they were modified by Alfred the Great, 871 to 900, in his grand reforms of the 9th century. At around the same time as the bookland issue was being resolved, there was a change in terminology being employed. The Duguth was a term in decline, and seems to have been replaced by the word thane, which soon came to be a widely used term across the country. The thane held the bookland from the king in return for military service. The nobleman who held the large estate known as the shire, or shire, would be the ealdorman. So the nature of recruitment on the eve of the Viking invasions at the end of the 8th century was fairly straightforward. The armies of Anglo-Saxon England ranged from small war bands of local thanes to larger, more territorial units commanded by ealdormen who were protecting their shires. Above this was the royal host, called out by the king himself, which in effect was made up of numerous groups of thanes, ealdormen, and their retinues. All of the constituent parts of these forces came to the battlefield through the duties imposed upon them by lordship ties bound by a mixture of gift-giving and land tenure. The activities of the larger hosts throughout this period are well documented, since they are the instruments of the king. Wars between Saxon kingdoms such as Wessex and Mercia, or between Mercia and the Welsh kingdoms, feature in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. But when Alfred the Great first fought the great heathen army alongside his brother, King Ethelred I, the chroniclers make a revealing statement about how armies were then organised. The entry for 871 says that during that year there were 9 general engagements between the West Saxons and the Danes. This figure did not count the expeditions that the king's brother, Alfred, ealdormen and king's thanes often rode on. The message here is clear. Senior noblemen, ealdormen and king's thanes were each capable of mounting their own military expeditions outside of the activities of the royal host. The king's host would of course take weeks to gather together. Importantly, the chronicler mentions that these smaller forces rode on their campaigns. So how did military provision change during Alfred's reign? The answer lies in the years after the watershed Battle of Edington, 878, when Alfred finally rid himself of Guthrum the Dane in a famous encounter. After Edington, over the next 2 decades, Alfred instigated a series of fortified places throughout his kingdom, resulting in an entirely new type of defence. A defence-in-depth system in which no 2 forts were more than around 20 miles apart. The impact of these forts and how they were manned is examined later, but the most important point of the reforms was that the fyrd was organised into a 3-part system. We are told by the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle in the entry for 894, in a passage that describes the strategic manoeuvring against the renewed Viking threat in southeast England, that the king had separated his army into 2, so that there was always half at home and half out, except for those men who had to hold the fortresses. The raiding army did not come out in full from those positions more than twice. Ample evidence, then, for a system that had its obvious benefits. With a strategically gifted commander such as Alfred, and with numerous manpower resources spread deliberately over the landscape, the new kingdom of the Anglo-Saxons was to be a well-defended place indeed. This kingdom was born out of the combination of Wessex and the English parts of Mercia. Eventually, it would expand under King Athelstan, 924 to 939, to become the Kingdom of the English. The new mechanism meant that there was always one part of the force at home on their estates, another in the field at a state of readiness, and a third part on fortress duty. They could act in coordination with one another or mount their own expeditions. It was a plan based on Alfred's own observations of the Carolingian model, which in itself probably borrowed from a papal Italian arrangement for the defence of Rome. The point is that it worked. Despite some notable problems when one Anglo-Saxon's force's tour of duty had expired before its replacements could take over from it, as happened in 893 at Thorney Island, it remains the case that the Anglo-Saxon armies of southern England were vastly better organised than they had been when the Vikings first descended upon Wessex. Alfred's reorganisation still required strong leadership to put into action. Moreover, one fundamental thing remained unchanged, and that was the basic makeup of the fyrd. It still comprised the same people. The cost of all this, however, was immense. Inevitably, the system was doomed to be a hostage to neglect. After the reign of King Edgar, 959 to 975, during which the Anglo-Saxons had achieved an unprecedented level of power in the British Isles, the recruitment system in part fell back upon makeshift levies based on land tenures measured in hidage. The grand fortification schemes employed by Alfred, his son Edward the Elder, 900 to 924, and his grandson Athelstan, 924 to 939, had in places fallen into disrepair, leaving England vulnerable once again to Viking attack. This is not to say that King Ethelred, 979 to 1016, did not attempt to rectify the situation. In fact, far from it. Ethelred's attempted reforms, particularly in respect of naval provision, were ambitious to say the least. Between 1008 and 1013, the king instigated reforms which included the construction across the country of a navy of around 200 ships and the provision of mail coats for thousands of warriors. However, all the time the king had to pay increasingly burdensome sums of money to pay off the Danes, and soon he even took on a Danish contingent of his own, which required feeding and provisioning. The 5-hide unit is usually associated with a thanelie rank. this being an amount of land that qualifies its holder in that rank. However, it is clear from Domesday Book that there was great variety in the land-based obligation, varying wildly from region to region. A nobleman holding just a few hides might be required to provide a warrior, while an estate of well over 5 hides might only be obliged to provide just a single warrior. It depended on the nature of the arrangement between the landholder and the king. If an estate had to provide more than one warrior, the head of the estate would need to recruit from his tenants or find a way of replacing what he could not provide with a money payment so the king could hire a mercenary. What seems not to have changed was the bond through lordship that drove the obligation. As if to reinforce this notion at a time when service seems to have been widely based on landholding arrangements, the Danish King of England, Canute, 1016 to 1036, came up with a stringent law for deserting one's lord. Concerning the man who deserts his lord, and the man who, through cowardice, deserts his lord or his comrades on a military expedition, either by sea or by land, shall lose all that he possesses and his own life, and the lord shall take back the property and the land which he had given him. And if he has book land, it shall pass into the king's hand. By the time of the Battle of Hastings, it is still the case that King Harold's army would have been recruited largely through the bond of personal lordship ties. Land tenure based on the 5-hide unit certainly came into it, but so too did the royal purse and the provision therein for mercenary hire. While not as rigidly organised as the armies of the later Alfredian period, those of 1066 were just as capable of providing results in the field. What do we know, however, of how long it took any of these armies to gather a force into the field? We have precious little evidence to answer this question, but what little we do have points to the reasons why it was so easy for Scandinavian coastal predators to achieve so much in a short space of time. We know from the 871 Anglo-Saxon Chronicle entry that units of mounted men under the command of local nobles were able to put into the field almost immediately, but were small in number. Larger hosts, however, took longer to gather. Alfred's famous call to arms of 878, issued from Athelney to the remainder of his core supporters in surrounding shires, bore fruition in the 7th week after Easter, but it is not certain when the call went out. It was a nervous wait for Alfred, but when the men of Somerset, Wiltshire and parts of Hampshire answered his call, they joined him at his camp at Egbert's Stone and were ready to march with him the next day to Ely Oak and thence to Eddington. The Danish assault on Norwich in 1004 gives a clearer idea. The Danish force seems not to have been of a size that any mounted rapid reactionary-style force could deal with. Instead, Ulf Kutel Snilling, the local East Anglian leader, was obliged to play for time by buying peace from the army while he raised his force. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle is specific that Ulf Kutel had not had time enough to gather his own army at this point. The Danes stole away to Thetford, and Ulf Kutel's order for their ships to be broken up fell on deaf ears. It was 3 weeks since their first assault on Norwich when the Danes torched and sacked Thetford. The following morning they prepared to return to their ships when Ulf Kutel's East Anglians fell upon them, forcing a battle. It was a hard-fought battle which Ulf Kutel ultimately lost. However, it is explicitly stated that had Ulf Kutel's numbers been up to full strength, the Danes would never have made it back to their ships. So it would seem then that 3 weeks is barely enough time to raise a sizable force to match that of the invader. This gives an idea as to the desperation of the year 1016, a year of endemic warfare in England, when King Edmund Ironside was compelled to call out the national host at least 5 times for extensive campaigning. The year of 1066 provides its own clues, although we have to be mindful of the possibilities that Harold had with him at all times a household force of a size enough to deal with all manner of problems, probably in the form of his own and his brother's retinues and his Danish mercenaries. Nevertheless, he decided to disband his army in the south of England on 8 September 1066, but then heard of the Norwegian invasion in the north and arrived at Tadcaster on 24 September 1066. Similarly, on his dash to London, a journey of some 190 miles, the passage of time is around 2 weeks, but it is clear from the sources that this was not enough time for a full host to be properly gathered. Harold's reasons for his actions and his failure to wait at London for reinforcements may be perfectly justified based on what his strategic thinking was at the time. But once again, the lesson is that 2 or 3 weeks is barely enough for a full host to form. Quite how the Fyrd was mustered is another question that puzzles historians. Messengers will certainly have been used, but did they use any devices to show the king's will? It has been suggested from very little evidence that token wooden swords may have been used to symbolize a summons to the host. This has been based on finds of such items, sometimes with runic inscriptions from Frisia, Denmark and the Low Countries. The era is not the same, these being late Roman Iron Age or Dark Age discoveries, nor is it directly the same culture, but the intriguing possibility remains that the Anglo-Saxon messenger, when arriving at the residence of our Thane who was to prepare for war, may well have left a physical token of his visit. The size and structure of armies. The size of the armies of Anglo-Saxon England has been a subject of controversy for many years. It is generally thought that during the migration period of the 5th and 6th centuries, the average size of a war band could scarcely have numbered more than a few hundred. This much is gleaned from the historic and archaeological evidence from what is known of the Danish late Roman Iron Age continental bog finds of warrior weaponry, and what is drawn from the words of renowned ancient Roman authorities such as Tacitus. As early as the late 7th century, King Ina of Wessex, 688 to 726, was moved to categorize numbers of armed men. We call up to 7 men thieves. From 7 to 35, a band. Above that is an army. There is not a great deal that can be deduced from this code, however. Ina's army was in fact a hera. It is probably the case that fyrds and heras of the 8th century were no larger than an extended war band, perhaps numbering just a few hundred. Not until the later Anglo-Saxon period do things take on a quantifiable dimension, if only to confound us with the probability that we are only ever looking at an inherent manpower capability of a kingdom that probably never put all its available men in the field at any one time. Except, that is, for the post-reform period of Alfred's reign. A good example is the document known as the Burchal Heidige. Datable probably to the 10th century, it gives specific garrison strengths for 33 strongholds built across Alfred's Wessex and parts of Mercia. It even gives a formula for calculating the garrisons in terms of the length of forts' walls and the numbers of hides providing men to garrison them. The upshot of all this is that across his kingdom Alfred had a Burchal garrison strength of around 27,000 men. The figure for all the land south of the Thames was probably larger in reality because the Burchal Heidige does not list the obviously cooperative Kentish strongholds such as Canterbury and Rochester, nor does it cover Cornwall. Moreover, Alfred's kingdom of the Anglo-Saxons expanded into Danish Mercia during the 10th century to become the kingdom of the English under Edward the Elder, 900 to 924, and Athelstan, 924 to 939. By the time of King Edgar, 959 to 975, whose kingdom stretched from the south coast to the borders of Scotland, it must surely be the case that the king and his regional ealdormen were capable of raising forces in the field whose numbers were at the very lowest in their thousands. Writing about the famous events in London in 1016, the German bishop Dietmar of Merseburg claims he heard there were 24,000 birnis, mail coats, in London. Even he thought this was incredible, so it is unlikely to be a casual exaggeration. Quite what has happened to all these mail coats is a matter only for speculation. But the most obvious place to go, if we want to make a guess at the near unguessable, is to look at the Domesday Book and throw around a few figures. Judging from what we have shown so far about the apportionment of land and its division into hides, we might note that the Domesday Book records a total of 80,000 plough teams in the Kingdom of England. The duty imposed by Ethelred II, 979 to 1016, in 1008, requiring a ship from every 300 hides and a helmet and byrnie from every 8 hides, would indicate on the face of it a royal navy of 267 ships and an army comprising around 10,000 mail-clad warriors. Add to these armoured men their lesser armoured retainers at a ratio of, say, 2 to 1, and you have an army of 30,000 men. But even this figure is conservative, given our knowledge of the Alfredian garrison strength of Wessex alone. Quite how many of these men took to the field at any one time, when required, is another matter. The actual numbers in any one army of the period must therefore have varied wildly. One last observation on numbers goes to the Battle of Hastings. Here the English army is harder to quantify than that of the Normans. The Norman army is well recorded, and much research has been carried out as to the likely numbers who came to England in September of 1066. These figures, which are based on calculations relating to the number of recorded ships, the actual available men in Normandy, and William's mercenary contingents, in most people's estimations amount to a force of between about 5,000 and 7,000 men. Although it is the result of educated guesswork, the consensus has been that the division of Norman forces was probably along the lines of around 2,000 cavalry, 800 archers, 3,000 infantry, 1,000 sailors, and logistical support men. But what of the Anglo-Saxon army at Hastings? William apparently was told that he was likely to be swamped by English numbers when Harold's army arrived. The English army was led by Harold and his brothers Leofwin and Yrth, each with personal retinues numbering probably in their hundreds. We cannot be sure how many Danes were in the army, although it is suggested by William of Poitiers that these were considerable and had been sent by the King of Denmark to help the English. To the Danes we must add the numbers of men gathered, or at least warned to attend the host, along the way. While these may have taken time to join Harold's force and get to London, there is mention in the 12th century Robert Wace's account of the regions from which the king recruited his force. These comprised the men of London itself, Kent, Hertford, Essex, Surrey, St Edmunds, Suffolk, Norwich, Norfolk, Canterbury, Stamford, Bedford, Huntingdon, Northampton, York, Buckingham, Nottingham, Lindsey, Lincoln, Salisbury, Dorset, Bath, Somerset, Gloucester, Worcester, Hampshire, and Berkshire. We cannot be sure how authentic this evidence is, or whether each of the regions answered their call. It does not represent the entire national host either, which may be why William of Malmesbury suggested Harold's numbers were not as high as they might have been. However, if we assign an unlikely low figure of 200 men per place mentioned, we come up with a force of 5,400 men before we have even added our Danes and Earls' retinues. It is small wonder, then, that when William of Poitiers, borrowing his style from the ancients, described the English army emerging from the Wealden Forest to the north of Senlac Ridge, he said, "If an author from antiquity had described Harold's army, he would have said that as it passed, rivers dried up, the forests became open country, for from every part of the country large numbers of English had gathered." If the numbers themselves are difficult to pinpoint, the evidence outlined must surely suggest that the Anglo-Saxon military system, however allegedly archaic and obsolete by 1066, was capable of sending a force of up to 10,000 or more men to Senlac Ridge that October morning. We should not underestimate this capability. But what form did these armies take in the field? How were they structured? At the top, of course, was the chief kinsman, the king. Around him, in the later period, were the men who constituted his household retinue, heavily armoured infantrymen. Also at the king's disposal from the time of Ethelred were the Danish mercenaries available as a separate subordinate command, probably protected with mail armour and equipped with Dane axes. Further still, according to Wace in his Roman de Rue, the men of London fought around the king, presumably as heavy infantry spearmen. Wace also tells us that it was protocol for the Kent Fyrd to be the first into battle. John of Salisbury also recalls this rite of the Kent Fyrd, a very prestigious rite, but he adds that after Kent, the next in order to fight would have been the men of Wiltshire, Devon and Cornwall. The king's close kinsmen, such as brothers and sons, athelings, would have their own entourages around them, with the exception of the mercenaries and Londoners. If they were all travelling together, the size of this force alone would have been considerable. Next, the regional ealdormen or earls who took their place would also form separate command units, and they would bring along with them the thanes and their men, the ceorls or free peasants from their estates, armed and equipped variously. These forces were organised by shire, hundred and soke, private holdings. It is very clear that the armies of the later Anglo-Saxon period were both numerous and structured. Heriots. Many of the warriors of Anglo-Saxon England came to the battlefield armed and armoured, but how did they come to possess such equipment? The inclusion of heriots, or war gear, in some surviving Anglo-Saxon wills of the later period provide us with a glimpse into an ancient custom and an insight into the importance of the bond of lordship throughout the period. A heriot, herietu, was basically a death due liable for payment from people of thainly rank or higher. It was in essence the returning to one's lord of the military equipment that the warrior had obtained for taking service with his lord in the first place. The broad notion behind it was that by returning the arms and armour given to you by your lord on your death, your lord would be able to attract the service of another warrior to his household. The poem Beowulf is full of the giving of such arms by a lord to his man. For the modern historian, the heriots reflect the nature of military service in terms of numbers of men and equipment that was expected of different ranks of society. Although only broad conclusions can be drawn, they are useful nevertheless. The giving of arms was deeply rooted in Germanic custom. In Anglo-Saxon England, it continued over a period of centuries whereby it is possible to see a trend developing over time. According to surviving documentation, it would seem that in the Danelaw, heriots were often paid in hard cash instead of arms and armour, although the one surviving will of a man called Ketel, an 11th century thane of Archbishop Stigand, shows that arms and armour could still be the method of payment even in the Danish areas. For such a thane, the material in question centres around his horse and his weapons and armour, enough to equip one man. Generally, the higher up the social rankings you were, the more arms and armour you were required to provide. There are 16 heriots mentioned in the wills stretching from 946 to the period immediately preceding the Norman conquest. Some of them include material additional to the basic weapon and armour sets, such as one with a handsakes and one with a javelin. There is also mention of hawks, deerhounds, cups and dishes in some of them. In short, as the Heriot of Kettle shows, 1052 to 1066, it is possible to determine that the war gear for one well-armed aristocratic warrior amounted to one horse with tack, one helmet, one birni, mail coat, one sword, one spear and one shield. But it had not always been this straightforward. The earliest surviving heriots of Ealdorman Athelwold, 946 to 947, and Bishop Theodred, 942 to 951, would seem to have been based on the rating of an ealdorman at the time of King Edmund I, 939 to 946. Here the provision is for 4 men with horses, swords, shields and spears. There is no mention in these heriots of helmets or birnis, or of additional unsaddled horses, spears and shields for retainers as there is in later heriots. It seems the early requirements were fairly straightforward and centred round multiples of 2. Noticeably absent from all heriots, of course, is the bow, not a weapon to be associated with Anglo-Saxon nobility. During the reigns of Eadred, 946 to 956, and Edgar, 959 to 975, the requirement seems to escalate with multiples based now on a factor of 3. For example, the Heriot of Ealdorman Alfheir, 968 to 971, is rated at 6 horses, 6 shields, 6 spears, and 6 swords. The tendency to increase the Heriot of the highest-ranking member of society reflects a royal concern with the defence of the realm. By the time of Ethelred II, 979 to 1016, there is a further evolution, which, although complex, is possible to interpret. The Ealdorman rank, or its equivalent, goes up from 6 of everything to 4 fully armed and armoured men and 4 lesser armed men with the appearance of the helmet and byrnie for the first time. In fact, all Heriots appearing after 1008 contain helmets and byrnies, probably reflecting Ethelred's decrees about the increased production of such armour throughout his kingdom. It is this evolution that is represented in the Law Code 2 Canute 71, 1020 to 1023, which sets out specifically the Heriots owed by different ranks. Here we can see the discrepancy between the expectations of the men of the Danelaw and those of other parts of the kingdom. It is clear that an earl's Heriot represented the equipping of 4 fully armed men and 4 attendants to them equipped with just spear and shield. Each of them rode to battle. It is not clear how the unsaddled horses were used. They may have been used as pack horses to carry baggage, or may have been ridden without saddles by the 4 lesser armed retainers. The King's Thane of the English list seems to have been expected to provide 1 fully armoured man, presumably the King's Thane himself, and 1 lesser armoured man who has a saddled horse, sword, spear, and shield, but no helmet or byrnie, plus 2 attendants with spear and shield looking after 2 unsaddled horses. The lesser Thane is listed as one might expect. He has to bring to the battle just himself, fully armed and prepared. The Danelaw evidence is more problematic. There seems to be a cash payment expectation for a King's Thane with soka and for a lesser Thane, but quite why the King's Thane closer to the king is rated at 2 horses, 1 saddled, 1 sword, 2 spears and 2 shields with no helmet or byrnie listed is a mystery. It seems unlikely that the late Anglo-Saxon kings were not able to impose such a burden on the Danelaw, given that Ethelred had demanded many coats of mail to be made across his kingdom. Heriots later became less militarized and more associated with the concept of tenurial succession. The difficulty is in trying to apply them to the given military situation at the time of their writing. If they provide nothing else, Heriots give us a general idea of the type of equipment an Anglo-Saxon warrior was expected to possess in order to do his duty. When he performed that duty, the warrior became part of a well-organized machine, and not, as some have contended, an ad hoc reaction to the latest crisis. Logistics and communication. King Harold lost the campaign of 1066. This fact has tended to deflect our inquiries into the effectiveness of logistics in this era. Often we assume there was inadequate provision in Harold's army, or that what existed was somehow archaic, but we do not give sufficient credit to the Old English military system. Here we must concern ourselves with the evidence for the wider apparatus of how forces were supplied and informed on their long campaigns. That the earlier Anglo-Saxon kingdoms possessed the capability of large-scale feats of organization is surely evidenced by the building of Offa's Dyke. King Alfred's 3-way split of fyrd service into garrison service, army service and land service is our first clue that logistics were to be a central part of military planning. The forces were rotated, so there were always fresh men to hand, but we are not told how they were provisioned in the field. Later sources indicate the fyrdsmen were supposed to supply themselves, but as we have heard, they were to bring money with them, indicating that there must have been an arrangement for them to spend it at certain markets or on certain things. The Frankish annals of St. Bertin record that shield-selling merchants were present in the baggage train of Charles the Bald at the Battle of Andernach in 876. It is difficult to dismiss the notion that such arrangements must have been made in England. The idea that a campaigning army sent out its own foragers is supported by some early evidence. It would also appear that such men acted as scouts for the army too. The Venerable Bede indicates that the men in the baggage train of early Northumbrian armies were married poor peasants whose job it was not to fight as such, but to bring provisions to the troops. This is a specific reference to the Thane Imma, who after the Battle of the Trent in 679 disguised himself as such an individual to escape capture and recognition by his captor's kinsman. He declared that he had come on campaign with others of his kind to bring provisions to the troops. His enemies in the Mercian army clearly bought his story. It is likely that Bede's Thane Imma was among those responsible for managing the baggage train. It is tempting to see this sort of arrangement running right through the period as a whole. Evidence from France suggests that men summoned to the Carolingian host were to bring with them enough provisions for 3 months in carts. Meat and other such provisions, it is argued for the Carolingians, was brought on the hoof or in carts. Supply dumps were arranged in advance and other foraging was undertaken while on campaign. Again, the likelihood of similar arrangements in Anglo-Saxon England is very high, but as always much harder to find. Those responsible for overseeing supply dumps of hay for horses, grain and ale, etc., may well have been the royal horse thanes who were thought to have performed a role similar to their Frankish counterparts, the marshals, marescalers, whose association with mounted logistics is inherent in their title. Despite the extreme likelihood that the level of organization in terms of supplying an army in the field was very high, there is evidence that it could all go horribly wrong during a campaign. The sheer volume of produce required for supporting an army meant that it might have to engage wholesale in foraging. After Alfred's death during the campaign of Edward the Elder against the renegade Athelwold, which is described later, the king's Kentish contingent, traditionally in the van of a combined Anglo-Saxon army, ignored the royal pleas brought to them by no less than 7 messengers to come out from East Anglia after playing their part in a punitive campaign. It is argued that the Kentish refusal to obey the king was due to the fact that they had dispersed in order to forage for supplies. The scouts and foragers in the army, particularly those of the border areas, will have had great knowledge of routeways and trackways in their area. The routeways and roads of Anglo-Saxon England were both the result of thousands of years of evolution and, in some cases, brand new innovation. For example, the Icknield Way, which is generally regarded as the oldest road in England, running from Nettishall Heath in East Anglia in a diagonal line across the heart of England to the West Country for 105 miles, probably had its origin in the Neolithic period some 3 millennia prior to the Anglo-Saxon era. The Danish Great Heathen Army is even thought to have boldly marched down this ancient track to attack Wessex in 871. On the other hand, parts of the surviving Roman road network were still very much in use, with the old roads given English names, such as Watling Street. That the Roman network was still widespread is undoubted. Its state of repair may have varied, however, and there is one reference to a Roman road in the bounds of a Chiseldon charter dated to 955, which names the road as Brokenstret. However, the building of a grand fortification scheme in southern England by Alfred the Great certainly took advantage of the Roman network. From Exeter you could travel along Roman roads north to Bath, Cricklade, Malmesbury and Axbridge, and east towards Winchester via Bridport and Wilton, and, of course, on to London. There are, however, fascinating and repeated references to trackways that appear to be dedicated to military usage. In many charters from the Anglo-Saxon period, the word herapath appears in the bounds. In fact, there are 41 Hera paths, 3 Fjordstraits and 4 Herrestraits. Today, where these paths survive, they are often referred to confusingly as people's paths. But in Anglo-Saxon times, it is probable that these paths represented a specific network of minor roads dedicated to the assembling and quick transportation of forces between towns, fortifications, monastic centres and estates. Some examples seem to run parallel to Roman roads indicating their exclusivity, such as the A350 in northern Dorset and the A30 in Wiltshire. Where a Roman network may not have existed, or where it was inadequate for the new military needs of a region, we find Hera paths being used to link outlying estates to royal villas or monastic centres. Such is the case with the Hera paths mentioned in the boundaries of Corston, Priston and Stanton, which were 3 estates belonging to the monastery at Bath. Another example of a Hera path is one that seems to run from Roughton in Wiltshire to the Burgh of Marlborough, travelling through Yatesbury and the ancient monument at Avebury. Archaeologists contend that of the 4 entrances to the great prehistoric monument at Avebury, the eastern one is likely to have been either made or substantially altered by the Anglo-Saxons to accommodate the Hera path that ran through it. This Hera path is thought to be early 10th century in date and would have represented an era when Edward the Elder, 900 to 924, was working to consolidate his hold on Wessex while actively seeking to expand his kingdom to the north. The Yatesbury Lane Hera path linked the Minster Church at Avebury to the Burgh, and along its route around the Marlborough Downs was a small defended enclosure at Yatesbury, the ditches of which are dated to the Anglo-Saxon period. This represents an effort on the part of the Anglo-Saxon military planners to make defensible even the smaller enclosures along the routeways of the kingdom. The Yatesbury Lane Hera path, like many others, also commanded good views of the surrounding landscape along its route. Many Hera paths are associated with ridgeways, probably for this very reason. A picture emerges then of a surprisingly sophisticated level of military planning by the Anglo-Saxon kings of England. What a Hera path actually looked like is another question. They do not seem to have been metalled roads in the Roman sense, but the one at Yatesbury Lane had a ditch on one side only and was about 5 metres wide, with some tantalising geophysical evidence for wheel ruts. Elsewhere in the Somerset Quantocks, these trackways are described as 20 metres or 64 feet wide. Quite how often an English warrior's boots trod down these pathways and intricate networks is unknown. Nor is it understood how often Hera paths were used for logistical provision between towns and forts throughout the kingdom. What little evidence we have, once again, points to a level of sophistication that perhaps should not surprise us. If the Hera paths of the kingdom could aid transportation and supply of troops and goods, then what do we know of any early warning systems? There is a growing body of evidence to suggest that the Anglo-Saxons had an elaborate system of beacons dotted around the countryside. The very word beacon is Old English in origin and comes from the word beacon. But it is suggested that there are other words in Old English that imply a place name of a similar function to a beacon site. Such words are Weardsettle and Tot. Weardsettle, which means watch point, appears in a number of charters from the Anglo-Saxon period, and Tot was another name for a lookout point. The key to these systems was in their intervisibility. One fire lit on the Isle of Wight could, by a series of relayed fires, get a message to the Thames Valley in a very short space of time. The systems seem to have been related to the office of the Coastal Watch. This duty seems to have been divided across the ranks of later Anglo-Saxon society. Athelweard, our much-quoted chronicler, held land granted by Edward the Martyr in 977 at St. Kever, Cornwall, free from all royal dues except military service and the fortification of fortresses and maritime guard. Here the expected bridge work is replaced by the Coastal Watch, and it seems Athelwaird's responsibilities were great indeed. However, an ealdorman could clearly not watch the sea all by himself, which might be why an 11th century document known as the Rectitudines Singularum Personarum, the right and ranks of the people, describes some of the duties of a thane as arising out of the king's command to include equipping a guard ship and guarding the coast. Nor did it stop with the thane. The same document also mentions the cottar's right. The cottar, a peasant freeman, is referred to as having to perform the duty of keeping a coastal watch. The mechanics of the coastal watch may have worked by the cottar keeping watch on the coast under the instruction of the thane whose duty it was to organise it. Any sighting of an enemy fleet would cause the cottar to light the first in a chain of beacons leading inland along sight lines carefully prepared. The result would be the early warning to the population who could flee their homesteads and get to the bourse and other fortifications in plenty of time. A picture emerges then of a landscape dominated by signalling and communications networks no less effective than the beacon systems of the days of the threat from the Spanish Armada, the very organisation of which seems to have been largely based upon its Anglo-Saxon predecessor. The evidence for Anglo-Saxon beacon systems is overwhelming, even though their study is still in its infancy. For example, evidence of London's defence is provided by a Tot site at none other than Tothill Street in Westminster, near to which archaeologists believe was an artificially created mound set up for the purpose of such communication. There is also evidence that the Herapath system was inextricably linked in with the beacon system, with roads identified as far away as Beeford in North Devon leading directly into Oxford Street in London, where a charter records a Herastrata, possibly identifiable with the London Herapatha of a charter of 909. At Nettlecombe Tout in Dorset, a beacon seems to have been placed directly on the course of a Herapath. A further postulated system exists along the line of the old Roman road Staines Street, running from Chichester to London, where out of 15 identified sites, 6 contain the place name element Tot. At the seaward end of the system would have been the Sea-Watch beacon at Chichester. There are hints in the sources that these grand civil defence systems were much vaunted by the Anglo-Saxons, and that their Viking enemies took some pride in outmanoeuvring the English in such deeply defended landscapes as the campaigns of 1006 may demonstrate. Logistics seem to have played a part in joint land and sea operations. Whether ships supplied campaigning forces with victuals alone, or strategically landed fresh troops or reduced areas of coastline is unknown. One suspects a mixture of all these. Athelstan's grand campaign of 934 in Scotland can only have been sustained with support from the sea. Also, King Edmund I's 940 to 946 extraction of support from Malcolm of Scotland was to include a promise of support on both land and sea. Other examples include Earl Seward's Scottish expedition of 1054 against Macbeth and Earl Harold's combined operation alongside his brother Tostig in Wales in 1063. In the following analysis of the mounted provision, mercenary provision and naval provision in Anglo-Saxon England, the administrative and logistical capability of the Anglo-Saxons is a central theme. Despite the huge expense of maintaining such a system, and despite changes and a subsequent decline in the later 10th century, the King of England in the early 11th century had at his disposal a capability the envy of any ruler of Christendom. Perhaps this explains why, in 1066, so many people wanted it for themselves. The question of cavalry. An earl belongs on the back of a horse. A troop must ride in a company. A foot soldier stand fast. Maxims 1, 62-3. The question of the existence of an Anglo-Saxon cavalry is another area of controversy. People have assumed that the Anglo-Saxons fought only on foot and had very little knowledge of horses, rarely putting them to any military use. The reasons for this long-standing view are complex and numerous. Certainly, there are historical sources who say that the Anglo-Saxons were unable to fight on horseback and that the use of the horse as a tactical option on the battlefield was unknown to them. This goes back as far as Procopius in the 7th century. References to the English sending their horses to the rear while their riders proceeded to fight on foot are known from the accounts of the Battle of Maldon and the Battle of Hastings. Also, we have to contend with the 12th century historian Henry of Huntingdon's assertion that the English did not know how to fight on horseback, and the Carmen's acerbic remark that, "A race ignorant of war, the English scorn the solace of horses, and trusting in their strength, they stand fast on foot, and they count it the highest honour to die in arms, that their native soil may not pass under another yoke." With propaganda like this, it is easier to see why the Anglo-Saxons' reputation for not having a cavalry has stuck for so long. Modern historians have tended to reinforce the notion of the Anglo-Saxon lack of cavalry by producing sometimes quite astounding theories. The lack of evidence for metal stirrups until the arrival of the Vikings, for example, is often put forwards as a reason the English could not possibly have adopted mounted tactics, because their riders would somehow be unsteady in the saddle. The fact that the native English horse was no more than a pony is the often peddled nonsense in support of the English ignorance of cavalry. Thankfully, the tide is turning on these theoretical points due to recent research. The stirrups need not be an issue for horsemanship, and in any case the lack of evidence for metal ones does not preclude the existence of wooden or rope equivalents. In fact, the Old English word for stirrup was stirrup, which literally means climbing rope. Also, studies of horse management in England prior to the Norman conquest and the archaeological evidence to support it show the Anglo-Saxon horse to be the physical equivalent of its continental cousin. The problem is this: people have made assumptions about the Anglo-Saxons' mounted skills based on not only Norman propaganda, but on the knowledge that the Normans themselves were consummate cavalrymen. Their destriers, it is correctly argued, could charge home on the battlefield, and their riders were trained to use the couched lance style of fighting on the battlefield, a famously impressive tactic. Their cavalry charges attracted comment from the Byzantine writer Anna Komnena, who spoke of the Normans being able to break the walls of Babylon. It has to be said that there is no evidence that the mounted Anglo-Saxon ever fought in this way, and so all of this leaves the reputation of the Anglo-Saxon horseman with a lot of ground to make up. However, when we examine the evidence for the presence of the mounted Anglo-Saxon, we find that for years we have probably been asking the wrong question. It is not a matter of whether the Anglo-Saxons had a cavalry as such. There has been a refreshing move away from this polarized argument in recent years, with an acknowledgement that the Anglo-Saxons' usage of horses by way of mounted infantry was so widespread as to blur the distinction between foot and horse. The evidence is overwhelmingly in favour of there being mounted troops employed on a very wide scale, and the importance of a nobleman's ownership of horses is clearly outlined in the Heriots of the age. It is rather a question of how did the Anglo-Saxons employ their horses in a military context. As early as the 8th century, the Venerable Bede mentions the importance of the horse in the context of royal gift-giving. King Oswine, 644 to 651, gave a royal horse to St. Aidan. From the pagan Saxon period, there is a horse burial at Laken Heath which shows us that the value of the animal has a great ancestry among the Anglo-Saxons. In a military context, an early reference to the Anglo-Saxon use of cavalry on the battlefield is captured on the Abelemno stone, which depicts a Pictish and Northumbrian army both fighting on horseback at the Battle of Dunnichan in 685. With the arrival of the Danes in East Anglia in 865, the references to mounted bodies of men, both Danish and English, appears with great frequency in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. The very fact that the Danes horsed themselves from East Anglia points to the existence of royal or ecclesiastical stud farms across that kingdom. Such horse management is no light matter. A charter of the English puppet king Ceolwulf, 874 to circa 880, of Mercia, dating to 875, refers to the freeing of the whole diocese of the Hwicce from feeding the king's horses and those who lead them. Given that a horse can consume 12 pounds of grain and up to 13 pounds of hay each day, as well as gallons of water, indicates this was quite some reprieve for the people of that ancient district. The fact that horses were actively employed in small military units under the command of senior nobles is evidenced by the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle entry for 871, which talks of uncounted individual mounted forays. These smaller actions were almost certainly the English counter-response to the Vikings' necessity to send out their own small foraging parties. The terms used to describe mounted forces in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle are twofold. They are either described as Jehorsadan Ra, 867, 877, 1010 and 1015, or Rada Hera, 891. These terms often apply to the Danes, and there is some ambiguity regarding the first term being an English word indicating a horsed body of sorts. However, the second term contains the familiar element Hera. This has more militaristic connotations of a mounted troop on the offensive. The Danes are sometimes described as being outmanoeuvred in the landscape by mounted Anglo-Saxons. Such an example is the young Edward the Elder's outriding of the Danes in the Farnham campaign of 893. But it is to the chronicler Athelweard that we owe a revealing reference to a sizable force of mounted Anglo-Saxons. Using the Latin term equestri, he describes Ealdorman Athelhelm of Wiltshire's preparation and execution of a giant mounted force to chase the Danes ultimately to a retreat at Buttington, where they were surrounded and besieged in 893. Athelweard, a nobleman himself, would not have used the term equestri if he had not meant to. If none of this is enough to convince us that there were separate mounted contingents in the Anglo-Saxon army, then the quote from Maxims 1 at the beginning of this section might assist. It refers to the noble affiliation of the Anglo-Saxon horseman and the need for a mounted body to ride in company, Yetruma, meaning firm, and for a foot soldier to hold his ground. A clear distinction is made between the two types of unit and their cohesive requirements. When we come to the end of Alfred's reign and the reigns of his son and grandsons, we can see a great deal of evidence for the proper management of horses in a military context. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle entry for 896 refers to 2 horse thanes, whose rank was high enough for them to be included in a list of important people who had recently lost their lives. Of these, one was Swithwulf, bishop in Rochester, and Ceolmund, ealdorman in Kent, and Berthwulf, ealdorman in Essex, and Wulfred, ealdorman in Hampshire, and Aelherd, bishop at Dorchester, and Eadwulf, the king's thane in Sussex, and Beornwulf, town reeve in Winchester, and Edgewulf, the king's horse thane, and many in addition to them, though I have named the most distinguished. The same year Wulfric, the king's horse thane, passed away. He was also the Welsh reeve. The horse thane's role is unknown, but it is likely to have involved the organisation of horse management and breeding in their areas and for the provision of horse fodder, particularly over the winter months when foals and mares would need nutrition to avoid stunted growth. It was probably similar to the French marshals or constables, literally count of the stable. Later, in the 11th century, the office of staller appears in the record. Many stallers are described by the Normans as constables in 1066. King Athelstan, 924 to 939, was concerned enough about the giving away of horses as to decree that no man part with a horse over sea unless he wished to give it. 2 Athelstan 18. It is generally thought this indicates a royal desire to control the practice of open horse trading to potential enemies outside of the tradition of gift-giving in arrangements such as marriages. Another code of Athelstan's, 2 Athelstan 16, demands that 2 mounted men be provided from every plough in a landowner's possession. Once again, the importance of mobility is paramount in the king's mind. Athelstan, by 927, was in the process of building a vast empire, and he knew that this could not be achieved without mobility. Studs had been under pressure during the period of Viking depredations in the decades gone by. But since 919, the English kings had harboured at court some Breton exiles, famous for their horsemanship. Their influence over the English horse stock in terms of Arabs and or Barbs is not properly understood, but into the equine mix in 926 came an offering from abroad of great magnificence. William of Malmesbury tells us of a gift to Athelstan from Hugh, the Duke of the Franks, which included horses. He, Adolf, the leader of Hugh's mission, produced gifts at Abingdon on a truly munificent scale, such as might instantly satisfy the desires of a recipient, however greedy. The fragrance of spices that had never before been seen in England, noble jewels, emeralds especially, from whose green depths reflected sunlight lit up the eyes of the bystanders with their enchanting radiance, many swift horses with their trappings, champing at their teeth, as Virgil says. Just how many horses or what breed they were we do not know. Frankish horses were often obtained from Spanish stock. One wonders, with his system of horse thanes and royal studs, whether a breeding programme may have sprung from the gift somewhere in the fields of southern England. Perhaps it is significant that a grand campaign in Scotland was undertaken in 934 at about the time some of these horses or their offspring would have been ready. Perhaps also the reference to mounted action in the Battle of Brunanburh, 937, is no poetic device but a statement of fact. All day long the West Saxons with elite cavalry pressed in the tracks of the hateful nation, with mill-sharp blades severely hacked from behind those who fled battle. This reference to elite cavalry may seem overstated. The Old English word used is eorid kistum, from eoch, taken by some, but by no means all, to mean warhorse. But it raises the final and most vexed of all questions. We have surely established the existence of an independent mounted arm in the Anglo-Saxon military toolkit, but how was it employed, if at all, on the battlefield? The Battle of Brunanburh reference seems to point to the retaining of a mounted reserve fresh for the chase. It was in the rout where the most enemy casualties were accrued, and here we have a dedicated body of mounted men prosecuting the rout from horseback using swords. So, English armies fought on foot, but sometimes prosecuted the rout on horseback? Unfortunately, there are further references to the mounted Anglo-Saxon in action, and each of them presents its own difficulty of interpretation. For example, when the visiting Norman Eustace of Boulogne allowed his men to run amok in Dover in 1051, the English response was swift and, it appears, on horseback. The chronicler refers to great harm being done on either side with horse and also with weapons. 4 years later, in 1055, there is a reference most often quoted in support of the theory that the English could not fight on horseback. Let us examine it. John of Worcester's chronicle entry describes the pre-conquest Norman Earl Ralph of Hereford's attempt to get the Fyrd to fight mounted. Here, at the Battle of Hereford, he is said to have ordered the English to fight on horseback contrary to their custom, contra morem in equis pugnare usit. But the Earl, with his French and Norman cavalry, fled the field, and Worcester goes on to say, seeing which, the English with their commander also fled. The enemy of the Hereford force, which comprised the men of the exiled Anglo-Saxon Earl Alfgar and the Welsh King Gruffydd, gave chase and slew 400 of the fleeing English forces. It would be hard to see how this could have happened if Alfgar's own forces were not mounted. There is no real problem in translation. The phrase contra morem in equis pugnare usit means the English were ordered to fight contrary to their custom, on horseback. But what does it imply? Does it mean that being horsed from the outset and being asked to fight a full cavalry battle in the manner of their Norman commander was the alien concept, or was it that the English simply had no idea of horseback warfare? It is surely the most probable interpretation that, at Hereford, the mounted Englishmen were asked to fight in a way they knew little about, and not that they knew nothing of horseback fighting. And as for the quality of their horsemanship, perhaps we should remind ourselves of who broke first that day. Finally, the account written by Snorri Sturluson in Heimskringla of repeated English cavalry charges upon the Norwegian lines at Stamford Bridge, 1066, is perhaps not reliable evidence. It was written in the 13th century by a man who admitted in his own prologue that the truth of his accounts was based only on what wise old men had passed down. There is confusion over the 1066 campaign in this account, and what Snorri has to say about the cavalry charges at Stamford Bridge smacks much more of Norman tactics at Hastings. So what can we conclude about Anglo-Saxon mounted warfare? The ownership of horses was a nobleman's obligation, supported by royal legislation and systems of management. The English use of a mounted infantry arm is strongly supported by the evidence, as is the existence of separate dedicated mounted forces. The ranges over which they campaigned were vast, and they often overtook their mounted enemies, outmanoeuvring them in the landscape. There is no evidence at all that the Anglo-Saxon armies fought cavalry battles in the style of the Normans. On a tactical level, all the evidence points to the dismounting of riders and the fighting of the battle on foot in a time-honoured tradition. In fact, the sending of the horses to the rear prior to the onset of a battle was not even an exclusively Anglo-Saxon thing. As a way of demonstrating defiance, 9th century Franks and 12th century Normans did it as well. The defying aspect was the fact that once dismounted, the army could not easily run away from the battle. There is, however, tantalizing evidence to support the theory of a mounted reserve being retained for the chase at a tactical level as at Brunanburh. The great change that came with Anglo-Norman warfare of the 12th century was the usage of the mounted knight at a tactical level. This was a time when the first histories of Anglo-Saxon England were being written. The Anglo-Saxons' usage of a mounted arm and that of the Anglo-Normans are incomparable, and contemporaries knew it. On the one hand, we have a widespread mounted infantry philosophy accompanied by limited cavalry activity on the battlefield, while on the other we have the famous charging Norman milites riding around in their squadrons of well-trained cavalrymen. There is one last word on the reason for all the confusion. If we could transport ourselves back in time and observe King Alfred's noblemen riding to chase down the Danish foragers, to Ealdorman Athelhelm's march to Buttington, to Edward the Elder's overtaking of the Danes at Farnham, to King Athelstan's victorious pursuit of the retreating Confederates at Brunanburh, and to King Harold's swift response to crises at either end of his kingdom, we would not be able to avoid one observation. The Anglo-Saxon army looked like a cavalry force. They simply got off their horses, for the most part, when it came to the important matter of sword-play. Similarly, the Danes obliged by behaving in much the same way. With the Normans came a watershed and the dawning of a new era in mounted warfare in England. By the 12th century, the age of the brave warrior hero who faced his opponent on foot was all but gone. Tributes, gelds, and mercenaries. It is important to distinguish between two forms of payment raised throughout the age of the Viking invasions by the English kings. On the one hand, there was gaffal, a form of tribute payment to the enemy. On the other, there was herregjeld. Herregjeld was an annual army tax, first instituted in 1012 by Ethelred II, 979 to 1016, to pay for the mercenary services of Thorkel the Tall. It remained in use until it was abolished by Edward the Confessor in 1051. When the idea was rekindled by the Anglo-Norman monarchy, its name Danegeld recalled its very first purpose. The tax was based on land ownership and was assessed at a certain number of pence per hide, and it was collected at fixed times each year through the hundreds in the shires. There are hints that gaffal payments predated the Herield policies of Ethelred. It could be the case that King Alfred's 871 to 899 trouble with his own archbishop came from a practice of raising tribute money through the church to pay off the Vikings in the early years of his Danish wars. Gaffal was not set at a fixed amount and could be raised by almost any means in an emergency. It is sometimes mentioned alongside the word metsunga, indicating feeding or provisioning, which in its own way narrows the gap somewhat between the two types of taxation, both of which provide a means of support for the foreign force with differing degrees of reciprocity. The payment made in 991 to the Danes of £10,000 of silver was described as gaffal by the chronicler, and it was said to be the first payment of the new age of invasions. Again, in 994, King Ethelred offered the Danes gaffal and metsunga if they would leave off their raiding. This time it was £16,000, and the Danes took up winter quarters at Southampton and were fed from the land of Wessex. It seems a Herield was also paid in this year, totalling £22,000. Again, in 1002, the king and his councillors agreed to pay £24,000 in gaffal and metsunga. In 1006 to 1007, a colossal gaffal of £36,000 was paid. In 1009, to the misery of the men of East Kent, a further £3,000 was paid to get the raiders to leave. In 1012, it reached a huge £48,000. The next year saw a slight variation in terminology. The invading Dane Sweyn demanded yield and metsunga to overwinter, while Thorkel demanded the same for his fleet at Greenwich. After his return from brief exile in Normandy, King Ethelred kept the payments to Thorkel. In 1014, a yield of £21,000 was paid to the Greenwich fleet. In 1018, after the wars with Ethelred and his son had been won and Canute was king, the heaviest tax of all was levied at £72,000 from across the kingdom, and separately a sum of £10,500 from London. This last was described as a gaffal, but the circumstances of Canute's levy are, of course, somewhat different to the earlier ones, given that he was now the Dane in the ascendancy. It is clear, then, that some payments were to bribe the enemy to stop its raiding, while the others were literally to support or employ them. So, what use was made of these mercenaries over the years, and who were they? The identity of Thorkel the Tall is clear enough, but it is not always that easy to distinguish the mercenary. First, we must be careful how we use this term. Increasingly, towards the end of the period, men turned up on the battlefield who, despite their military obligation to their lord, may have had a stipendiary penny in their pouch as well. But these are not true mercenaries as such, nor, for that matter, are the many groups who fought alongside Anglo-Saxon leaders as military allies. There is a distinction between the hired man, Hiraman, who became familiar to the court of Alfred the Great as his wealth increased, and the Fyrdsman, whose loyalties were based on more traditional lordship bonds and land tenure. Neither of these two categories could be said to be true mercenaries. An example of the difficulties in interpretation might be the household hired men of King Alfred's court. These men were bound to Alfred through love of their lord, but were rewarded not just by the old-fashioned gift and ring-giving mechanisms of yesteryear, but also by hard cash. Their roles within Alfred's kingdom were manifold. Some would be messengers, horsekeepers, and administrators, as well as warriors. The English economy in the Viking period was becoming more monetarily based, and Alfred was able to leave £200 in silver coins to these followers on his death. These men were not mercenaries. The same may not be said for Alfred's Frisian sailors, who featured heavily in his new naval reforms. But even here, the mercenary status of the sailors is never overly emphasized. There was a propensity to portray such people as an extension of the hired men philosophy, thus legitimizing their ties to a more historic form of relationship with the Anglo-Saxon king. We cannot be sure of the status of the Frisians, but one thing is certain: they fought and died in Alfred's new fleet. The 10th century saw increasing amounts of foreigners at the English court. Notably, there were Bretons who had fled to King Edward the Elder in 919 after the Vikings had invaded their lands. King Athelstan harboured the Bretons and stood godfather to one, Alan. Alan was raised in England before Athelstan masterminded a campaign in Brittany to restore the Bretons to power. But these were foreigners who fought alongside the forces of the English king as allies and not as paid mercenaries. King Athelstan's famous struggles with the confederacy of Scots, Vikings and Strathclyde Britons saw him enlist the help of the Vikings Egil and Thorolf, if we are to believe Egil's saga. Again, the exact nature of the relationship is not known. There is likely to have been more at stake than the mere payment of money for service, since a whole kingdom was up for grabs. The new wave of Viking attacks, which recommenced around 990, saw an initial response by local leaders, who by now could operate independently on behalf of the crown in their local areas. But England was still a remarkably rich land, more so now than it had ever been before. And it is in the reign of Ethelred II, 979 to 1016, that the beginnings of a true mercenary story can be told. In 994, after Olaf Tryggvason and Sweyn Forkbeard together ravaged the south coast of England and the gaffal of £16,000 was paid to the force in Southampton, Ethelred came to an agreement with Olaf that if any other fleet should attack his coastline, Olaf would come to the aid of the English for as long as the king could provision him. Also, it was agreed that lands that harboured such hostile forces should be treated as an enemy by both parties. The arrangement was preceded by the same sponsorship once shown by Alfred to Guthrum, but more importantly included the herrield of £22,000 of silver. Despite the fact that Olaf returned to Norway, it is generally thought that a mercenary naval force would have remained to assist Ethelred in the spirit of the agreement. One Danish leader, Pelle, was even given lands in return for his service. This can be seen as an attempt to legitimize him above and beyond the mercenary to someone who had a vested interest in loyalty to the king. But Pelle's subsequent treachery and return to the bosom of the enemy proved it to be a worthless policy. Pelle's disloyalty probably led to the notorious St. Brice's Day massacre of 1002, whereby the king, in desperation, ordered the extermination of Danes who had settled in England. Ethelred's employment of Thorkel the Tall raises the question of the role of the later Anglo-Saxon housecarl. It has been argued that the institution developed out of the cult of the legendary Jomsvikings and flourished in England from the time of Knut to the Battle of Hastings, 1016 to 1066. Mythology surrounds these warriors and the legal guild that is supposed to have accompanied them. Earl Godwin's trial, for example, is supposed to be an example of such Scandinavian legal deliberations. Much ink has been spilled over the origins of these famous heavily armoured axemen, but the likelihood is that they were Danish versions of the Alfredian household retainer. Through the next generation, up to the Norman conquest, they became an Anglo-Danish version of the same thing. A man described as a housecarl in one document may turn up elsewhere as a thane or minister of the king. That they existed as an entity is not doubted. They were present at the translation of the remains of Ælfhere in 1023, are recorded at the side of Queen Emma in 1035, and some are recorded as dwelling on 15 acres of land in Wallingford. That the housecarls were financially supported is not in question. The Domesday Book specifically records some Dorset boroughs taxed for this very purpose. However, whether the institution simply became another layer of the king's and various earls' household retinues is another matter. The Danish connotations with the institution are, however, inescapable. 87% of all housecarls mentioned in documents bear names of Old Norse origin. but it remains the case that their role did not differ much from that of the English thanehood into which they settled, save for the stipend that they seem to have received. There are one or two references to mercenaries that fall outside the previous explanations. One of these is that of the rebel Earl Alfgar's Irishmen, who accompanied him on his campaign in Hertfordshire in 1055, and who almost certainly received payment for their services after waiting impatiently at Chester. The other is that of the Flemings, who served with Earl Tostig after he presumably enticed them from Flanders with promises of riches in the campaign of 1066. Neither of these examples of earls buying the service of fighting men seem to have had any lasting impact on the Anglo-Saxon state in the way that the settlement of the housecarls did, but they serve as a reminder that if anyone had the political clout and the money, he could entice people to fight with him. We have looked at the tributes and the payments made by English kings to foreign forces and discussed the background to mercenary employment in England during our period, but it is necessary to explore further another related dimension of warfare of the period, the naval aspect. Here, the mercenary once again plays a part in a very colourful history. Naval warfare. That the Anglo-Saxons were a competent seafaring nation is hardly a matter for dispute. The reputation given to King Alfred as the founder of a royal navy hides the fact that before his impressive naval reforms of the 890s, there were some perfectly successful defensive naval operations launched by the English rulers against Viking attackers. Ships were also used on the offensive as early as 633, when King Edwin of Northumbria conquered Anglesey and Man, and later in 684 when King Edgefrith ravaged Ireland. There are some triumphant references to early successes in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. An encounter at Sandwich in 851, masterminded by the Kentish king Athelstan, resulted in the capture of 9 enemy ships and the expulsion of a raiding Danish force. Even some of Alfred's pre-reform naval forces could come back from an excursion with a story of great success, most notably in 875 and 882, when his forces captured some enemy vessels, and again in 885 when an English naval force was sent to the mouth of the Stour in East Anglia and discovered and defeated 16 ships, only to lose the subsequent encounter. The story of the early English navy falls into several categories. First, there is the territorially organized system of naval service based on the 5-hide unit and landholding obligations subject to updated legislation from the king. Then, from at least the reign of Alfred the Great, 871 to 899, we have the use of stipendiary sailors of mixed origins, mostly Frisians, Danes and Norwegians. Such mercenary bands form a significant part of naval provision in the decades preceding the Norman conquest, as we have noted from our accounts of Herield payments. There is also the growing reliance upon coastal towns, particularly those on the south coast, which subsequently became the Cinque Ports of later medieval fame, to provide a naval contingent in return for certain privileges. On the eve of the Norman conquest, then, the English king could call upon ships from his own household and from his earls, ealdormen and bishops, from the shipfeard recruitment system, from paid mercenaries, and from any merchant vessels he could press-gang into service. The result was a fleet of such enormity it was the envy of many other rulers in Christendom, some of whom specifically asked for its help. English fleets reached their zenith under King Edgar, 959 to 975, and from this time were capable of regional and national patrols, of blockade duty, foreign expedition, of working in conjunction with land forces, and, above all, of meeting an enemy in the open sea and defeating it. In fact, Edgar's naval achievements are nothing short of remarkable, if we are to believe John of Worcester's summary in his account of the great king's departure from this world. During his life he formed a fleet of 3,600 stout ships, and after Easter every year he used to collect a squadron of 1,200 ships on each of the eastern, western and northern coasts of the island, and make sail with the eastern squadron until it fell in with the western, which then put about and sailed to the eastward, while the western squadron sailed northward till it met with the northern, which in turn sailed to the west. Thus the whole island was circumnavigated every summer, and these bold expeditions served at once for the defence of the realm against foreigners and to accustom himself and his people to warlike exercises. So not only did the English king have a great navy at his disposal, he also trained it once a year as well. This is a remarkable reference to the state of readiness for a force not found in any references to land armies of the period. But the numbers of vessels seem to be huge. There is yet to be an explanation for it. No account of the multitude of fleets summoned or bought throughout this whole period matches anything like this number. The very largest numbers in its hundreds. If Edgar truly had managed to establish such a force, then it is little wonder that John of Worcester thought so highly of him. John may have been carrying a message of popular memory of a phenomenally powerful king, but doubt must necessarily continue to be cast on this figure of 3,600 ships. A reduction in number by a factor of 10 might be more appropriate. So, where did it all start? Alfred's ships, which are described by the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle entry for 896 as being neither of Frisian design nor of Danish, but as it seemed to himself that they might be most useful, were built in response to the raids of the Northumbrian Danes. The Danes came to Alfred's shores in their aging askers, warships. They were now to be met with an almost impossible-sounding fleet of ships of twice the length, up to 60 oars or more, steadier and more responsive than the traditional Viking longship. The English ships were not built to the asker design, or to the cog-like Frisian merchant design known in northern waters. They were an innovation. Alfred had captured enemy ships in the past and was presumably able to have men examine their design. In fact, a later medieval chronicle assigns this brave new fleet of Alfred's to the year 877 and not 896. This much notwithstanding, these new ships were to be famously deployed off the southern coast of England in 896 with interesting consequences. The references to the Frisian and high-born English crews of these new ships provide the only indication of how they were recruited. It would seem that these ships were the king's own, and not the ships raised by the territorial Fyrd system. Edward the Elder's remarkable assemblage of 100 ships that he summoned to campaign against the Northumbrian Danes in 911 have nameless crews, but the sheer numbers suggest a territorial organization attributable to the Fyrd system. Throughout the early 10th century, there are references to similar expeditions that must surely have been crewed from the shires of the expanding kingdom of the English. King Athelstan, for example, is recorded as supporting the exiled Breton Alan, who had been at the English court for years on account of the Viking harassment of his country. Les Annales de Flodois record the campaign in a short account that leaves us in no doubt as to Athelstan's maritime capability. The Bretons, coming back from overseas with the support of King Alstanus, regained their land. Similarly, the campaign of 934, by which Athelstan systematically reduced vast areas of Scotland all the way up to Caithness, was said to have been achieved by a joint land and sea force, although how it actually operated is not said. Athelstan, who was always at the centre of international politics, was even able to raise a fleet in 939 in support of Louis d'Outremer's claims to Lotharingia, although once again we are told nothing of where it came from or what it did, save for raiding along the coastline. Malcolm of Scotland's promise to King Edmund, 939 to 946, that he would be his cooperator both on sea and on land is perhaps a recognition that such allied naval help was indeed still required in northern waters. Nor has the significance of King Edgar being rowed across the River Dee by his northern subordinates in 973 been lost. Edgar had taken his presumably enormous fleet to Chester, and it was here, according to John of Worcester, that 8 under-kings of the Scottish and island kingdoms swore to be faithful allies by land and sea. Later records indicate that the territorial unit by which the shipfyrd was recruited seems to have been the five-hide unit, just as it was for land armies. Malmesbury in Wiltshire is often cited in this regard, as records suggest that for its 5 hides, one warrior would travel on royal expeditions by land or sea. The implication here is that the same warrior could be required for either type of duty. Across England, the records from Devonshire to Lincolnshire would tend to indicate much the same sort of thing. There were some exceptions, however. The town of Leicester, a central stronghold in the Danelaw, was required to provide 12 warriors for the land army, but if the king went to war by sea, it was asked to provide 4 horses and send them to London with supplies and weapons. Warwick, too, was different. Here, 10 warriors were required for fyrd service, but for a naval enterprise, according to the Domesday Book, they provided 4 boatswains and 4 pounds. A 12th century copy of a King Edgar 959–975 charter, the authenticity of which is sometimes doubted, would seem to support the idea later known to be fact of a concept known as ship-soaker. Ship-soakers are often referred to in post-conquest documents, and their ancestry is often very clear. This particular ship-soaker related to the 100 known as Oswald's-Low, to be held by the Bishop of Worcester on the condition that it constituted a norcoplessionem, or in English, ship-soakner, a ship-soaker. It is not clear if this ship-soaker was to provide for one ship and its crew, or just a ship, or a crew for a ship, but the mathematics turn out to be seductively convenient. A total of 300 hides at a 5 hides per warrior rule would result in a ship manned by 60 oarsmen. It is likely then that the territorial-based recruitment of ships for service was long established before Ethelred came to the throne. But Ethelred inherited a military system showing signs of decay in many respects. He would later try through legislation to resurrect the once impressive naval system. We cannot know for certain the origin of the many ships the king ordered to be collected at London in 992. This was a response to the renewal of Viking attacks on England. Ethelred ordered all the ships that were of any value to be brought to London, and when they were, he gave them to a joint command of 2 ealdormen and 2 bishops. There is no real evidence of how these ships were found, whether they were press-ganged from ports as merchantmen, or built as part of a territorial duty, or perhaps even the private ships of ealdormen and bishops, or a mixture of all of these. Whatever their origin, Ethelred's hopes of sending such a giant fleet to entrap its enemy in the Thames estuary was confounded by the treachery of one Ælfric of Hampshire, one of the king's appointed commanders, who went over to the Danish side and at once destroyed our chances of assessing the effectiveness of Ethelred's navy in action in the early part of his reign. As the crisis with the Vikings deepened, there seems to have been an increasingly heavy burden upon the bishops to meet their obligations to the king's forces. Ship-soakers played a part in this. By 1003, we get some evidence that the ship-fyrd system was still very much in use, and may have been burdensome on the parishioners known to the Archbishop of Canterbury. The will of Archbishop Ælfric demonstrates how he left one ship to his lord the king, one to the people of Kent, and one to the people of Wiltshire, with whom his career had been connected. The implication is that he was assisting these people in meeting their territorial ship-supplying obligation, but we are not able to say what these exactly were at the time. It is likely that their lands, through varying forms of alienation, did not amount to 300 anymore. As if to prove the theory, Bishop Ethelric of Sherborne complained in a writ dated to the early years of the 11th century that he was not able to collect the ship-scot, tax for the ship-fyrd, that his predecessors had done. This was because of land alienation over the years, leaving him short in his assessment by 33 hides. It could be that Ethelric was writing shortly after Ethelred issued his famous order of 1008, which seems to have been targeted at trying to restore English naval provision to its former glory. The Church certainly seems to have been a big supplier of vessels for the fleet. The Bishop of Dorchester's 100 is thought to represent a ship-soaker, as is that of the abbey at Pershore. Whether they supplied the ships themselves or commuted their service for payment is unknown. In his law code of 1008, Ethelred demanded one ship, a shedge, to be furnished from every 310 hides, or, if we believe the Worcester version of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which is corrupt at this point, it was 300 hides for a ship and 10 further to provide for one shedge. Further to the requirement was a helmet and a mail-coat from every 8 hides. One can fiddle with the mathematics until it works, but there are many imponderables. One possible solution is based on our knowledge that a shedge is mentioned as a gift by Bishop Alfwold of Crediton to the king in around 1000. It comprised a crew of 64 oarsmen. Clearly, a shedge is a large vessel. It might be argued that the additional 10 hides should provide a lighter vessel in addition to this, but there is no evidence for it. The demand for a helmeted and mailed warrior from every 8 hides may or may not be connected with seafaring. If we rest with the 5-hide rule for supplying a warrior and factor it into Ethelred's new demand for crewing his ships based on land assessed at 310 hides, we get a ship with a crew of 62 men. If we do this for the 8-hide rule, which demands a fully armoured man to be produced, we get a seemingly implausible 38.75 men per ship. Whatever the mathematics could possibly be, it is clear that Ethelred was trying to do something impressive with his resources. The calculations allow for a navy of up to 267 ships, albeit a far cry from King Edgar's allegedly swollen squadrons. There is, however, one other similarity with Edgar's patrolling fleets, and that is that Ethelred wanted these fleets to be ready every Easter, just as his forebear had asked, and about the supplying of ships as zealously as possible, so that each may be equipped immediately after Easter every year. Ethelred Code 5:27. Also, and if anyone damages a warship of the people, he is diligently to make reparation and pay the king for breach of his protection. And if one damages it so that it becomes useless, he is to pay its full value and the fine for breach of his protection to the king. Ethelred Code 6:34. So the men of the shires provided the bulk of the English navy in this period, and their king was their protector. The amount of ships in question here is not known for sure, but within a year of this decree, Ealdorman Beorhtric turned up at Sandwich having command of 80 vessels. In 1009, treachery and factionist tendencies undid for the giant fleet. When the fleet was assembled, Beorhtric accused the South Saxon noble Wulfnoth, possibly Earl Godwin's father, to the king, and Wulfnoth fled from the fleet, gathering ships through enticement along the coast until his number reached 20. Beorhtric followed Wulfnoth with his own complement of 80 vessels, but foundered on the southern shore, whereupon Wulfnoth duly burnt all his enemy's ships, thus depriving the royal fleet of a huge amount of vessels. The upshot of all this was a collapse in morale among the leadership of the fleet at Sandwich and a return to London by the king. By August, Sandwich was host not to the royal fleet, but to an enormous predatory Danish fleet. Although this is a demonstration of how simple treachery and politics could undo a nation's hopes, the question is, how did Wulfnoth entice his 20 ships? For that, the answer may lie with the men of the Sussex and Kent ports. It would seem there were other contributions within the English kingdom to the naval force besides the Fyrdsmen, in particular by the men of the coastal towns that later became the Cinque Ports of the southeast. Naval provision here was decidedly different. What little evidence we have from the very end of the Anglo-Saxon era suggests that the special relationship between the later medieval Cinque Ports of Hastings, Romney, Hythe, Dover and Sandwich had its roots firmly embedded in the Anglo-Saxon past. The ports in question do not appear to have been legally bound together with their subordinate ports as they were in the later Middle Ages, but it does seem that their special form of ship provision was heavily tilted in favour of providing ships in return for various privileges. Although Malden in Essex is not one of the 5 ports in question here, its own service provides an example of how these things might have operated. Malden, at the time of the Domesday Book, was assessed at 50 hides, 1/6 of a ship soaker. On this basis, for land service it should have owed 10 armed warriors to the Fyrd, but in reality it is recorded as owing 1 horse and a ship. Perhaps this was the result of an evolutionary development based on negotiation between the burghers and the Crown. The obligations of Dover and Sandwich are recorded in more detail, although Sandwich is only recorded as having an identical obligation to that of Dover. Dover, according to the Domesday Book, owed 20 ships to the king, each with a crew of 21 men plus a steersman and his assistant. They would serve for 15 days a year. The first thing that leaps out at us is the much smaller size of these ships compared with the Shedge. It is not known how each port served in conjunction with the other, or whether these ships were confined to coastal patrolling alone, but the vessels, if we take those of subordinate ports such as Pevensey and Fordwich, etc., would provide for over 100 vessels for the protection of the southeast corner of the kingdom alone. The 3 other ports of later Cinque Ports fame do not have their Anglo-Saxon period obligations recorded, but the shipmen of Hastings make a specific intervention in local waters on behalf of King Edward the Confessor in 1050. The ships of the rebellious Earl Sweyn Godwinson were attacked and captured, their crews killed, their vessels seized and taken to Sandwich. Crucially, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle mentions that it was the men of Hastings and thereabout who performed the service for the king. The number of ships is not known, nor for that matter is the origin of the men from the ports and places thereabout. The noble Wulfnoth's Sussex background, his enticement of 20 vessels in 1009 and subsequent impressive seamanship in the Channel might suggest that the origins of the sailors goes further back than the reign of Edward the Confessor, but this cannot be proved. On the matter of those additional and subordinate ports, the Domesday Book does mention Fordwich as owing a ship at the time of King Edward. 12th century documents indicate that the small settlement of Denmarsh owed ship service as a subordinate to Lydd, which in itself was subordinate to Romney. We cannot with any certainty track this back further into the Anglo-Saxon period, but it remains the case that similar such arrangements may have existed. It is argued that the rise in the importance to the royal fleet of these coastal towns coincided with King Edward's dismissal in 1050 and 1051 of part of his mercenary fleet. Also argued is the point that the ship Fyrd became less important at the end of the period, but against this we ought to observe that this was an institution that existed well into the high medieval period. In 1049, when Earl Godwin became aware of hostile ships in the Channel to the west, he took 2 of the king's ships commanded by his sons Harold and Tostig, respectively, plus 42 Landesmanna ships. This probably indicates that these latter mentioned were the ship-soaker contingent. King Edward is then recorded as allowing his Mercian contingent to go home, perhaps indicating that these men were indeed Fyrdsmen. So, if the fleet of the late Anglo-Saxon kings consisted of the large ships of the Shipfyrd, the smaller vessels of the coastal towns, and the personal vessels of the senior earls and bishops, plus those of the king himself, then what of the naval mercenary? That there had been mercenaries in the English fleet prior to the 11th century is hardly in doubt. The Frisians and possibly some Danes had already played a part in the fleets and naval resources of English kings from Alfred onwards. The defection in 1012 of Thorkel the Tall to King Ethelred brought 45 crewed vessels into immediate play at a considerable cost. They will have been theoretically able to put to sea at a moment's notice. During the reign of Canute, 1016 to 1036, a fleet of 40 ships was retained on this basis, which went down to just 16 ships at the end of his reign. It was then raised to 60 ships under Harthacnut in 1040. One of the terms used to describe the men of these ships during this period is lidsmen, or lith. When used in the English sources, it seems to represent the word sailor, but in the Scandinavian sources it refers more to warrior. Crucially, in the English sources, these men are often mentioned in connection with receiving or awaiting payment. This occurs in both 1051 and 1055. When Edward dismissed part of his stipendiary fleet of 14 ships in 1051 and discontinued the herrejeld, he promised to pay the remaining 5 ships 12 months' pay. In 1055, when the rebellious King Elfgar sent a fleet to Chester, they are said to have stayed there awaiting payment for their service. Leith's men are once again mentioned in the service of King Harold in 1066 on his northern campaign. This came long after the abolition of the tax raised for precisely this purpose, and it could be that the historian could find no other word to fit the description of men sent by the King of Denmark to Harold in support of his cause, or it could be that Harold simply paid for them. A glimpse into the potential quality, and indeed cost, of such mercenary ships of the period can be found in John of Worcester's description of Harthacnut's 1040 to 1042 short reign as English king, which includes the elaborate gift given to him by Earl Godwin by way of atonement for the murder of the atheling Alfred. Thereupon he, Harthacnut, who was in Bruges, fitted out 50 ships, and embarking Danish troops before midsummer sailed over to England, where he was received with universal joy. After this he ordered that 8 marks be paid to every rower in his fleet, and 12 to each steersman, to be levied from the whole of England, a tax so burdensome that scarcely anyone would pay it. Godwin, to obtain the king's favour, presented him with a galley of admirable workmanship, with a gilded figurehead, rigged with the best materials and manned with 80 chosen soldiers splendidly armed. Every one of them had on each arm a golden bracelet weighing 6 ounces, and wore a triple coat of mail and a helmet partly gilt, and a sword with gilded hilt girt to his side, and a Danish battle-axe inlaid with gold and silver hanging from his left shoulder. In his left hand he bore a shield, the boss and studs of which were also gilt, and in his right hand a lance called in the English tongue an atagar. So, at 8 marks of silver per rower, and 12 for the steersman, you clearly got what you paid for in 11th century England. The term Leith's men begins to fade at the end of the period, particularly after the dismissal of part of Edward's stipendiary fleet. However, another term that has been taken to indicate a naval mercenary, but which may also indicate the employment flexibility of the men of the coastal ports, is the term butsekarl. This term is mentioned in the Domesday Book in the entry for Malmesbury. Here it is said that when the king went on expedition, he had from Malmesbury either 20 shillings to feed his butsekarls, or he took 1 man from each honour of 5 hides. This may not necessarily indicate the use of mercenaries. Butsekarls are mentioned in 1052 when the triumphant Godwin enticed all the men of Kent and all the butsekarls in the district of Hastings to his service. These men were clearly in some way or another, despite their arrangement with the crown, prepared to negotiate employment with the Earl. It could be that during the upheaval of 1051 to 1052, with the king and earl at loggerheads and the Leith's men being partially paid off, the men of the coastal ports were up for grabs, so to speak. Butsekarls continued to be used after the Norman conquest, notably in 1071 during the Norman campaigns at Ely. William II, 1087 to 1100, also used them to defend the coast against his brother's intended invasion from Normandy. However, we may never discover the true identity of these men, but their origin from within the Kingdom of England, as opposed to being foreign mercenaries, seems the most likely of all. Clearly, the system of raising a fleet for the English king was complex and time-consuming. The ship Fjord still was a major supplier even at the very end of the period, despite the increasing reliance on the men of the ports. Perhaps we should think of the massive effort made by King Harold to keep his fleet all through the summer of 1066, finally allowing it to go home after its supplies had run out. It is ironic that a kingdom that had such a vast naval resource was undone by a duchy that had no standing navy other than that which it could build or buy for one sole purpose. The pre-conquest English fleet was widely deployed around the island of Britain and indeed abroad. It was even requested by the King of Denmark in 1047, who wanted Edward the Confessor to provide him with 50 ships in his struggle against King Magnus of Norway. Edward declined the invitation, but in 1049 he accepted his part in an international blockade of Baldwin of Flanders on behalf of Henry III, the Holy Roman Emperor. The sheer numbers of ships the king could put to sea must have made such blockade actions very effective. So what was it like to fight on board one of these vessels? One classic account of naval action is highlighted later and relates to Alfred's deployment in 896 of his new type of vessel. From this account and from others such as Knut's Battle of the Holy River in 1026 in southern Scania, in which English vessels took part, it is possible to observe that fighting seems to have taken place not just on board the vessels but on the nearby shores too. At Holy River, many English vessels were inundated and sunk by a deliberately burst dam, and some fighting took place across a small bridge. Evidence, however, for what happened at open sea when ship forces collided is slim indeed. But we may permit ourselves to guess that these vessels acted as fighting platforms for infantry engagements, perhaps preceded by missile fire. Viking sagas speak of ships lashed together to form floating islands. The many Viking-style boarding axes from this period may be testimony to this style of fighting. The results would surely have been bloody, as the main goal would have been to clear each vessel systematically of its crew. Anyone standing who fell overboard wearing a mail coat weighing several kilograms would surely have had no hope of swimming to safety and would have faced a grim and watery death. Perhaps there are at the bottom of Scandinavian fjords and English coastal inlets some grim remains of armour-clad warriors from this heroic seafaring age. Chapter 3. Strategy and Tactics. Ravaging, harrying, and the use of the landscape. There is a distinction to be drawn here from the foraging examples we have observed in Chapter 2 of this book and the political or strategic need to lay waste an entire area of land. The idea of destroying an enemy's capability of living off the land is a long-established aspect of both ancient and modern warfare. The strategy was practiced widely during the Anglo-Saxon period by both the English armies and their enemies. In some cases, it is evident that the approach was a preferred means of warfare in its own right when compared to the higher risks involved in open combat. The Old English word herian is closely associated with the word herre and implies a connection with harrying. As early as the 7th century, the great warring kings of early Saxon England, Penda and Cadwallon, played a game of mutual denial of resources. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records that in 798, Ceolwulf, king of Mercia, ravaged over the inhabitants of Kent and the inhabitants of the marsh, Romney Marsh, and captured Pran, their king, and led him bound into Mercia. In fact, the unfortunate Eadbert Pran had his eyes put out and his hands cut off. This was a campaign with vengeance at its heart, targeted at a king whose land and people would suffer every bit as much as Eadbert would suffer. There was good reason for the laying waste of areas. The devastation of landed resources often went hand in hand with the destruction of its people. Sometimes it was for the sake of punishment, a spiteful riposte to those who had backed a royal opponent, for example. Edward the Elder's punitive campaign in East Anglia against the pretender Athelwold was in response to the latter's campaign of destruction across Mercia and the Thames Valley. In 909, Edward raised a combined West Saxon and Mercian army and raided the troublesome Northumbrian homelands, targeting men and every kind of property, killing many Danish men and staying in the field for 5 weeks. In 910, the Anglo-Saxon victory at the Battle of Tettenhall at Wensfield near a bridge over the River Severn was an English response to the Northumbrian Danes breaking their agreement and raiding deep into Mercia. The victory checked Northumbrian ambition for a whole generation. Edmund I's 939 to 946 destruction of Cumberland and Strathclyde was assisted by the Welsh King of Dyfed in 945 and was designed to punish Strathclyde not only for its role in the Great Viking Confederacy at Brunanburh 937, but to reduce its capability of harbouring Viking exiles from York, in particular one Olaf Sigtryggsson. During the campaign, Edmund had two of the King of Strathclyde's sons blinded, and when he had finished, he ceded the whole territory to his new ally, Malcolm, King of the Scots. The unfortunate thing for the ordinary ceorl tending his farmstead during such times of warring kings was that it did not really matter who his lord's enemy was. The land he lived on could simply become a pawn in someone else's game. There is no better example of this than what happened to the people of Lincolnshire in 1014. Sweyn of Denmark, who had settled at Gainsborough and sought tribute and support from the English countryside, soon died, to be replaced at Gainsborough by his son Canute. King Ethelred paid the region a visit with his army, and all humankind that could be got at were raided and burned and killed, except of course for Canute. Ethelred was particularly noted for such rash actions, and it cannot have endeared him to the people of the ancient Anglo-Saxon kingdom of Lindsey. But if punishment was one good reason to destroy a territory, then for the Normans at Hastings the art of goading one's enemy has often been thought to apply. When the Norman fleet sailed from Pevensey to Hastings, it embarked on an orgy of destruction, partially to supply itself from the surrounding territory, but possibly because news of its destruction might provoke a precipitate reaction from the English King Harold in the north. One thing is certain: the value of the manors in the area was still very much depreciated at the time of the compilation of the Domesday Book some 20 years later. The Normans under King William I, 1066 to 1087, carried out perhaps the most famous of all regional reductions in 1069 to 1070. In response to a northern rebellion that promoted the right of the Atheling Edgar to the English throne, William's men all but destroyed vast swaths of land from the Humber to the Tees in an event that became known as the Harrying of the North. So, if reducing the territory of your opponent was a strategic or political concern, what do we know of tactics? How did the armies of the period actually fight their battles? To answer this, we can be helped by some of the surviving descriptions of the action. But once again, caution is the watchword. Descriptions of the armies in action. The evidence points to a fearful contest on the field, a predominantly infantry struggle requiring bravery and nerve. It was a scene of great noise, commotion, and sheer bloody-mindedness. There are many references in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle and in heroic poetry and other writings to battles where one side or another held the place of slaughter after the struggle. For the Chronicle alone, this occurs in 836, 840, 860, 871, 903, 991 and 1001, to cite the obvious ones. It would seem that whichever side broke first and fled was the loser, and the side remaining in possession of the battlefield was the winner. This helps distinguish those hard-fought struggles where there were great casualties on both sides from what might otherwise be deemed a draw. Some of the descriptions of fighting, such as that described in the famous The Battle of Brunanburh poem, 937, and the Battle of Malden poem, 991, may be couched in the language of heroic poetry, but even here we have important clues as to what an Anglo-Saxon army did when it went into action. Moreover, King Alfred's biographer Asser tells us he had heard the account of how the fighting at Ashdown, 871, went from someone who had been there. Ashdown is a fine example of tactical evolutions on both sides, if we are to believe Asser's account. But here is the point where a word of warning needs to be made. Writers such as Asser and John of Worcester, who describes the Battle of Sherston in 1016, drew heavily from classical sources in order to legitimize and justify what they were writing about, making it appear that the leaders they were talking about were comparable with the great men of the classical age. What they had to say about the fighting styles is often based on ancient observations. However, if we consider it all carefully, some observations on Anglo-Saxon approaches can be made. The Battle of Ashdown was fought against the Danes when Alfred the Great was still a 23-year-old atheling. Ethelred I, 865 to 871, the King of Wessex, and his brother Alfred faced the great heathen army near to the Roman road west of a ford across the River Thames at Molesford. Asser says that the Vikings had split their forces into two divisions. Infuriatingly, the Latin text reads as if these formations were testudines, the Roman tortoise formation, whereby a troop of warriors moved with shields raised over their backs and to their front, giving the appearance of an armoured tortoise. They had organised shield walls of equal size, for they then had 2 kings and a large number of earls, assigning the core of the army to the 2 kings and the rest to all the earls. When the English saw this, they mirrored the formation, splitting themselves into 2 shield walls also. But Alfred had reached the battlefield with his shield wall in better order than that of the West Saxon king, his brother. Ethelred was still in his tent hearing Mass at the time Alfred advanced. It had been decided that the king, when he finally contacted the enemy, should oppose the Viking king's division, while Alfred would engage that of the earls. Alfred found himself in a difficult situation, having to choose between retreating away from the advancing Danes or crashing into them and waiting for the arrival of the king. He chose the latter. Asser says he only engaged them when he had closed up the shield wall in proper order. Clearly, the shield wall was a vital tactical formation. The actual fighting at close quarters, however, is not described, but we can imagine that Alfred's victory was hard fought, given that he was fighting up a hill and with a smaller force. One possible clue as to Alfred's formation is hinted at by Asser, who in chapter 38 of his biography describes Alfred rushing at the enemy like a wild boar. This might just be a reference to the swine array formation popular among the Scandinavians. Asser's account of the Battle of Edington in 878 is less detailed, but contains some significant material nonetheless. It was the culmination of a campaign that had seen King Alfred down on his luck and exiled to an island in a marsh within his own kingdom. But here, beneath the shadows of an ancient rampart, Alfred met Guthrum the Dane, and once again the shield walls thumped into each other. When the morning dawned, he moved his forces and came to a place called Edington, and fighting fiercely within a compact shield wall against the entire Viking army, he persevered resolutely for a long time. At length he gained the victory through God's will. He destroyed the Vikings with great slaughter, and pursued those who fled as far as the stronghold, hacking them down. He seized everything he found outside the stronghold, men, whom he killed immediately, horses and cattle, and boldly made camp in front of the gates of the Viking stronghold with all his army. We are told of a long struggle and great suffering in the chase. We are also told of Alfred's approach towards a siege as well, and his ruthless way of going about it. Unfortunately, we are told nothing of the nature of the deployment of the forces on the battlefield, or how weapons were used, or what their effects were. The poem The Battle of Brunanburh, in the entry for 937 in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, provides some evidence for the effects of weaponry in warfare, albeit captured in heroic language. King Athelstan, 924–937, and his brothers defeated a confederacy of Vikings and Scots in this great and long-remembered battle. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle's record of it describes Athelstan and his brother Edmund, who struck lifelong glory in strife around Brunanburh, clove the shield wall, hacked the war lime with hammers' leavings. The war lime mentioned here refers to the lime wood shields of the shield walls. They are hacked with hammers' leavings, which in this case are the swords of the Anglo-Saxons forged by smiths with their hammers. The results were profound. There lay many a soldier of the men of the north, shot over shield, taken by spears. Again, the image is one of a clash of shield walls, of the power of the sword and spear, and of the bravery in hand-to-hand combat of the protagonists. The Battle of Maldon recalls the action in 991 by Byrhtnoth, the East Saxon ealdorman near the Blackwater estuary against a Viking enemy. The poem starts with the men of the English army dismounting from their horses to advance to the battlefield to fight complete with spear, shield and sword. Byrhtnoth then rides along the line of infantrymen, reminding them of their need for bravery and practicing what seems to be a shield drill. Byrhtnoth then dismounts himself and joins his own hearth troop. A Viking messenger shouts across to the ealdorman that his side is prepared to accept payment instead of fighting, but typically Byrhtnoth will have none of it. According to the poet, the ealdorman then bade shields be raised, then warriors go forward, so that they all stood on the river bank. But it was not enough for any kind of decision. The first phase of battle proper, after a standoff on a causeway, seems to have been the preparatory fire of light spears and busy bows, followed by shields clashing with points. One casualty on the English side was Wulfmare, hewn by Viking swords. An Englishman returned the gesture by cutting down a Viking with his own sword. The fight continued with the wounding of Byrhtnoth, the cowardly fleeing of Godric, son of Odda, who seized the dying ealdorman's horse against the Anglo-Saxon code of warfare. But there are those who cannot stand to leave the battlefield without avenging the death of their lord, according to the poet. Among these, one Offa, who made a speech about how the actions of the cowards had left a breach in the shield wall and incited others to crash once again into the Vikings. There follows a scene of brave fighting, mainly with spears and swords. Shield rims burst and mail coats sing a song of terror. It is all glorious stuff, giving an idea of the grim reality of close-quarter fighting, even if it is told in the entertaining language of the mead hall. Central to all these accounts are the weaponry, spears, javelins and swords, with the occasional appearance of a bow, and the famous Old English shield wall. The shield wall makes its most stirring appearance in the description of the Battle of Shurston in 1016, given by John of Worcester, who also hints at Edmund Ironside's choice of deployment being fitted to the local topography. Drawing up his army as the nature of the ground and the strength of his force required, he posted all his best troops in the first line, placing the rest in reserve. He ordered the trumpets to sound and the troops to advance slowly. The enemy's army did the same. Having gained a position where they could join battle, they attacked each other with loud shouts, fighting desperately with sword and spear. Among all this was Edmund himself fighting in the front ranks. In this example, the army has properly formed up and advanced in order to crash into the enemy fighting at close quarters with its best men armed with sword and spear. But there is still no mention of tactical formations. The picture is rather that of an unstoppable steamroller. Moreover, John of Worcester was borrowing heavily from Sallust's The Conspiracy of Catiline and his Jurgethine War. In places, it is almost a word-for-word lift from the quill of the Roman writer of the 1st century BCE. However, some important changes are made whereby we might assume John was tweaking the narrative to fit what he knew to be the case for the English armies of the 11th century. John removes Sallust's reference to the leaving aside of javelins and the fighting with swords, preferring to replace this with the more likely advance of the English with spears and swords. It is just possible that writers such as John of Worcester were aware of the methods of Anglo-Saxon fighting and tried to accommodate this in the texts of their works, despite being hamstrung by the need to conform to classical precedent. To the Battle of Hastings we turn, and to the words of a fairly reliable William of Poitiers, who as Duke William's military chaplain was in a good position to give the clearest idea of the fighting styles of the day, despite his vaunted and sycophantic language. He says that the English dismounted and went on foot, drawn up one close to the other. When the Normans advanced and fired their missiles into the English lines, they were met with a mixture of javelins, darts, lethal axes, and stones tied to sticks. The English were most keen of all to prevent a breach in their line, a comment that again demonstrates the value of cohesion in the shield wall and the dangers of it collapsing. The lack of evidence in Poitier's account for any tactical evolution in the English lines is probably down to his observation that their formation was so extraordinarily tight. Those who were killed hardly had room to fall. Although the English were on higher ground, their position seems to have been very restricted. They did not have to march to the attack, though. It was not just their higher position that aided the English. Poitiers also hints at the effects of their weaponry. Their numbers and the strength of their army, as well as their weapons of attack, which penetrated without difficulty shields and other pieces of armour, were also to their advantage. So they resisted vigorously or repulsed those who dared to attack them at close quarters with swords. The result of the battle is, of course, well known. Shield walls are vulnerable on their flanks. It would seem that at Hastings the Normans were able eventually to find a way to prise open a flank and then began to roll up the line towards Harold's standards. Unfortunately, there is no equivalent English evidence for the sorts of tactical formations employed by the Danes and Norwegians. The wedge attack formation described by the Danish historian Saxo Grammaticus, known to the Scandinavians as a svinfylking, is not in evidence on the English side, with the possible exception of Asser's description of Alfred at Ashdown, although one must surely suppose the housecarls and Danish mercenaries in the English armies would have employed something like it. It seems to have involved the deployment of 2 men in the first row, 4 in the second, 8 in the third, and so forth. The way to receive the expected rush would have been to deploy in staggered formation, allowing recesses in the line to receive the onslaught so that the sides of the recess could envelop the attackers. Edmund Ironside's attacking formation at Sherston, however, seems a very much simpler, more linear affair. We lack so much evidence for tactics that we have to make assumptions instead. Edmund Ironside was clearly a consummate commander, cutting a dashing figure in English legend. At Sherston he displayed leadership, knowledge of terrain, and command skills. But as we shall see in our next section on stratagems, Edmund was the victim of perfidious trickery, the type of which often makes itself known from the pages of the Anglo-Saxon histories. No matter how good the commander, he can never fully prepare for betrayal. Stratagems and ruses. In every period of history there is some sort of evidence for the mind games played by war leaders. Tricks and deception are often surrounded by legend. The Trojan horse is one of the more famous, but it seems everyone was at it. For the Anglo-Saxons, the evidence falls into the category of semi-myth and legend. The usefulness of these stories lies not so much in hard evidence for actual military stratagems, but in their demonstration that their authors thought they were possible deeds that a warrior of the Anglo-Saxon period might be inclined to undertake, regardless of the ancestry or origin of the story. Disguise is, of course, one such ruse. King Alfred's legendary visit to the Danish camp before the Battle of Edington in 878, while disguised as a minstrel, is the stuff of legend, but people must have thought it a perfectly possible notion. Another equally vivid story comes from the Jomsvikinga saga, and tells of the fortunes of the Danish army on one of the many occasions it found itself stationed in London. We cannot be sure what particular year it refers to, but the story is fascinating nevertheless. It says that at the time of the midwinter fair in the town, armed Englishmen hid beneath the covers of the market wagons and therefore entered the city under cover as the wagons came in. They were able to massacre the Danes as they gathered for church service unarmed at midnight. Only 3 Danish ships allegedly escaped this act of trickery. Deception is also in evidence for our period. Egil's saga contains an example of Anglo-Saxon brinkmanship promoted by England's most powerful monarch. According to tradition, the field of Brunanburh, 937, was enhazeled by arrangement with King Athelstan. It was marked out by hazel poles. The idea was that both armies should turn up and slug it out on a level playing field. But when the warriors of Olaf Guthfrithson reached the place, they found the hazel poles and a little more besides. There King Athelstan's men had pitched, and their tents quite filled the space between the wood and the river. They had so pitched that in every 3rd tent there were no men at all, and in 1 of every 3 but few. Yet when King Olaf's men came to them, they had then numbers swarming before all the tents, and the others could not get to go inside. Athelstan's men said that their tents were all full, so full that their people had not nearly enough room. But the front line of the tents stood so high that it could not be seen over them whether they stood many or few in depth. Olaf's men imagined a vast host must be there. That said, according to legend, a night surprise was attempted by the Danes on Athelstan's tent after Olaf had infiltrated the camp dressed as a minstrel to find out where it was. Athelstan, on receiving intelligence that this visit had been made, swapped his tent for that of the Bishop of Sherborne, who was the unfortunate recipient of a subsequent night surprise which the English and their allies eventually won. Tales of deceiving one's enemy are one thing, but treacherous deception is quite another matter. To the perfidious Earl Eadric Streona on the field of Shurston, 1016, must go the plaudits in this regard. Here is what John of Worcester says of the English turncoat. For when the fight was thickest, and he, Streona, perceived that the English had the best of it, he struck off the head of a man named Osmar, whose features and hair were very like King Edmund's, Ironside, and holding it up, shouted to the English that they were fighting to no purpose. "Flee quickly," he said, "ye men of Dorsetshire, Devon, and Wilts. Ye have lost your leader. Lo, here I hold in my hands the head of your Lord Edmund the King. Retreat with all speed." The English were panic-struck at these words, more from the atrocity of the manoeuvre than from their belief of what was announced. The English did hold their nerve at Shurston, of course, but in terms of authenticity the story has an attractive ring to it, even if once again there are literary classical precedents to detract from its credibility. Perhaps Duke William's insistence on showing his face beneath his helmet during the heat of battle at Hastings serves as a recognition of the impact on troops of such rumours. Again, the artist of the Bayeux tapestry might well be drawing on a known device, but it remains the case that rumours of a fallen leader on any battlefield are hardly good for morale. If the ambush can be counted as a stratagem, then little is known of how the Anglo-Saxons went about them, save for the example of Earl Uchtred's bloody demise at the hands of Thorbrand the Hold. Alfred's banishment to the Somerset marshes seems to have involved instigating ambushes against foraging parties, perhaps more out of desperation than military design. Furthermore, Ealdorman Athelwulf of Berkshire's attack on a foraging party at Englefield in 871 has all the hallmarks of an ambush about it. The fact that the Anglo-Saxons had a word for it must also mean something. A farshaether translates as a sudden harmer. Quite how he performed his surprises is unknown, but we might very well assume there were countless unrecorded examples of it. Chapter 4. Fortifications and Earthworks. Early earthworks and fortifications. The Anglo-Saxons were no strangers to fortified places. As early as 477, King Alla of Sussex had a noticeable success in besieging the Romano-British occupants of Pevensey Castle. There were also those who built their own strongholds, such as Ida of Northumbria, who, according to the carefully inserted Anglo-Saxon Chronicle entry for 547, built Bambur, which was first enclosed with a stockade and thereafter a wall. But fortified places as a general rule were not in the psyche of the early Anglo-Saxons. The reasons for this are numerous. In the first instance, the Saxon immigrants came to a country in which they found themselves as the invader and not the defender. The decaying but once grand Roman and Iron Age defensive structures they saw around them had little meaning to their leaders. There was no tradition among the Germanic settlers of an urban lifestyle, and many towns that might have been settled by the newcomers were studiously avoided, except for the appearance in the archaeological record of a few sunken floored huts and some corn-drying kilns built among the Roman ruins. The story of the development of Anglo-Saxon fortifications is one that is inextricably linked with the rise of external threats to the English kings, the increase in royal power and organisation, and the gradual return of urbanisation to lowland Britain, which began to occur from the late 9th century. At the apogee of the Anglo-Saxon period in the 10th century, the king would be making use of Iron Age and Roman fortifications, combining them with new types of structures in an astonishing network of carefully placed strongholds in order to defend his kingdom and launch campaigns into hostile territory. Apart from the Iron Age hill forts that were reused by indigenous Britons during the period of the first Saxon invasions of the 5th and 6th centuries, the main form of major fortifications in lowland Britain in the Dark Ages seems to have been that of the linear defence system, often comprising ditch and palisade. Examples include the Wands Dyke and Bokerley Dyke in Wessex and Devil's Dyke in East Anglia. Of course, the grandest monument to this kind of linear boundary comes in the form of Offa's Dyke, dating to the late 8th century, running from beneath the Wirral Peninsula to the Severn estuary and marking the division between the Mercian and Welsh kingdoms. Offa's Dyke is the largest archaeological monument in Britain. Sir Cyril Fox in 1955 was one of the few archaeologists to look at it closely until Professor David Hill began a series of excavations in 1972. The frontier is around 140 miles long and about 80 miles of it survives. It has a ditch on the Welsh side about 6 foot deep and a rampart rising 25 feet above it to the east. The whole structure is about 60 feet across. It commands an impressive view to the west. There is, however, no visible sign of it for 37 miles in the south. There are also many gaps in the structure which may now be explained by years of modern farming practices, particularly up the Severn from Buttington to Welshpool and in the middle section to the north of Hereford. The exact function of these linear defences is still disputed. They clearly mark the boundaries of competing kingdoms and may have been constructed to regulate trade, prevent large-scale cattle rustling, and to provide early warning systems of impending military attack. Archaeologists are still analysing the structure and function of these monuments, which unfortunately are notoriously difficult to date due to the scarcity of material culture within them. There are also references to non-linear defences in the early period. These refer to individual strongholds that were defended well enough to be equipped with gates. This should not surprise us, given what we know of the role of the warrior leader as protector of his hall. The building of fortifications was a duty that was bundled together with the two other military necessities that became known as the common burdens or trinoda necessitas, which mention fortress building and maintenance. This duty was imposed as early as 749. The phrase comes from just one single charter, a forged land book of the late 7th century King Cadwalla, created in the 10th century. The phrase mentions bridge work, bridge ye work, fortress work, burgbot, and army work, fyrdfareld, as being incumbent upon bookland. During the next century, the mention of duties for maintaining fortresses occurs more frequently. In Mercia, the reigns of Athelbald 716 to 757, and Offa, 757 to 796, saw an increasing royal organisational capability in terms of the building of great public works, of which Offa's dyke is a prime example. Although it is clear from some scant evidence that King Offa was well aware of the threat to coastal ports and communities from the raiding Scandinavians of the later 8th century, it is not until the reign of Alfred the Great, 871 to 899, that a centrally organised system of fortifications in the landscape came properly into being. These fortifications have become known as the bourgs of Anglo-Saxon England, and their organisation has fascinated historians for centuries. The bourgs of Anglo-Saxon England. And what of the cities and towns to be rebuilt, and of others to be constructed where previously there were none? Asser. It was the nature of the overseas threat to the shoreline of England in the 9th century that accounted for the greatest change in defensive organisation in Anglo-Saxon history. It was, however, a long time coming. The kings and leading thanes of Wessex continued their struggles against well-organised Viking armies throughout the 840s and 850s with some notable successes. It is in Alfred's reign, however, and then only towards the end of it, that we see the complete strategic change in military thinking. Alfred had fought for many years against the Danish invaders, sometimes winning and sometimes losing. His early wars were open battles in which the attrition rate was unbearably high. It was only after the Battle of Edington in 878 that Alfred seems to have got down to the business of reorganising his defences in a move that contrasted sharply with the military response he undertook in the earlier part of his reign. Quite where Alfred got his inspiration for his grand programme of fortifications we can only guess. He will have seen the effect that the Danes had when they had fortified themselves at Nottingham in 868 and laughed in the face of a combined force of West Saxons and Mercians whose ability or inclination to conduct a siege was conspicuously lacking. He might also have remembered the Viking fortification at Reading, neatly built inside the triangle of the rivers Thames and Kennet, the gates of which let forth a devastating sortie en masse into the heart of his own army in 871. But it was much more likely to have been Alfred's own education and travels that influenced the change. As a boy, the English king had travelled to Rome at least twice and saw for himself Pope Leo IV's coordinated urban papal defences. He also knew of the well-organised fortification programme of Charles the Bald of France, who, in the late 860s, had reinstigated the defences of Angoulême, Tours, Le Mans and Dijon. Alfred must have kept a close eye on developments in Francia. He will have learned of Charles's reorganisation of service duties concerning the twin fortifications of Pont de l'Arche, been aware, too, how that king had divided the fortifications into sections for which individual landowners would have responsibility for manning and maintaining. He will have known that to undertake the strategic fortification of his own kingdom would require a survey of taxable values and manpower of colossal proportions. What happened next in the 9th century English landscape was one of the greatest military projects ever undertaken by a medieval monarch. Alfred's refortification programme would quite literally have the stamp of royal approval on it. William of Malmesbury, writing in the 12th century, tells of an inscription he had seen in a chapter house at Shaftesbury with his own eyes. It had read, "Alfred made this town in 880. This anecdote was given further credence when in 1902 a fragment of what may well have been the very same inscription was discovered. We might permit ourselves to imagine similar plaques in many of the forts across southern England. Listed in a document that is known as the Borchal Heidage, a 16th century transcript of an 11th century Winchester document, are 33 southern strongholds accompanied by the following note. If every hide is represented by one man, then every pole of wall, about 5.03 metres, can be manned by 4 men. Then, for the maintenance of 20 poles of wall, 80 hides are required, and for a furlong, 160 hides are required by the same reckoning. These mathematics have been applied by archaeologists to the evidence on the ground. The city of Bath is often used as a fine example. The Roman walled town of Bath is assessed at 1,000 hides in the Borgel Heidich. This equates to a length of 1,257 metres. Excavations to the north and east of the town walls show a defensive work that, if continued around the whole circuit, would amount to 1,257.3 metres. Archaeological work in other towns produces similar surprisingly accurate calculations. There are actually two versions of the document, however. Version A, from which the previous quote comes, includes references to Burpham, Wareham and Bridport, but omits Shaftesbury and Barnstaple. Version B, called De Numero Hydarum Angliae in Britannia, also names Worcester and Warwick in an appended list. The list includes a value in hides for each of the strongholds. The whole of Cornwall, Kent and London are missing from the list, probably because at the time of the original compilation of the document these areas were under semi-autonomous rule, like Kent and Cornwall, or controlled from English Mercia, like London. However, while Exeter, Bath, Winchester, Portchester, Chichester, Rochester and Canterbury form an obvious network of key strongholds, those in Kent are missing from the record. It has been argued that Alfred's refortification programme had not yet pushed as far east as central and eastern Kent on the eve of the return of the Danes to England in 892. This might explain why, when they came, the Danes chose Kent in which to land. The king seems to have removed animals and supplies from the land in Kent before the return of the Danes, and this might explain why the enemy came back to England so laden with horses and supplies. But at what stage the Kentish areas were properly fortified along the lines of the west of Wessex remains a mystery. The surviving list of fortifications shows that the burhs were not merely situated on the frontiers of the kingdom, but were carefully placed within the kingdom so that no burh would be more than a day's march from another, a distance generally taken to be about 20 miles. Analysis shows they were a little further apart than this, but it is clear the defences worked not only as places of refuge for the local population during times of Danish incursion, but as bases from which to dominate a territory under hostile attack. The strongholds were close enough together for each of the garrisons to support each other in the event of combined military action. The estimated garrison strength of all the burhs of Wessex was around 27,000 men. Not all of them would take to the field at any one time, but the sheer numbers meant that wherever an enemy went inside Wessex, he would not be far from hostile opposition. Alfred made just as much use of the old Roman walled cities as he did of building new burhs in the Wessex landscape. The guiding principle was the distance that separated each of the forts. Not every fort went on to become a town in later years, but the refortification of the larger places provided the springboard for what would become a gradual urbanization during the 10th century. Mercantile activity, coin striking and legal jurisdiction became key functions of many of these places in the decades to come. Indeed, King Athelstan, 924–939, issued a law code directing that burhs were to be the centres of mercantile activity and subject to regular repairs. So, as the burgesses moved into the new towns, as the prices for burgal plots rose, a new economy formed. Alfred had brought urban life back to the south of England for the first time since the Roman era. It was, of course, a slow process. To rebuild a kingdom takes years. As late as 892, one small fort in Kent was still being built by only a handful of men when it was descended upon by the enemy. This was possibly Eorpaburnan, often identified with Castle Toll at Newenden. It was not that people in Alfred's kingdom were unused to having to perform the common burdens. They had been part of the social fabric for some time. Asser, however, in one important passage of Alfred's biography, gives us a glimpse of the difficulties the king faced in getting people to understand the importance of the work they were undertaking. It demonstrates that no matter how well organized a kingdom could be, much would depend upon the will of the people who were asked to defend it. And what of the mighty disorder and confusion of his, Alfred's, own people, to say nothing of his own malady, who would undertake of their own accord little or no work for the common needs of the kingdom? Yet once he had taken over the helm of his kingdom, he alone, sustained by divine assistance, struggled like an excellent pilot to guide his ship. For by gently instructing, cajoling, urging, commanding, and, in the end, when his patience was exhausted, by sharply chastising those who were disobedient, and by despising popular stupidity and stubbornness in every way, he carefully and cleverly exploited and converted his bishops and ealdormen and nobles, and his thanes most dear to him, and reeves as well, in all of whom, after the Lord and the King, the authority of the entire kingdom is seen to be invested, as is appropriate, to his own will and to the general advantage of the whole realm. But if, during the course of these royal admonitions, the commands were not fulfilled because of the people's laziness, or else, having been begun too late in a time of necessity, were not finished in time to be of use to those working on them, I am speaking here of fortifications commanded by the king which have not yet been begun, or else, having been begun late in the day, have not been brought to completion, and enemy forces burst in by land and sea, or as frequently happens by both, then those who had opposed the royal commands were humiliated in meaningless repentance by being reduced to virtual extinction. Those who were severely afflicted, therefore, are contrite in untimely repentance, and are sorry that they had negligently scorned the royal commands. Now they loudly applaud the king's foresight and promise to make every effort to do what they had previously refused, that is, with respect to constructing fortresses and to the other things of general advantage to the whole kingdom. It was not all doom and gloom in Alfred's kingdom, however. The system of fortifications would soon prove effective. But the use of fortifications as a method of regional domination was developed in the early years of Edward the Elder's reign, 900 to 924. Edward, with the help of his sister Athelflaed, pushed English territory into the Danelaw and managed to hold it through the building of new fortifications and the taking of Danish ones. The campaign is outlined in Chapter 5. The Boers are thought to have seen an organizational decline by the late 10th century and the reign of Ethelred II, 979 to 1016. This is a widely held consensus, but may not be entirely true. Certainly, the role of the Boers had extended from their basic military functions to include the economic side of urban life in many of the places. Malden in Essex was clearly well enough defended for the Vikings to have to anchor at Northey Island and negotiate a pitched battle before they could consider attacking it in 991. There is no evidence that after a hard-fought battle they were even able to achieve this. Furthermore, it is observed by scholars that Ethelred instigated emergency bourse during his reign, once again reusing ancient giant earthworks such as the colossal hill fort at Old Sarum near Salisbury as places of refuge in times of attack. But the records speak for themselves. Through a mixture of treachery and direct assault, many English fortified towns were taken in the late 10th and 11th centuries by forces greater than those that had come before, and in times when a king could not be certain who his friends were. In such dangerous times, another phenomenon in fortification was showing itself, that of the private stronghold. Private fortifications, strongholds, and castles. As far as the fortification of individual strongholds is concerned, the history and archaeology provide a mixed picture throughout the period. An entry for 757 in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle refers to an as yet unidentified place known as Meriton, where a grand story of treachery and feuding is decided at the gates of a stronghold, a Birich, the implication being that some aristocratic residences were strongly enough defended to be provided with gates. But during the 10th century there seems to be an increase in the fortification of thanely residences. The aspirations of the ceorls, free peasants, of Anglo-Saxon England are neatly encapsulated in an 11th century document describing what would be needed to achieve the status of a thane. It builds a picture of a community enclosed within its own fortification, and if a ceorl prospered so that he had fully 5 hides of his own land, a church and kitchen, a bell house and burg gate, a seat and special office in the king's hall, thenceforth he was worthy of thanely rank. The result might be a residence such as that at Goltho in Lincolnshire, where the manor was fortified as early as the mid-9th century. At the other end of the scale would be the fortified palaces of the king himself. One can imagine, for example, King Athelstan visiting the royal palace at Cheddar, complete with its timber palisades, long hall and corn mill, among other outbuildings. What resemblance these fortified residences had to actual castles is another matter. The castle, as it was known in Norman England, was a slightly different animal than these types of residence. There are similarities in social function, particularly for the smaller castles of the later period. The Anglo-Saxon residences seem to have been surrounded by ditch and palisade works similar to those of the later ringwork Norman castles, the cultural ancestry of which may have been in the preceding period anyway. Also, the provision of a church tower in the Anglo-Saxon fortifications may have performed the same sort of function as a Norman keep. Many of the other local functions provided by the lord of the manor will have been executed from these Anglo-Saxon residences, just as they were in later medieval English castles. However, there seems to be one important difference. The castles of the immediate pre-Norman period, built in England by Edward the Confessor's hired men and followers, had an overtly militaristic role to play. Their positioning and garrisoning were carefully thought out, particularly in the marcher areas of England and Wales and Dover, where they were strategically placed. The Norman castle dominated its landscape in a very effective and different way than the Anglo-Saxon fortified thanely residence. Chapter 5. Campaigns, Battles and Sieges. Campaigns. 871. Wessex takes on the Great Heathen Army. A war of attrition. The nature of the campaigning against the Great Heathen Army and its detachments prior to the watershed Battle of Edington in 878 was characterized by closely fought battles which brought Alfred the Great's Wessex almost to its knees. Here we shall look at the campaigns of 871, which represented the most desperate fighting seen in England since the fall of Roman Britain many centuries before. The Danish army of hateful memory was led by Halfdan, son of Ragnar Lothbrok, and at least one other Danish leader for whom we have a name, Bagsedge. We cannot be sure how big it was, perhaps only 1,000 men or maybe more, but its activities had already devastated those ancient kingdoms it had passed through. In the autumn of 870 it decided to leave its East Anglian base and headed to Reading, a royal estate in Berkshire. At the confluence of the rivers Kennet and Thames, the Danes set themselves inside a remarkably well-defended fortification, which comprised one long ditch cut from one river to another, probably moated and palisaded with gates at intervals. The route the Danish army took to Reading is not known. It is likely Halfdan began his journey from Thetford in East Anglia on the Icknield Way. If he had chosen to avoid London, where there may well have been another Danish attachment, then he will have followed this ancient roadway to Royston, Wilbury Camp, Offley, around Dunstable, finally crossing the Thames at Goring. Whichever way he got there, Halfdan arrived at Reading and began his fortification unmolested while he waited for a naval contingent to join him. Reading was a wise choice for Halfdan. Like any royal estate, it had resources at hand. Such places were the centres for the food rents and dues owed to the crown. In the winter, the estate will have been well stocked for the oncoming months. Nearby there was the abbey at Abingdon, itself a huge repository of food, wine and portable wealth. And so Halfdan sat there, hovering menacingly above Wessex, preparing to do to Ethelred I's kingdom exactly what his Danes had done to East Anglia. It was now deep into winter. It was Christmas time, and the Danes were quickly set in their camp, with Halfdan presumably predicting a lack of activity against him from the West Saxon brothers over this period. But if this was true, one man had been keeping a close eye on the invaders, and he would soon spring into action. Halfdan and Bagsedge had only 3 days to think about their strategy before having to reassess the situation. Nobody knows quite why Jarl Sidroc sallied out of the gates of the Reading camp on New Year's Eve, but it reports like a foraging or scouting party, perhaps even a reconnaissance in force to examine the local route, ways and options for his master. Around the north of the Great Windsor Forest he travelled, clinging to the banks of the Kennet, coming out onto the plain of the Angles at Englefield, through which a Roman road passes. He was already around 10 miles from camp. The Danish detachment was pounced upon by Ealdorman Athelwulf of Berkshire, a man who had undertaken a similar surprise attack on Welland, the great Viking raider, in 860, after the burning of Winchester. Athelwulf, a shadowy figure, seems to have been widely revered. Clearly he carried a reputation of sorts for military prowess, and he would not fail to impress here. Caught in the open country, Jarl Sidroc and another leading Dane paid for their reconnoitre with their lives as they were cut down in the plain. As the survivors fell back to the camp and the gates were opened to the sorry wounded, Halfdan and Bagsedge will have been surprised that Wessex had such a loyal friend patrolling Berkshire. But for all his guile, Athelwulf's strategy seems to have been to teach a detachment a lesson in the landscape, and not to besiege or defeat the great heathen army itself. For this to happen, he would have to send news of his victory to Ethelred and Alfred in Wessex with a plea for aid. Just 4 days later, the West Saxons arrived at the gates of the Reading camp, fully equipped for war. Some Danes working outside the gates of the camp were cut down by the arriving English army. At some stage, the Danish leadership made a quick, and as it turned out, decisive choice of action. The Danes from within the camp burst out of their own gates with an overwhelming ferocity which saw a hard-fought pitched battle commence. During this battle, Athelwulf, the loyal ealdorman, perished, and the West Saxon brothers had to call a retreat. It was an ignominious defeat for a force that should have been capable of managing an effective siege. The extent of the defeat and the disorganization of the Wessex men in the rout is captured by Gaimar, a later 12th century writer, who gives us a clue that the English, despite their panic, not surprisingly had the better knowledge of the local topography. There was Athelwulf slain, the great man of whom I just spoke, and Ethelred and Alfred were driven to Wishelet, Wisley. This is a ford towards Windsor, near a lake in a marsh. Thither the one host came pursuing, and did not know the ford over the river, Loddon. Twyford has ever been the name of the ford at which the Danes turned back and the English escaped. It is this knowledge of topography that would prove crucial in the days and weeks to come, especially the knowledge of fordable points across the rivers. Streatley, Molesford, and of course the strategically important Wallingford would all play a part in what was to come. But why had the attempted siege at Reading failed so badly? Was it because the encounter at Englefield had only really been a mere skirmish and the Danish losses had not been so great after all? Or was it because the Danish tactic of a surprise rush from the gates of their own camp had brought about the desired effect of scattering their enemy? Perhaps the Danes were not such a small force after all. They had at their rear a friendly River Thames. It is not inconceivable that the force at Reading had been swollen by the arrival of new Danish reinforcements in the days leading up to the siege there. Whatever the size of Halfdan's force after Reading, it was clear to the leadership that they could not stay there. The West Saxon brothers would come again soon, and when they did, they may have learned something about how to conduct a siege properly. The Danes must now push out into the countryside to search for more resources and to occupy strategically important locations. It would seem that Wallingford was just one such place. It took only 4 days for the royal brothers of Wessex to reorganize themselves. They may have gone to Abingdon. Perhaps the Danes were seeking them out, trying to bring about a conclusion to decide once and for all the fate of Wessex, despite the risks that might pose for them. Whatever the reasons, the West Saxons were ready for the Danes. Halfdan had left Reading on the morning of 8 January 871, and when he had got about 12 miles from his base, as he climbed the hill at Molesford, he saw across from him a huge English army, which had positioned itself on King's Standing Hill across the Icknield Way, awaiting its enemy. It was a well-chosen position for the English. They had blocked the Danish advance and left Halfdan pondering his next move. He could try a quick slip to his right into the inviting but small gap the English had left between themselves and the river, risking being driven into it, or he could try to slip round to the left of the English army, as he saw it, in the knowledge that they had put themselves there with a far superior understanding of the local roadways and would surely be upon him before he could get round them. Halfdan divided his force into 2 divisions, one comprising kings and the other of jarls, and it became clear to a watchful Alfred that the jarls' division was making a move for the gap. With history famously recording King Ethelred's devotion to prayers at this time, it was Alfred who crossed the valley and rose up the hill to smash into the Danes and press them towards the river. The young prince would win his spurs here at the Battle of Ashdown, as it became known. Ethelred would soon join in the fray against Halfdan's division. The outcome was a resounding victory for the Anglo-Saxons, a brilliantly engineered pitched battle on a ground more or less of their own choosing. The chase went on long into the night. Among the dead lay Bagsedge. With him had perished Jarl Sidroc the Old, Jarl Sidroc the Younger, Jarl Osbern, Jarl Frana, and Jarl Harold. Many of these names seem to have belonged to the Jarl's division that had been pounced upon by Alfred. The Danes returned to Reading and began to wonder how they could fight their way out of this corner. Wessex was proving stronger than they had imagined. Around 22 January 871, the Danes opened the gates at Reading once again, this time with a view to marching on the royal Ville at Basing. It was just 18 miles from their camp and situated in Hackwood Park, east of Basingstoke. Nobody knows why, after 2 weeks of contemplation, the Danish leadership switched the focus of their campaign in the Wessex landscape. Previously, they had been attacking the northeast corner of Wessex in the hope that the Thames would open up for them and their allies, and that they would be able to navigate all the way up to Cricklade and beyond. But now the Danes headed south and further into the heart of the kingdom. Perhaps Basing was the target after all, with its rich supplies. With Basing fallen, the road to Winchester lay wide open, and despite there being a victorious English army in the field, the taking of Winchester might be the telling blow against Wessex. It would be the 4th battle in the space of a month. Many of the men on the Anglo-Saxon side would not have fought at Englefield, as this was conducted by the men of Athelwulf. However, many were under lordship obligations to continue to fight for Ethelred and Alfred, and by now they must have been feeling the pressure. The 2 royal brothers arrived at Basing and found the Danes there. What followed was another hard-fought and bloody encounter which resulted in the more traditional form of victory in that the Danes held the place of slaughter and the West Saxons took to flight to regroup yet again. But Winchester was not sacked or taken. One can only speculate as to why this was. Perhaps the cost of their strategy was proving as much for the Danes as it was for the English. Perhaps they needed reinforcements to continue their campaign in Wessex. If that was the case, they would come soon. Some time passed, and there seems to have been a stalemate in the landscape. The brothers, it is suggested, had retreated to Walbury Camp, with its ancient protective ramparts and fine commanding views of the countryside. there was time even for the brothers to make an agreement as to the inheritance of the West Saxon kingdom should one of them die. But it was not until 22 March 871 that the Danes stirred again. The next battle was at a place called Merton, the location of which people have argued over for centuries. One of the most sensible candidates, given the previous movements of the armies, is Marton, 20 miles north of Wilton. Here, the Ink-Pen Ridgeway would provide the means of travel for the combined fyrds of Berkshire and Hampshire. Why Merton was fought is not clear, and what happened there is only a little clearer and is mentioned, if not by Asser, by the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle in a cryptic and sweeping entry. And 2 months later, King Ethelred and Alfred his brother fought against the raiding army at Merton, and they were in 2 bands, and they put both to flight, and for long in the day had the victory. And there was great slaughter on either side, and the Danish had possession of the place of slaughter, and Bishop Haechmund of Sherborne was killed there, and many good men. It is an infuriating account. Why had the Danes formed into 2 divisions again? Had Halfdan been joined by another leader, or should this command represent a promotion for someone already in his force? The chronicler follows up this passage by saying that only after Merton were the Danes joined by others. So the question remains, why did the English lose this close-fought battle? The answer probably lies in what happened to the King of Wessex a month later. Ethelred I, King of Wessex, was dead. In his place was elevated Alfred, son of Athelwulf of Wessex. This new King of Wessex, whose baptism of fire soon commenced, would make historians write his name 1,000,000 times. If King Ethelred had been mortally wounded at Merton, this might explain the English withdrawal from the conflict at this stage. Alfred went about the business of burying his royal brother at Wimborne, the royal spiritual home of the West Saxon kings. But as he did, he realized that his kingdom was in dire trouble. He heard news that yet another battle was being fought, this time back in the northeast corner of the kingdom. The chronicler Athelweird, usually reliable, gives us the one and only account of it. An innumerable summer army, Sumarliði, arrived at Reading and opened hostilities vigorously against the army of the West Saxons. And the ones who had long been ravaging in that area were at hand to help them. The army of the English was then small, owing to the absence of the king, who at the time was attending to the obsequies of his brother. Although the ranks were not at full strength, high courage was in their breasts, and rejoicing in battle they repel the enemy some distance. However, overcome with weariness, they desist from fighting, and the barbarians won a degree of victory which one might call fruitless. If Athelweird is correct, then the reinforcements had well and truly arrived. The tired West Saxons, without their king, had at least managed to stand up to them, but now they were exhausted. If Alfred had not already stared into the faces of these new Danish leaders, Oscatel, Anwend, and Guthrum, then he soon would. Of these, the last named would haunt the West Saxon king for years. But for now, Alfred must reluctantly face the fact that a newly invigorated Danish force had moved once again into the Wessex heartland after defeating local armies. Its predictable target was another royal manor, Wilton. Another attempt to seize supplies and rob the king of an estate, perhaps even a terminal blow for the brand-new monarch. However weary, however depleted in manpower, Alfred stole himself for another encounter. It was a remarkable engagement fought on the banks of the River Wylye. The tactical dispositions are not known, but with his small force, Alfred seems to have spotted something similar to what he saw on the field of Ashdown. Some sort of tactical evolution in Danish deployment, some small chance to capitalize on the enemy's vulnerability. Alfred smashed into the Danes with such ferocity that they are described as not being able to withstand his onslaught. What seemed like a recoil became a retreat. But the English, small in number and war-weary, were unable to follow up the success. The Danes displayed an ability to somehow turn on their heels and swamp their pursuers. This may have been because the English were literally too small in number for their chase to be anything other than plain dangerous, or it may have been because the Danes had initiated a flight intending to turn again on their foe. If it was the latter, it would be of some considerable note. This was a tactical ploy much vaunted in the age of the mounted knight, and is very difficult, if not impossible, to effect with an infantry war band. And so at Wilton, the new King of Wessex watched his brave men get swamped by Vikings in what seemed now to be a hopeless war of attrition. He was literally running out of men. Alfred decided to switch tactics completely and chose not men but money with which to purchase an effective end to the hostilities. It must have seemed to the Danes under their new combined leadership that although Wessex was still vulnerable and depleted, it nevertheless stood as a kingdom, and they had not yet managed to destroy its line or break the spirit of the men. Somehow, even when the odds were against them, the leaders of Wessex kept turning up to fight. In the end, it was just enough to save the kingdom from its first brutal encounter with the great heathen army. As the peace was agreed and Alfred bought himself time to think, the Danes left their Reading camp and set on London, then a trading settlement on the outskirts of the old Roman city. What lessons Alfred had learned from the year 871 only history would tell. He would be slow to understand it fully. He would not be free of the Danes until after 878, when he defeated them at Edington, but he was an intelligent and educated man. The measures he later took to fortify his kingdom would eventually bring this exhausting and attritional style of campaigning to an end. But it remains the case that the year 871 was an example of a type of warfare the English could not afford to fight against a well-organized and constantly replenishing Danish enemy. 900 to 905, the revolt of Athelwold, an unlikely apostate. Much mystery surrounds the career of Athelwold, son of Ethelred I of Wessex. The campaign he led against King Edward the Elder, 900 to 924, was motivated by Athelwold's persistent and understandable claim to the throne of Wessex. By this time the kingdom was a much expanded polity created by Alfred the Great, and it would soon be further expanded by his son and grandsons. Athelwold's story, however, demonstrates a certain trait in Anglo-Saxon warfare. The politics of dynastic struggles were never far away from the heart of warfare during our period. In 899, when Alfred, the unshakable pillar of the Western peoples, was laid to rest at the old minster at Winchester, one man would try to stake his own claim to the throne and would go to surprising lengths to achieve it. Athelwold was aggrieved at the terms of King Alfred's will. He was the son of Alfred's brother Ethelred I, who had been king himself and who had died at the height of the Viking struggles in 871. Athelwold expected to be king of Wessex no matter what Alfred had arranged for his own sons. It was in effect as simple as that, but not to Edward, son of Alfred, however. Alfred's will had said something entirely different. Edward had already shown himself to be a remarkable commander in the final years of Alfred's reign, and it was clear to most contemporaries that Edward's right to rule was quite legitimate. Edward had been made a co-ruler of the kingdom of the Anglo-Saxons in the last 2 years of Alfred's reign. Edward's young son Athelstan was born in 895 and quickly became a favourite of King Alfred, who had bestowed upon him gifts given to him by the Pope himself. It is even possible, if later medieval historians are to be believed, that the young boy Athelstan was inaugurated at a very early age. One can only imagine how Athelwold fumed and plotted during the opening months of Edward's reign. He was, to coin a phrase, being royally stitched up. Men of Athelwold's standing have their own retinues, their own supporters and followers tied to their lord by unbreakable bonds. Unsurprisingly, it was not long before Athelwold made his move. He gathered those loyal to him and marched with them to the royal estates at Wimborne and Christchurch, then known as Twynham. The Danes themselves had executed a similar and devastating move at Repton, the seat of the Mercian royal dynasty, in order to crush psychologically King Borgred in 874. But here, Athelwold was occupying the very place where his father had been buried all those years ago, the place where West Saxon legitimacy was marked by tomb after tomb. The pretender to Edward's throne announced to the world that having taken Wimborne with his force, he would live and die there. It was a challenge no son of Alfred the Great could ignore, so ignore it he did not. Edward responded by bringing his own army to Badbury Rings, not far from Wimborne. The sheer size of the king's army alone must have been enough to make Athelwold consider his next move carefully. Edward knew of the nature of the threat. He will have been concerned that Athelwold would gather more supporters by having brought off such an audacious move, but what surely concerned him the most was the nightmare scenario of a man of royal blood gathering support not from the Wessex heartlands, where he would struggle for numbers, but from the power-hungry Scandinavians of the north of Britain. In the event, Athelwold was ahead of his rival by a night's march. One night, during this uneasy standoff, Athelwold took a horse and stole away under cover of darkness, avoiding the scouts of Edward's army. He left behind him a nun whom he had abducted in defiance of the king and the bishop, a deliberate act. He fled to the north and into the arms of the Northumbrian Danes. Edward's riders could not catch him, so stealthy was his move. Athelwold began a most remarkable relationship with the Danes, which he backed up by some extraordinary promises. They accepted him as their king, but what price had he paid for their allegiance? The chronicler Athelweard tells us there was in Northumbria that year a very great disturbance among the English, that is, the bands who were then settled in the territories of the Northumbrians. Could it be that Athelwold had revoked Christianity to entice an army big enough to challenge the king of the Anglo-Saxons? It would not be the first time in European history something like this had happened. Pepin II, a great-grandson of Charlemagne, during a dispute with the Frankish king Charles the Bald, had taken the Danes to his bosom in a similar way. The annals of St. Neots even describe Athelwold as king of the Danes, and subsequently as king of the pagans, when he later made his return to the stage of English politics. Our great pretender, however, goes missing from the historical record for a year before his fateful reappearance. There is speculation that he went to Denmark to gather a fleet and other reinforcements. He is next recorded bringing a fleet to Essex and gaining the submission of the local population there. Soon he would lead his swollen forces into East Anglia and strike a deal there too. With the Scandinavian-dominated army of East Anglia, his own men and those of Essex, Athelwold was a force to be reckoned with, and Edward knew it. The Allies raided across Mercia from their East Anglian bases and came eventually to Cricklade, where they crossed the Thames. They took what they could from nearby settlements such as Braden and turned east to go home. Edward went after them as quickly as he could and launched a punitive campaign across their own heartlands between the Devil's Dyke and Fleam Dyke and the river Wissey, possibly the Ouse. Edward's campaigns stretched as far as the Fens. His Kentish contingent failed to answer his call to return home and was caught by the enemy. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records it thus: "Then they were surrounded there by the raiding army, and they fought there. And there were killed Ealdorman Ceolwulf, and Ealdorman Ceahelm, and Eadwold the king's thane, and Abbot Kenwulf, and Ceobert son of Ceolwulf, and Eadwold son of Acca, and many others in addition to them, though I have named the most distinguished. And on the Danish side were killed King Eohric, the Danish ruler of East Anglia, and the atheling Athelwold, whom they had chosen as their king, and Beorhtsia, the son of the atheling Beorhtnoth, and Hold, a minor nobleman, Isopa, and Hold Oskytel, and very many others in addition to them, whom we cannot name now. And on either hand there was great slaughter made, and there were more of the Danish killed, although they had possession of the place of slaughter." The Kentish refusal to obey the king had nearly cost him dear. Despite his Kentish contingent losing the Battle of the Holm, as it became known, Edward had managed to rid himself of his fiercest rival and the East Anglian ruler to boot. It had been a salutary lesson for King Edward in the problems of command and control in the field on such a wide-ranging campaign, but it had also been a period that outlined the lengths to which competitors for the throne of the ever-expanding kingdom of the Anglo-Saxons were prepared to go to prosecute their claim. For Athelwold, however, despite the open hostility and bitter hand-to-hand fighting, he was only able to persuade perhaps just one moneyer to produce a coin for him, an issue still debated today. The sole surviving coin struck in the name of Earl may be testimony to the political failure of an Anglo-Saxon king who might have been. 900 to 921, the recapture of the Danelaw. Grand strategy in the landscape. The situation across the Midlands and the north of England in the early part of Edward the Elder's reign was extremely colourful. It took almost a generation for King Edward and his redoubtable sister Athelflaed of Mercia to reconquer the Danish Midland strongholds and gather allegiance from these communities to the King of the English. The way in which this was achieved was a matter of long-term strategy, representing one of medieval Europe's most remarkable and sustained military comebacks. There will always be unanswered questions about how it was all done, and inevitably we are missing some important fine-grained detail. After the Battle of the Holm and the defeat of Athelwold, King Edward appears to have struck up a treaty agreement with the Danes. Simeon of Durham records that in 906 an agreement was reached at a place called Ittingford, on the River Ousel near Leighton Buzzard. This was frontier territory between the English and Danish-controlled areas. We do not know the terms of the treaty, but Edward's policy towards the Danes between 906 and 909 seems to take on a certain characteristic. Land in the Danish-controlled areas was being purchased from the Danes by the king, and was subsequently given to Englishmen of rank. This policy was enforced from Derbyshire in the north to Bedfordshire in the south. Combining these islands of English interest into something more tangible in the landscape, however, would take systematic campaigning and strategically sensitive fortress building. The first instance of a concerted campaign in the north took place in Northumbria. Edward brought his forces to the Danes on their doorstep in 909. It was a 5-week campaign of reduction, of harrying the land. It led to a swift peace negotiation by the Danish leadership. But the next year, the men of the north were back with a vengeance. They led a punitive campaign deep into the heart of English Mercia, into the patrimony of Lord Ethelred and his wife Athelflaed. Edward was in Kent putting together a fleet for an eastern seaboard coastal campaign. The Danish raid went all the way down to the Avon near Bristol and along the banks of the Severn. Edward raised a force to take on the raiders, but we do not know how long it took him. We do know, however, that it was drawn from both Mercia and Wessex, and that it is described as finally overtaking the Danish force at Wensfield near Tettenhall on 5 August 910. The Danes had just crossed a river and were laden with booty. The subsequent Battle of Tettenhall was a resounding victory for Edward, so much so that the leaders who perished on the Danish Northumbrian side left behind them a political vacuum as a result of their annihilation. There began a period of history where other Scandinavians, particularly those based in Ireland, would see their own opportunities in Northumbria. As for the Mercians, Ealdorman Ethelred had long been unwell, and much of his policy-making was carried out by his wife Athelflaed. In fact, Ethelred died in 911, and Athelflaed seems to have already begun her great fortress-building campaign in the Midlands, starting with the unidentified fort of Bremersburg in 910. To this were added the forts at Sheergate and Bridgenorth, 912, then Tamworth and Stafford, 913, Edisbury and Warwick, 914, and Cherbury, Weardburg and Runcorn, 915. Some of these forts were situated along the traditional Mercian borders with the northern kingdoms. And so by 915 the military landscape of the central and northern Midlands of England represented a patchwork of estates and fortifications, each of them strategically positioned. Edward, for his part, had begun his strategic campaigning again in 911. Edward took over London and Oxford and began to build a burgh on the north bank of the Lee at Hertford, placed between the rivers Marne, Bean and the Lee. In 912 he took a group of men into Essex to challenge the Danish force there. He camped at Malden and had probably taken a naval force to support him. While there, Edward's fortress builders set to work at Witham, building another burgh on the line of the Roman road from Colchester to London, thus preventing westward advance for the enemy. The people of the countryside who were under Danish control came to the king to give him their support and seek his protection. Meanwhile, some of Edward's men were finishing a second, more southerly burgh at Hertford on the Lee, clearly designed to work in conjunction with the first to control river traffic. The sequence of events that followed is difficult to interpret, since even the entries in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle differ from each other by 1 or 2 years. However, it is clear that at some stage, perhaps in 913, 2 mounted forces from Danish Northampton and Leicester broke the peace and killed many men around the Hook Norton area. Another mounted Danish force rode against Luton and was resoundingly beaten by the English thereabouts. In fact, they took their horses and weapons as a victory prize. The next year, this new English pride was put to the test by a Viking force that sailed up the Severn, raiding into Wales and Mercia as far as Archenfield. A garrison force assembled from the forts at Hereford and Gloucester was called out along with the men from the nearest strongholds, and the Vikings were driven into a place where they could not give battle. Their leader, Roald, had perished in battle, and his followers tried in vain to harass the North Somerset coast before leaving for Wales and then Ireland. The English under Edward were proving just as organised as they had been in the latter years of Alfred's reign. For Edward, it was time to return to the problems not of visiting Vikings, but of the continual threat from the Danes living in England. The king took a force to Buckingham, and within 4 weeks his men had erected a twin fortress either side of the Ouse, thereby denying the Danes of Bedford any room for manoeuvre. The effects of Edward's remarkable energy in fortress building were profound. This latest effort brought him a visit from Thurketil, a leading Dane, who offered his submission to the king. Also, the men of Bedford and many of the Danes of Northampton came to him. The following year, 918, saw Edward repeat his building exercise at Bedford itself, enhancing its defence by building a twin to the existing fortification on the other side of the river. Events are difficult to sequence after this, but it is clear that an English army took up quarters at Towcester, an old Roman fort on the River Tove. This was at the southern end of the Northampton Danes' territory. The same force was ordered by the king to build another fort at Wigingmere, a site that is unidentified, but which may well be Wigmore in Herefordshire on the Roman road near to Offa's Dyke. With the setting up of an English garrison at Towcester, the Danes at Leicester and Northampton took the opportunity to attack it. It was a siege that lasted all day, and yet the Danes failed to break it. In the end, English reinforcements arrived and the besieging forces withdrew. There followed a punitive campaign by the Danes of the reduction of an area of land described as between Burn Wood and Aylesbury. Predatory bands took what they could in terms of men and property, capturing the population by surprise. It was a deliberate policy in that the Danes knew this area belonged to the king himself. It seems the Danish-led forces of the Midlands and East Anglia were now acting, if not in unison, but according to a planned grand strategy. Next, the Danes of Huntingdon and East Anglia went from their homes to build a fortress at Tempsford, a site that controlled the confluence of the Iver and Ouse. From here, it would be possible to launch attacks against the areas of Bedfordshire that Edward had reclaimed in the previous years. They soon tried just this, heading for Bedford itself. However, its English garrison had outscouted their enemy and met them in the field outside Bedford and won a victory that saw large casualties on the Danish side. While the wars were being fought in the hotly debated areas of Bedfordshire, Athelflaed was at work in the north of Mercia. She took Derby, the most westerly and most isolated of the Danish 5 boroughs of the North Midlands, which included Leicester, Nottingham, Stamford and Lincoln. Athelflaed is recorded as having lost 4 thanes dear to her at the gates of the city, but it was becoming clear that her part in a strategic pincer movement was being successfully carried out. The next move was led by the Danish East Anglians, with assistance from the Danes of Essex and other areas of the Danelaw. They headed all the way over to Wajingmere and besieged it for a day, but once again they were unsuccessful in breaking it down and turned instead to cattle rustling. It was becoming clear that Alfred's system of fyrd rotation and the tripartite division of military burdens was working very well in the wide landscape of the Midlands, where everything was politically fluid. The forces of the stronghold on the English side near to Tempsford were called out by the king and led to the new Danish fortification. Here a successful siege was carried out and the place was broken down. It cost Jarl Toglos and his king their lives, along with many others. Being a Danish king of East Anglia in the early 10th century was clearly not good for one's health. All those who put up a fight were killed. Edward was on something of a roll now and headed soon to Colchester, where he conducted another successful siege and broke the old Roman fortification, killing many of its defenders, save those who managed to scale the old Roman walls from inside and flee. Clearly now, the march of the Anglo-Saxons was looking inexorable, particularly in what had seemed safe East Anglian Danish territory. With a hint of desperation on the part of the Danish leadership, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records that at harvest time the East Anglians summoned up an army from their own bases and from a force of Viking pirates they had enticed to join them, and travelled to the English fortification of Maldon in Essex, intent on a revenge attack. Maldon withstood the siege and was relieved by another mobile English force. If this was not enough ignominy for the Danes, they were caught and defeated by the garrison force itself in open battle. It was harvest time of the same year when Edward moved again. This time he took an army to Passenham, which controls the point where the Roman road out of Towcester fords the road across the Tove. From here a detachment strengthened the defences with stone walling at Towcester. It seems to have been enough to gain the submission of Jarl Thorferth and the Northampton Danes. In fact, the submission of Jarl Thorferth included an area of land as far north as the river Welland, the inhabitants of which sought Edward as their lord and protector. The tour of duty for the Passenham fyrdsmen had come to an end, and they were quickly replaced by a new English army which set out to Huntingdon to repair its defences. More people were coming to Edward from the surrounding countryside. It was a triumph of royal organisation and military discipline. The combination of King Alfred's fyrd rotation system and the building of strategic fortifications in the landscape across the heartlands of England was proving to be invincible. Edward would even have coins minted, showing a reverse with a tower or fortification on it, much in the style of Constantine the Great's coinage, the legendary Roman emperor. Some more repair work was ordered at the damaged fort of Colchester, and to Edward came the people of East Anglia and Essex, some of whom had been under direct Danish rule for 30 years. The fighting men of East Anglia even agreed to ally themselves with Edward and assist him by both land and sea. The Vikings of Cambridge, a long-established force, also came to Edward. The kingdom of the English was growing rapidly. The Anglo-Saxon king was taking control of a great part of the Midlands on both sides of Watling Street. There would, however, be battles to fight with a new Norse power that had just established itself in York. However, the remaining towns of the Danish 5 boroughs, whose leaders may have had one eye on developments in York, were the next to receive Edward's attention. Edward took an army to one of them, Stamford in Lincolnshire. Here, at a point where Rutland, Northamptonshire and Lincolnshire met on the River Nene, Edward built a fortification on the south side of the river, and the Danes in the fort on the north side submitted to him. The king then must have heard the news that his sister Athelflaed had died while at Tamworth, having just recently peaceably taken control over Danish Leicester. He set out there with a force and seized control of the town and of all Mercia and its subject Welsh patrimonies which his sister had achieved lordship over. Only Nottingham and Lincoln remained disloyal to Edward of the traditional Danish 5 boroughs. He went next to Nottingham, where he captured the place and ordered it to be improved and occupied by both Danes and Anglo-Saxons. There is evidence that the town at this stage had an additional encircling ditch and bank built around it. Soon the Mercian frontier would be restored to what it had been in the glory days of the Middle English kingdom under King Offa. Edward's visit to Thelwall, commanding the crossing of the Mersey at Latchford and the repair of the Roman fort at Manchester, can be seen as a strengthening of Mercia's northern territories. The focus would now shift to a battle in the next generation between the kingdom of the English, complete with its dynamic and multicultural Mercia, and the Norse kingdom of York, the political and military activity of which would dominate the 10th century in the north. Before his death in 924, Edward would again visit Nottingham and had a bridge built over the Trent, linking both fortifications there. From here he went to Bakewell to oversee the building of yet another fortification. His reign was marked near to its end by the submission to him of the King of the Scots, of Strathclyde and of York, and the English enclave at Bamburgh in the far north. The strength of the northern leaders' commitment to this agreement would be tested in the years to come, and its meaning has been debated down the centuries. One thing is certain, however. The campaigns of Edward the Elder and his sister Athelflaed must be regarded as the most sustained and successful in Anglo-Saxon history. 1063. Harold Godwinson in Wales. The making of a leader. Harold Godwinson's rise to power in 1066 was not a matter of accident. Many writers attribute Harold's mastery of the late Anglo-Saxon political landscape to familial ties and the respect with which he was held on the eve of Edward the Confessor's death, even by the ailing king himself. But it has been put forward that the defining moment in Harold's career was not in fact the assuming of the English throne in 1066, but his devastatingly effective campaigns in Wales in 1063. It was here that the reputation of the man changed from one-time rebellious member of the Godwin family to that of an effective military commander and statesman. Harold's opponent during his Welsh wars was Gruffydd ap Llywelyn, who began his reign in the Welsh kingdom of Gwynedd in 1039. Gruffydd was an acquirer, an expansionist warlord ready to play all the games available to him at the expense of his Welsh neighbours and very often at the expense of the Mercian English, into whose territory he launched frequent raids. For the Welsh, however, he had soon begun to develop something of a personality cult. Gruffydd's main target area across the border was rural Herefordshire. It is because of such raids into this Marcher territory that King Edward the Confessor had entrusted the defence of it to Earl Sweyn Godwinson, Harold's brother, in around 1043. Sweyn's approach was to ally himself with Gruffydd, and in doing so pose a problem for Gruffydd's enemy, Gruffydd ap Rhydderch of Deheubarth. The two even went on campaign together, resulting in the handing to Sweyn of several Welsh hostages. But on his return from this very campaign, Sweyn took something of a personal shine to the Abbess of Leominster and held her for a year. It was a serious enough crime to cost Sweyn his earldom and exile. Into the vacuum over the next few years stepped King Edward's Normans, whose presence in their first Marcher castles seemed not to deter Gruffydd from further raids. Harold, as the new Earl of Wessex, became directly involved in Welsh affairs in 1055. His family had handsomely recovered from the political crisis of the early 1050s, which saw them return from exile in overwhelming force. The Godwinsons were in the ascendancy now, with Harold playing an increasingly leading role. This year saw a great turnaround in the ruling of England's earldoms, from which Harold and his brothers benefited. Ælfgar, Earl of East Anglia, found himself exiled, accused by some people of treason. His response was to go to Ireland and fetch himself 18 ships' companies of mercenaries, and then head to Wales and into the welcoming arms of Gruffydd ap Llywelyn. The two of them led their forces to Hereford, where they were met by the Norman Earl Ralph, whose lack of success in getting his fyrdsmen to fight mounted is well documented but possibly misunderstood. The subsequent Allied sacking of Hereford was too much for King Edward to bear, so he sent Harold to the area. Harold had come from Gloucester with a huge force. It was enough to ensure the Allies fled back into Wales for the time being. Harold then turned his attention to the town of Hereford, so pitifully mauled by Gruffydd ap Llywelyn and Ælfgar. He had built a broad, deep ditch and fortified it with gates and bars. High politics then seems to have played its part, as Harold sought peace with the Allies and King Edward restored to Ælfgar his lost earldom. In June 1056, however, Gruffydd ap Llywelyn was back again. This time he would be opposed by the local forces of the brand-new Bishop Leofgar of Hereford, formerly Harold's personal chaplain. The militant Leofgar took with him a contingent led by the Shire Reeve Ælfnoth, but they got as far as Glassbury-on-Wye before both being slaughtered by the Welsh in a miserable campaign seemingly designed to recover the lost territory of Archenfield. Earls Harold and Leofric, along with Bishop Ealdred, came to shore up the situation. They brought with them another huge force, but once again decided to resort to diplomatic agreements with Gruffydd ap Llywelyn. The Welsh king, now recognised by Edward as ruler of all Wales, gained further territorial advances in this agreement, which included the fortification of Rhuddlan, a place where he would soon relocate his court. After the death of the Norman Earl Ralph of Herefordshire, Harold took direct control of the region. This would be the springboard for his later operations. Ælfgar had won the earldom of Mercia after the death of his father Leofric, but yet again this turbulent earl found himself exiled by the king for reasons not recorded. Once more he ran to Gruffydd ap Llywelyn, who had by now married Ælfgar's daughter, so strong was their alliance. Between them, Ælfgar and Gruffydd, accompanied by a mysterious Norwegian fleet, forcibly restored the Mercian earl to his patrimony. Regrettably, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle describes it all as too tedious to tell. It is a frustrating entry in the sense that we are unable successfully to piece together how the campaigns of 1063 came into being. Suffice it to say that this time Harold Godwinson took on a distinctively offensive posture and was aided by his brother Tostig of Northumbria in a joint venture designed to rid Edward of the menace of Gruffydd ap Llywelyn for good. Tostig's Northumbrian coastline may well have been targeted by this enigmatic Norwegian force, thus driving him into the arms of his brother for vengeance. Also, Ælfgar's recent death may have had something to do with Gruffydd perceiving his peace with the English to be at an end. It is possible he resorted once again to raiding into English territory, finally compelling King Edward to order his destruction. Just after Christmas in 1062, Harold led a force northwest of Gloucester and into the region around Rhuddlan. It almost achieved complete surprise, and may well have been entirely mounted. The stronghold at Rhuddlan was sacked and burnt, along with Welsh ships and their equipment. Gruffydd, however, just managed to sail away in time. But the destruction was widespread and had a profound effect on Welsh minds, having been directed with such daring against a citadel that many Welshmen may have thought unchallengeable from England. With Gruffydd still alive, Harold returned to England to put together a plan with the king's backing that would involve his brother Tostig providing one arm of a two-pronged and wide-ranging attack on Wales. Harold would sail a fleet from Bristol around the north of Wales, while Tostig would lead an entirely mounted force into Gwynedd, the home kingdom of Gruffydd. The naval force harried the coastline and killed people or took hostages wherever it went. When they went on foot, Harold's troops were especially prepared for the difficulty of the terrain by wearing much lighter body armour than normal, according to the 12th century writer John of Salisbury. He, Harold, decided to campaign with a light armament shod with boots, their chests protected with straps of very tough hide, carrying small round shields to ward off missiles, and using as offensive weapons javelins and a pointed sword. Thus he was able to cling to their heels as they fled and pressed them so hard that foot repulsed foot and spear repulsed spear, and the boss of one shield that of another. At each point in the campaign, the Welsh people were told to withdraw their support for Griffith, and it seemed ultimately to have an effect. As Griffith withdrew into the mountains of Snowdonia, he began to lose the support of his people, who were still at the receiving end of punitive English hostility. In August 1063, Griffith was finally betrayed by one of his own. Cunan, son of Iago, killed the legendary Welsh king and brought his head to Harold, who subsequently took it to his own king. With Griffith's half-brothers Bleddyn and Rhiwallon now given joint control of North Wales by Edward, and hostages and promises of tribute and service extracted, Welsh expansionism at the expense of the English was severely, and some might argue permanently, checked. Gerald of Wales, a famous medieval Welsh historian, tells of the measure of Harold's success. He says that, erected by entitlement according to ancient tradition, the Englishman left a trail of inscribed stones across Wales to commemorate his victories. Many, he said, simply read, Hic fuit victor Haroldus. Harold was the victor here. Harold was clearly at the top of his game after the Welsh campaigns. Within 2 short years, however, he would face another great test as the new and controversial King of England in desperately troubling times. Had he won the Battle of Hastings in 1066, history would have spoken very differently of Harold, son of Godwin. His status would have jumped to that of a national legend. It was certainly heading that way after the Welsh campaigns. One man with a vaulting ambition far greater than that of Griffith ap Llywelyn would see to it that the Englishman's reputation would collapse into a stormy sea of desperate but effective propaganda, and that man would become the first Norman King of England. Battles. 896. Alfred's navy in action. The new ships are tested. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle gives us a curious account of a naval battle that took place on the south coast of England in 896. By now, Alfred's struggles with the Danes were not exactly over, but he had proved himself to be a master of strategy on land. The Danes had fled England after a series of brutal campaigns that saw them half-starved to death by Alfred and his followers in encounters of speed and sophistication which had never left them alone in the English landscape for long. But as the last of the enemy's ships sailed off to the shores of northern Europe to terrorize the folk of Francia, there remained untested King Alfred's naval response to the attentions of raiders on his shores. The test came in 896, when the south coast of England had been repeatedly harassed by ships' companies from the Danish-controlled areas of Northumbria and East Anglia. Most of the ships of the Danes, which are described as askers, a Scandinavian term in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, were still the very same vessels they had used years ago. We have noted how the king had organized his shipbuilding program, how he had studied Viking ships captured by the Londoners at Hertford and other ships taken years before. But how would the allegedly taller and faster Anglo-Saxon ships of 60 oars, twice as long as the Danes' vessels, fare when put to the test? The new ship type was built, as we have observed, as it seemed to himself, Alfred, they might be most useful. 6 ships came to the Isle of Wight and did great harm there, both in Devon and everywhere along the sea-coast. We are not told where they had come from, but the Northumbrian or East Anglian centres present the most likely source for these Danes. The king then ordered 9 of his new ships to go there, and we are told that Alfred's ships got in front of them at the river mouth towards the open sea. The Danes came out to the English with 3 of their 6 ships, while the remaining 3 stood on dry land at the upper end of the river mouth, and the men were gone off up inland. But where was this river mouth? Possible candidates for this locale have been put forward. They include the ex-estuary in Devon, an area clearly recently attacked by the Danes, or Poole Harbour in Dorset. The English ships are said to have captured 2 of the 3 ships at the entrance to the river mouth and killed the men. But one of the 3 ships got away. However, on this remaining ship, only 5 Danes survived to sail their vessel away amid a sea of drowned men. This may sound like a victory for the English ships of Alfred's brave new navy, but more action was to come. The one Danish ship that just about escaped a mauling had managed to do so due to the fact that many of the English ships had run aground very awkwardly. 3 English ships ran aground on the side of the channel that the 3 beached Danish ships were on, whereas what we must assume to have been the remaining 6 English ships ran hopelessly aground on the other side of the channel and were unable to play a part in the ensuing struggle. So 3 English ships were aground, leaning on their sides near to where the Danish beached ships had been set. The crews of the Danish ships had been inland, but either very soon returned or had left a reasonable force in those 3 ships, because the chronicler says they set about the crews of the stranded English ships. The difference in disposition between the Danish and English ships is implied by the chronicler. The Danes, who had beached deliberately, almost certainly will have positioned their vessels to aid a quick getaway after the tide had ebbed. The English, however, simply ran aground, hence the reference to them being on their side. It was not a happy experience for Alfred's sailors. Not all of them were English either. It seems from the list of those killed in action that Alfred had employed a good number of Frisians in his new navy. Famous for their seafaring capabilities, the Frisians had been masters of the trade routes of the North Sea and English Channel for centuries. But here, on a bleak English shore, the lives of some very high-ranking and beloved men to the king of the Anglo-Saxons perished at the hands of the Danes. Wulfhere the Frisian, Aber the Frisian, and Aselhere the Frisian accompanied many Englishmen in the list of the fallen to the number of 62 dead. But it was recorded that 120 Danes had perished as well. 2 of the first 3 ships' companies at the river mouth had been completely annihilated in what must have been a bloody encounter of close-quarter fighting on the decks. Back on the beach, at the scene of what will have looked like a Pyrrhic Danish victory, efforts were being made to float the Danish vessels to effect an escape. Indeed, the chronicler recounts that the tide reached the Danish ships first, implying that they were able to float away earlier than the English. It is not known how many men were left on the Danish ships, but they managed to row out to sea and headed east again from where they had come. But the effects of the raging battle around their beached vessels must have been great indeed. They were so damaged that they could not row past the land of Sussex, is the dry assertion of the quill. 2 of the ships foundered on the shores of the ancient Saxon kingdom, now comfortably absorbed into the kingdom of the Anglo-Saxons. The local Sussex men found the wretched Viking shipmen on their shore and took them to their king, a long and agonizing march to Winchester. Here, the king of the Anglo-Saxons heard the story of the Danish audacity, of their destruction of some of the finest men in the king's household, and ordered every one of them to be hanged. But there was one wretched survivor of the swords and arrows of the great naval encounter. The one remaining ship of the Danes had limped back to its home in East Anglia. The Danes returned from their Wessex coastal expedition very much wounded. But had it been a success for Alfred's new navy? Yes, it had, but the cost was dear. The new ships of the English had foundered on the beach, and their crews had not been able to get away as quickly as their enemy. The deeper draught of the English ships had let them down in this regard. Several of the English ships had run aground without hope of taking part in the battle. In this sense, it can be argued that the new naval arrangements in terms of ship design were a failure. But the purpose for which they were built, to outman and outmaneuver the enemy, seems to have been proved a success by the emphatic victory of those first ships which intercepted the 3 fleeing Danish ships at the mouth of the Channel. This was progress made in the truest of Anglo-Saxon styles, expensively and at the edge of the sword. 991. The Battle of Maldon, an invitation to disaster? The poem The Battle of Maldon is of course extensively quoted in any work on Anglo-Saxon warfare. Without it, the record would simply show another defeat at the beginning of a series of English disasters at the dawn of the Second Age of Viking incursions. But with it we are given a glimpse of the heroism of the age, and find ourselves asking such searching cultural questions as to whether it really was possible in 991 for thanes to give their own lives in vengeance for the death of their lord, a seemingly idealistic and archaic concept. Another question that is often raised in respect of Maldon is why Byrhtnoth, the East Saxon ealdorman, allowed an advantageous situation to be forfeited for a level playing field. Some observations on a mixture of military necessities and political culture, as well as some obvious landscape issues, should provide the answer. But first, who actually fought at Maldon in 991? On the English side, it is certain that the army was led by Byrhtnoth, ealdorman of the East Saxons, 956 to 991, a man of long-standing service to the region. But on the Viking side, the picture is not so clear. It is probable that Sweyn Forkbeard of Denmark and Olaf Tryggvason led the force opposing the English. There are even dark hints that a certain Athelric of Bocking was treacherously planning to receive Sweyn on his arrival on the East Saxon shore. From the king's confirmation of Athelric's will comes the grave accusation in a passage that hints at how the famous king may have got his long-remembered nickname of the Unready. It was many years before Athelric died that the king was told that he, Athelric, was in the bad plan, Unrad, that Sweyn should be received in Essex when first he came thither with a fleet. The Battle of Maldon came at the beginning of a new era of Scandinavian aggression in Britain. For years the Anglo-Saxon kings had been powerful enough to deter serious raiding activity and incursions. But now, after a series of small-scale opportunistic raids on various coastal settlements, there came to Folkestone in Kent a force of a size comparable with the period of the great heathen army of the 9th century, if not even greater in number. The area around Folkestone was ravaged in the summer of 991. The difference this time was that the punishment was meted out by the crews of up to 93 ships. From here the force went to Sandwich and from there to Ipswich. On or around 10 August 991 the force sailed to Northey Island in the estuary of the river Blackwater. They had moored opposite the Burh at the heart of the East Saxon patrimony, the Burh of Maldon. Byrhtnoth had to do something about it. A narrow causeway links Northey Island to the mainland outside the modern town of Maldon. There are only a few hours between high tides when it is usable, just as it was then. Here, on the mainland side, there is flat ground where the battle itself took place. From the text of the poem it seems that Byrhtnoth ordered his men to dismount and go ahead on foot, then sent their horses to the rear. He was able to bring his army up to this area, thus closing off any passageway for Viking troops coming across the causeway from Northey Island. Byrhtnoth then began to drill his men in an apparently rare example of Anglo-Saxon military training. When the ealdorman finally dismounted and joined his own personal hearth troop of warriors, a Viking messenger appeared and tried to extract tribute from the Saxons in return for not bringing battle. But Byrhtnoth heroically declined the offer. He ordered his shield wall to line the shore in readiness. The tide prevented both sides from coming at each other for some time. There then follows a curious defence of the causeway by the chosen brave Anglo-Saxon warriors Wulfstan, Alfhere and Maccus, who, when the waters had parted, slew the oncoming individual Vikings. Having observed this, the Vikings chose a tactic of guile to gain the upper hand. They proposed to the ealdormen that they should be allowed to come across the causeway and form up on the mainland so that they could bring battle. Byrhtnoth is then criticised in the poem for allowing too much land to the Vikings, an act of overconfidence, it is said. A wonderful vision of Byrhtnoth marshalling his troops under skies swirling with circling ravens and the air thick with the shouts of men then follows. But why did he allow it to happen at all? We must understand where Byrhtnoth stood in the overall politics of his day. He was a regional ruler who had long service and was responsible for the defence of a large stretch of coastline. He may not have known of the sedition of others, of their desire to betray the king to the Vikings. Furthermore, he may have already had to gather his forces only recently against a similar foe at the end of the very same causeway, if a strange yet seldom quoted entry in the 12th century Liber Eliensis is to be believed. Accordingly, at one time when the Danes landed at Maldon, and he, Byrhtnoth, heard the news, he met them with an armed force and destroyed nearly all on the bridge over the water. Only a few of them escaped and sailed to their own country to tell the tale. This entry is not thought to be reliable. It is followed by the return, 4 years later, of the same defeated Viking force to Maldon. These men goad the East Saxon ruler into another fight, which lasts a seemingly impossible 14 days and finally results in Byrhtnoth losing his head in the final push. It also mentions Byrhtnoth's campaigns in Northumbria and the presence of a Northumbrian hostage in the ranks of the East Saxon army, which is supported by the text of the poem. But the point is not whether the Liber Eliensis is accurate or not. It is to do with the fact that the Battle of Maldon cannot have been an isolated incident in the long history of Byrhtnoth's defence of the shore on behalf of his lord. We are missing a whole raft of political intrigue that is barely hinted at in the sources, but which allows us tentatively to conclude that Byrhtnoth allowed the Vikings into a pitched battle because it was vital that he won it, and probably expected to do so. The Life of St. Oswald, written just a few years after the battle, mentions that the Viking casualties were so many that they had only a few men to crew their ships afterwards. It all points to a deliberately chosen war of attrition, a policy that cost Byrhtnoth his life, but which may have temporarily saved his lord's kingdom. The poem then, for what it is worth, continues with individual acts of heroism and some thumpingly good warrior antics. Byrhtnoth is soon slain. His followers, Ælfnoth and Wulfmare, also gave their lives alongside their lord, but others chose a different course. Godric had the temerity to take Byrhtnoth's horse and flee along with others, giving the false impression that it was Byrhtnoth himself who had fled. The poet, of course, heartily disapproves of all this. Into the fray stepped the men of the ealdorman's hearth troop who specifically had vowed to avenge the death of their lord or die in trying. Assisted by their Northumbrian hostage, whose weaponry was limited to a bow and arrow, the comrades stepped into the battle and slew many opponents before giving their own lives. The poem, like so many other important Anglo-Saxon literary survivors, is incomplete and ends as the comrades are loyally fulfilling the avenging of the death of their ring-giving lord as their numbers inevitably dwindle. The heroism is of course designed for a certain audience. However, like so much in Anglo-Saxon history, it is as impossible now as it was then to divorce the ideal from the reality. This is because the values being vaunted by the poet were so deeply rooted in the psychology of the warriors of the day. Ethelred's long and complex reign would include more military defeats and a general collapse of English morale, until his son Edmund began to fight in a way perhaps echoing the heroics of Byrhtnoth and his hearth troop in 1016. But in 991, somewhere in the region of Southhouse Farm on the flat land opposite Northey Island to the south of Maldon, there took place a struggle that typifies all that was honourable about the Anglo-Saxon spirit. 1066. Stamford Bridge, the secret of surprise. Of all the campaigns in 1066, the Battle of Stamford Bridge demonstrates a good number of themes explored in this book. The importance of hostages to the leaders, the influence of terrain on the battle at a tactical level, and above all, the importance of descending upon an enemy when he is not expecting it. Another aspect of warfare is also brought out by a study of the battle. This is the question of how far a Viking army of the period can be from its reinforcements and supply before suffering the consequences of overstretching itself. The Battle of Stamford Bridge has garnered plenty of attention over the years. Its immediate predecessor, the Battle of Fulford Gate, has received less. Nevertheless, Fulford Gate is just as important a battle. The political events leading up to the campaigns of 1066 are very well documented. Suffice it to say that on the one side was the newly crowned King Harold of England, supported locally by his new brothers-in-law Earls Edwin and Morcar, and on the other was Harold's by now estranged brother Tostig, whose loss of his earldom of Northumbria had all but consumed him while he was in exile. Tostig had found himself an ally, a man already a legend in the Viking world. Harald Sigurdsson, later named Hardraði or Ruthless, had been in the Varangian Guard serving the Byzantine emperor and was now the Norwegian king. He was a man of extraordinary physical stature. His claim to the English throne was based on a promise made by King Harthacnut of England to King Magnus of Norway that whoever died first, the other should inherit his kingdom. It was Harthacnut who died first, but Magnus never really prosecuted his claim, and so now in 1066, very much at the request of an insistent Tostig, Harald Sigurdsson of Norway sailed to the Humber estuary with a colossal fleet of up to 500 ships. His wars with Sweyn Estrithson, the King of Denmark, were getting him nowhere, and now would be the time he would take the English throne instead. It is probable that Sigurdsson came to England via the Orkneys, where he picked up Earls Paul and Erland and probably Tostig and his Flemish mercenaries, who were by now in Scotland. Scarborough was ransacked on the journey around the coast to the south, after which the combined fleet sailed up the Humber estuary and then up the Ouse to Rickhall, where they moored ready to take York. This was on or around 16 September. Edwin and Morcar sent to King Harold the news of the landing and raced to York. The brothers got to York and gave battle to the south of the city at Fulford on 20 September. They appear to have formed up along the Germany Beck, a water feature feeding into the river, pinning one of their flanks on the river itself. It was an ideal defensive position in that this was where routeways into York from the south converged. The Vikings knew they had to defeat the brothers to get to York. On the west flank nearest the river, the Norwegians had most of their muscle, and it was here they prevailed in the end. Earl Edwin's forces suffered greatly as they were retreating with their backs to the river in places. Morcar's men seemed to have recoiled as far as Heslington, a mile away to the northeast. The way was open now for Harold and Tostig to take York. Edwin and Morcar, although defeated, would later play a part in the campaign, but for now the speedy response of the new King of England would bring on the next stage. It seems that after the initial hostage exchanges, Tostig may have prevaricated at York. Northumbria, after all, was an earldom Tostig had recently held, and there must have been room for some negotiation. A total of 150 hostages were exchanged and supplies given to the Allied army. Harold and Tostig then returned to their ships at Rickhall. By Sunday, 24 September, King Harold had arrived at Tadcaster, 8 miles southwest of York. There he is said to have marshalled his fleet, a possible reference to some English deserters from Tostig's fleet who would have found themselves hemmed in by the Allies at Rickhall. Alternatively, it is just possible that the ships might have been crewed by the Danes sent by the King of Denmark to aid the English against Harald Sigurdsson. Nevertheless, Harold of England swept into York on Monday, 25 September, apparently unopposed. King Harold quickly stifled any means of alerting his enemies to his presence. The two allied commanders, Tostig and Harald, were dividing their forces into those who would stay behind with the ships and those who were to go out to the junction of the roads to the east of York and meet with the expected regional leaders for hostages and tributes to be paid. They cannot have been anticipating King Harold of England to arrive so quickly. Earls Paul and Erland stayed at Rickwall, and Harald and Tostig travelled to claim their hostages. When the latter two got to Stamford Bridge at the junction of the regional roads, they were 11 miles from Rickwall. Not only would this distance prove to be a fatal miscalculation, but according to legend, the Norwegians had left their armour on shipboard, so fine was the weather. The account given of the Battle of Stamford Bridge by the 13th century historian Snorri Sturluson is shot through with anachronisms and inaccuracies. It still provides us, however, with a flavour of the subsequent battle that is difficult not to include in any modern observation of it. As the Allies approached York from where they had been, they saw a large cloud of dust raised by horses' hooves. Shields and white coats of mail shone beneath the cloud. Harald Sigurdsson asked Tostig who these people might be, but Tostig was unsure, so they waited. The closer the army came, says Snorri, the greater it grew, and their glittering weapons sparkled like a field of broken ice. There was no way Tostig could get back to the ships at Rickwall, as the realization dawned upon him that the approaching force was that of his brother. He and Harald instead fell back across the Derwent over the bridge. Harold had sent 3 messengers to Rickwall for reinforcements, but these men were several hours' march away at best. It was during the falling back operation that a famous holding action is supposed to have occurred at Stamford Bridge itself. Inserted by a later hand into the Abingdon version of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle is the following fascinating account. There was one of the Norwegians who withstood the English people so that they could not cross the bridge nor gain victory. Then one Englishman shot with an arrow, but it was to no avail, and then another came under the bridge and stabbed him through under the mailcoat. Then Harold, king of the English, came over the bridge, and his army along with him, and there made a great slaughter of Norwegians and Flemings. Just before the full battle commenced, Snorri recalls that an English horseman inquired of a man whether Earl Tostig was in the army. The Earl answered the man in person. The rider told Tostig that the King of England would offer Tostig his earldom back and a third of his kingdom. But this did not impress the Earl, who told the rider of the damage done to him by his brother during his exile. Tostig then asked the mystery rider what his new lord, King Harald Sigurdsson, could expect from the English king. The rider's famous answer, according to Snorri, was emphatic. King Harold has already declared how much of England he is prepared to grant him, 7 feet of ground, or as much more as he is taller than other men. Tostig knew the rider all too well. Brothers cannot successfully disguise themselves from one another. When he revealed the identity of the rider to his new lord Harald, the Norwegian berated him for not alerting him sooner, but did at least admit to his men that King Harold of England, although little, sat proudly in his stirrups. The story Snorri spins is a wonderful yarn, but what happened next was very grim for those who lost their lives. There followed one of the most comprehensive annihilations in medieval history. Upon these battle flats to the east of York would be piled the bones of thousands of warriors. They could still be seen in the 12th century, according to Ordericus Vitalis, an Anglo-Norman monk. Snorri gives us an account of the battle, but confuses what happened later at Hastings with events at Stamford Bridge. He talks of repeated English cavalry charges against the Norwegians, which, although not beyond credulity, smacks of the Normans at Hastings and not the English at Stamford Bridge. He talks too of pauses in the fighting and of the death of a king, Harold, through the firing of an arrow. All we know for certain is that neither Tostig or Harold survived the Anglo-Saxon onslaught. Harald was possibly shot in the neck with an arrow. As for Tostig, William of Malmesbury says the Earl was found slumped beneath his banners, capable only of being identified by a wart between his shoulder blades. It was all too late for Eystein Orri, the leader of the recall relieving force. Notwithstanding their arrival with armour as well as weapons, they were exhausted when they got there. There is even the distinct possibility that Harold's marshalling of his fleet at Tadcaster contained an instruction to fall upon the Viking reserves at Rickhall should they get a chance. If this happened, it may well explain why just 24 ships returned to Norway out of the several hundreds that came. Jarl Earl Paul and Olaf, the son of Harald, led the sorry remnants home with a solemn promise not to return. The Battle of Stamford Bridge was nothing short of a masterpiece of military planning. The conqueror of the Welsh, Harold, son of Godwin, had just one more enemy to defeat to be sure of a permanent grip on the throne of England. 1066. Hastings, Landscape, Locations and Evidence. We cannot hear about the Battle of Hastings and pretend we do not know the result. Such were the consequences of King Harold's defeat on 14 October 1066 that more has been written about the battle than any other battle in English history. However, it is interesting that with so much literature at our disposal, there are questions about the battle itself that still remain. For example, where was the battle actually fought? Where was it intended to be fought? How long did it last? Was there a feigned Norman flight on the battlefield? Why did William of Normandy win it against the odds? And that most famous of all Hastings' talking points, where did the Malfoss incident, where many Norse horsemen met their doom, take place? As William's remarkable invasion fleet stood out to sea on the rising tide at Saint-Valery on the evening of 28 September 1066, taking advantage of long-awaited southwesterly winds, we know that he was heading for the south coast of England to claim a kingdom. However, there are disputes even about his intended landing place. William of Malmesbury tells us that the Duke had told Harold he would claim what was his by force of arms and come to a place where Harold supposed his footing secure. To the west of Pevensey lay the rich Sussex estates of Harold's family. Also, and perhaps more significantly, lay the Steyning estate seized by Harold from the monks of Fécamp Abbey. It would not be forgotten that the Norman invasion fleet's original starting point on the other side of the English Channel had been in the Dives estuary, more or less directly opposite these English target areas. The Norman fleet had been blown by adverse winds to its second launching point at Saint-Valery. However, on the morning of 29 September 1066, it was at the old Roman fort of Pevensey where William set up his first temporary fortification on the western side of a salt marsh. His appearance on the south coast of England went largely unchallenged, save for the unfortunate fate of some errant vessels' crews which strayed onto the defended shoreline at Romney. The landscape around Pevensey Bay is no longer like it was in 1066. Land reclamation and drainage have vastly altered its appearance. When William landed, it was a salt marsh, which had once been a tidal lagoon. It was practically uncrossable and was still penetrated here and there by tidal inlets, some of which stretched almost as far inland as Ninfield and Catsfield, some 5 miles from the sea. To march from Pevensey to Hastings in 1066 involved a circuitous route, through Standard Hill at Ninfield, then down the 7-mile Ridgeway Road to Hastings. It seems likely that William left an armoured reconnaissance force at Pevensey, surrounded by supplies and equipment and well enough protected. Then, as is also evidenced by the Carmen, the Bayeux Tapestry and William of Poitiers, he sailed to Hastings, as soon as they were fit, says the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. 2 hours after setting off at high tide, he would have arrived at Coombe Haven alongside the settlement at Hastings. Here began a long road to London, which stretched along the Ridgeway to the north and penetrated the thickly wooded Weald of Sussex. Precisely what happened to the townsfolk of Hastings is not fully recorded, but we can expect their experience was not pleasant. So William set himself up with camp and castle at Hastings and waited. To the west of him was Combe Haven, and to the east the landscape curved around to the north from the Fairlight Cliffs. To the north the Brede estuary stretched as far as Settlescombe. William was, in effect, at the end of a peninsula. There was only one way out of this place, and that was directly to the north. For Harold, who had begun his legendary race to the south, the task was to trap his Norman enemy in this bottleneck of land and smash him into the sea. It is probable that Harold received the news of William's landing while he was at York on or about 1 October. The king had just won a thumping victory over Harald Sigurdsson. Within 2 weeks he was in London. In this time 190 miles had been covered. This amounts to an average of just over 13 miles a day. Interestingly, a similar marching rate has been gleaned from the charter evidence of King Athelstan's 924–939 campaign to Scotland in 934. Here the king covered 130 miles between Winchester and Nottingham between 28 May and 7 June, averaging, like Harold after him, around 13 miles a day. It is difficult to piece together what was going on in the mind of King Harold during the days between Stamford Bridge and Hastings. There are a number of possibilities, but the sources are quiet about it. William of Malmesbury and Ordericus Vitalis, writing in the 12th century, give us a possible glimpse at the best. Malmesbury tells us that Harold suffered some desertions from his army during this time. This, he says, was down to the king's reluctance to share out his booty from Stamford Bridge. He had instead instructed the Earls Edwin and Morcar to take the spoils to London. This single point is remarkable if it is true. It may explain a line in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle's brief but noteworthy account of the Battle of Hastings. The Worcester scribe describes it thus: "Then this, William's arrival at Hastings, became known to King Harold, and he gathered a great army and came against him at the grey apple tree. And William came upon him by surprise before his people were marshalled. Nevertheless, the king fought very hard against him with those men who wanted to support him, and there was a great slaughter on either side." This is the only near contemporary English account of the battle, and it contains a reference to some sort of dissent among Harold's army, giving further weight to Malmesbury's observations. The fact that there seems to have been disquiet among some of the men in Harold's army is not often spoken of. It has, however, haunted Harold's reputation. William of Malmesbury, often regarded as something of an eccentric writer, says something else too. He insists that Harold's army at this particular moment was not as big as everyone else says it was. This is a little more difficult to defend, given the wealth of literature pointing to the huge size of the English army at Hastings, but it still may have something of a kernel of truth in it. He says that the king's army consisted of just his stipendiary household troops, his housecarls, some mercenaries, possibly Danes, and a few men from the shires. Might this explain the desertions? Mercenaries are far more likely than duty-bound fyrdsmen to desert their employer if the spoils of war are not shared out among them. Only when Harold reached London did the size of the army swell once again, but even here the king did not wait until he was at maximum strength. The things that were said and done in London hold the key to understanding why Hastings was fought the way it was. In London, Harold's brother, Earl Gyrth, according to Ordericus Vitalis, is said to have offered to lead the army into Sussex for the king so he should get another chance at William should things go wrong. Their mother, Gutha, had also expressed a concern that Harold should not fight against William lest he be seen as an oath-breaker. Earls Edwin and Morcar were also present in London during this time, along with Archbishop Aldred. Had the earls been told to wait behind at London with their forces? Was Harold's strategy to once again be the master of surprise like he had been at Stamford Bridge? It is probable that the English fleet was also being prepared for a blockading action in the English Channel, whereby the king would trap the Duke in the landscape around Hastings in a hammer and anvil manoeuvre. There is some evidence that Harold was planning a night surprise against William's camp. This is suggested by William of Jumièges, another 12th century writer. If this was the case, Harold need not have waited for huge reinforcements. Perhaps tellingly, Jumièges says that William had already told his men to prepare for it. William of Poitiers, whose bias is enormously in favour of the Normans, often has some revealing things to say. He was, after all, the Duke's military chaplain. For example, he is insistent on Harold's plan for a night surprise supported by a fleet of 700 ships to finish off the retreaters. The Carmen mentions the surprise attack too. With such weight given by the evidence towards Harold's plan for a surprise attack on William's position, in light of what we all know to have been the outcome of Hastings, what do we suppose went wrong? We might remind ourselves of the Worcester scribe's pronouncement that it was William and not Harold who in the event achieved surprise at Hastings. John of Worcester tells us more. He perhaps paints the clearest picture of them all. Thereat the king at once and in great haste marched his army towards London, and although he well knew that some of the bravest Englishmen had fallen in his 2 former battles, and that one half of his army had not yet arrived, he did not hesitate to advance with all speed into South Saxony, Sussex, against his enemies. And on Saturday, the 11th of the calends of September, 22 October, a mistake by John, before a third of his army was in order for fighting, he joined battle with them 9 miles from Hastings, where they had fortified a castle. But inasmuch as the English were drawn up in a narrow place, many retired from the ranks and very few remained true to him. So, with half an army, Harold had marched into Sussex. Before even a third of this half-army had deployed, battle commenced. Someone, it would seem, had been out-generalled in his own landscape. But where did it all happen? Here, local tradition has dominated the story. Harold had marched his way through the thickly wooded weald to the place of the hoary apple tree, a known meeting point at the junction of 3 separate hundreds. We cannot be sure his encampment here was due to the fact that he was awaiting reinforcements, but it seems most likely. Here, on the high ground at Caldbeck Hill, Harold was just a short march from the camp at Hastings, some 7 miles away. But this is where the tables were turned on Harold. One of King Edward the Confessor's Breton ministers had visited the Duke in his camp at Hastings to tell him of the expected numbers of English who might swallow him up in the countryside if he ventured out. William must have known by now that the longer he waited, the more likely he was to be overwhelmed. He had to get out of Hastings before it was too late. William of Poitiers says that before the battle an exchange of embassies took place in the form of monks. Harold had sent a trusted monk to William at Hastings telling him to leave the kingdom. The Duke, who responded in person by pretending to be his own seneschal, sent the monk back to Harold with his own embassy, Hugh Margot, the next day. There was, of course, much coverage of oath-taking and breaking, but the response was emphatic. The Duke was not going home. Harold then put it to God himself to decide. By now, Harold's position was known to the Normans, and it probably came as a surprise to William to learn just how close he was to Hastings. There is a hint of urgency in the Norman camp at this stage as preparations were hurriedly made for a departure. There was still enough time to steal the final march. He set out from Hastings in an order of march that had his bowmen and crossbowmen, possibly at the front, the heavy infantry, which are nowhere represented on the Bayeux tapestry, in the middle, and the cavalry at the rear. We cannot be sure of the exact timings of the exchanges of the embassies or of any other scouting or intelligence that took place that morning of 14 October 1066, but William's army, having camped at Telham Hill, chose to deploy at the base of a slope across the London to Hastings trackway. At the top of the slope was a lateral ridge just some 900 yards in width, with steep drops and forested valleys on either side. To the north was Harold, now aware of the arrival of an army that he had not expected. Somewhere behind him in the Weald and beyond, countless English numbers were still snaking their way towards his probable marshalling place at Caldbeck Hill. But as Harold sent men down the narrow ridgeway which is now Battle High Street to line the frontage across the road to Hastings, His heart must have sunk. Had he 10,000 more men than he did, he could not have brought them all into play on such a constricted front. For William, the gamble would be to have to fight the most costly of all types of battle, a frontal assault. The day was set for the longest of struggles. By far the most detailed account of the battle is that of William of Poitiers. He is careful to point out that William was not put off by the difficulty of the place, a clear reference to the gamble he had made in deploying at the base of a steep slope bounded by impassable terrain either side. As far as the Norman deployment is concerned, however, we must balance the evidence from numerous sources. Wace, in his Roman de Roux of the later 12th century, is very specific on William's deployment. He says the Bretons formed up on the left flank in company with the men of Poitou, sometimes called Aquitanians in other sources. With them were also the men of Maine. In the centre section were the men of the Duke himself, with some of his men spilled over to the right under the command of Roger of Montgomery, who is thought by some not to have arrived in England until the following year, and William Fitz-Osbern. On this flank too were the men of Pou in Picardy, the men of Boulogne, and in all probability some Flemish mercenaries. Sadly, in comparison to the explicit claims of the Norman sources regarding Norman deployment, we are left with the enigmatic suggestion by William of Malmesbury for the English disposition that Harold merely planted his standards at the highest part of the slope. This gives rise to a number of interpretations when compared to the rest of the evidence, some of which contradicts. It has been suggested that not only did Harold line the ridge, but he also pinned a flank on a small hill on his right. His line, instead of being bent round the contour of the hill, would then have been flatter and skewed at right angles to the road to Hastings. It is argued that the lightly armed men seen in the Bayeux tapestry defending the hillock with all their might are in fact desperately trying to hold this flank. However, there are simply too many references to the constricted nature of the English ranks for this interpretation to gain general acceptance. It is still more likely that the English could not gain effective command and control over the proceedings due to the difficulty of their position. In other words, they were confined to a narrow ridge and could not bring their numbers to bear. According to tradition, when the forces were arrayed against each other, the battle opened with the approach of Taillefer, a Norman juggler, towards the English lines. Henry of Huntingdon has him juggling his sword before the enemy and heading straight for the English standard, where he slew 2 men before being inevitably consumed himself. The sound of horns then heralded the true beginning of the battle. It was the Norman infantry, according to Poitiers, who advanced first, probably the bowmen who provoked the English lines with their missiles. But it seems they got too close and were met with a missile riposte. Then the Norman cavalry rode to rescue the infantry which had got into difficulties against the English. An exchange of ranks is argued by Poitiers, a very complex evolution, and it resulted in the Norman horsemen being able to hack their way towards the English lines as the bowmen retreated. But the response was emphatic, even by Poitiers' estimation. Soon the battle plan of the Duke was in disarray. Both Poitiers and the carmen remark upon the difficulty of the place, the latter going as far as saying that the English dead could not even fall down to the ground, but remained rooted shoulder to shoulder with their comrades. Poitiers hints that the assistance given to the infantry by the Norman cavalry at this stage came from William's central command, and included the Duke himself. But here we enter the mists of tradition again. Was it possible that the Norman response to the difficulties of a frontal assault led the cavalry into executing a tactic known as a feigned flight to lure the English off the ridge to their doom? Poitiers has it done once by accident at this early stage of the battle and twice more deliberately. He is not alone. But is it not the case that if faced with only a frontal assault as an option, the Normans could be compelled to try again and again? It was the Bretons who were first to yield. They fell back along with the infantry on the left flank and caused almost the whole army to break. The Duke then rode in to rally the troops personally, and as the rumours of his own untimely demise were spread, the Duke lifted his helmet to reveal he was still alive. Why did Harold not unleash his whole line at this point of Norman confusion? Is this episode a mere lift from the classical antecedents around which the designer of the tapestry based his or her story? Was it the case that the English were so constricted that a proper steam-rolling shield wall like the one allegedly used at Sherstown could not be organised? Whether the feigned flight was deliberate or a mere necessity based on the need for repeated attacks, the result on the English right flank was that Harold's men ran from the hill and were cut off and annihilated. Piecing together what we can from the other sources as William of Poitiers descends into a sycophantic rant about his master, it is just possible to suggest the next step in the battle sequence. Harold's brother Gyrth, according to the Carmen, is set against the Duke himself. William of Normandy is supposed to have mistaken Gyrth for his brother Harold. It is probably here that Gyrth fell in battle, having been at his brother's side for so long. The war of attrition was now edging towards the Normans. The English were unable to manoeuvre tactically and had to stand there and take the repeated onslaught. Now we enter a further realm of legend as the sources deceive us once more. It is at this point that it seems Harold moved his standards to the eastern flank of his army away from the summit. Here it is said by the Brevis Relatio, written by a monk from Battle Abbey, that the high altar of the Abbey church was set in remembrance of where Harold fell. There must have been some trouble on this flank for the English. It was the shallower of the two flanking slopes of the English lines, and it is probable that the Franco-Flemish wing had been gradually carving its way up the English flank. The king came forwards to his lines to reinforce a desperate situation, and it seems this was where the famous last stand took place. Historians have struggled to reconcile this interpretation with William of Jumieges' statement that Harold fell in the first wave of attacks. It could be a question of how we interpret our Latin. Jumieges' words are that Harold fell in primo militum congressu, meaning in the first military encounter. For Harold, the move to the eastern flank and the stepping into the front line to shore up a problem would indeed have been his first military encounter in the battle, if we accept William of Malmesbury's notion that the king had set his standards way up at the top of the hill. Therefore, this was the first and the last of Harold's actions on the battlefield, and very dramatic and furious it was too. More arrows were ordered into the English lines as William spotted his counterpart fighting in the thick of it. The Normans looked for the kill and sent men towards the English standards. Robert of Ernie managed to race forward to grab a standard but was cut down by English blades, his mangled body later found at the foot of the fallen English standard. But the pressure on Harold's household troops was too much. He was slaughtered there on Senlac Ridge, hacked at the chest, beheaded with blows, pierced in the torso and chopped at the leg. A proud and accomplished warrior died defending a kingdom of great antiquity. It is because the story has gained such an importance for English cultural identity that one cannot help but feel a tinge of emotion about this battle and the fate of Harold Godwinson. No matter what we might say about the Scandinavian influence in later Anglo-Saxon England, Harold himself was half Danish, and many of the troops around him at Hastings may even have been the Danes from whom he had openly solicited help. The death of Harold has had a deep impact on the English psyche, something that will never go away. So Harold lay dead on the field at Hastings. His army began to retreat as it saw the standards fall. They had not been able to withstand such a protracted battle fighting purely on the defensive. Their king had not intended to fight on Senlac Ridge. He had other surprises in store for William, but was outthought at the last moment by a man who had taken the time to come to know his enemy. The line of retreat should hardly be in dispute. This army, like most others, had no choice but to retreat along the route it had come. Such was the constriction of the landscape. Back along what was to become Battle High Street, and towards the baggage at Caldbeck Hill, which they had left earlier that day. Those of any rank who were left must have held on to thoughts of making it back to London, or linking up with the Earls Edwin and Morcar. But for the most part the English army's morale was utterly destroyed, and they were in rout. Something, however, happened towards the coming of darkness at the end of the battle that would get historians arguing for centuries. No less than 5 separate sources speak of an incident in which Norman horsemen chasing after the vanquished English succumbed to a catastrophe at a huge ditch they knew nothing about. William of Poitiers says that the Normans rode after the English until the English found an excellent position on a steep bank with numerous ditches. William of Jumièges says that some long grass had hidden from the Normans an ancient causeway into which they fell with their horses. William of Malmesbury, however, is a little more expansive. The English had taken possession of an eminence and drove the Normans down as they strove to gain the higher ground. The English had arrived by a short passage known to them, thus avoiding a deep ditch. They trod underfoot so many Normans as virtually to make the ditch level with the ground. The name given to this famous ditch is provided by the 12th century Chronicle of Battle Abbey. Between the two armies lay a dreadful chasm, it says, the Malfosse, evil ditch. It was a natural cleft or something that had been hollowed out by storms. Bushes and brambles had obscured it from the Normans. Of all the accounts of the Malfosse incident, the 12th century writer Ordericus Vitalis has the most vivid. An ancient rampart had been concealed by long grasses. The Norman horsemen fell into it at a gallop. The English then saw that they could be sheltered by the broken rampart and labyrinth of ditches, and so reformed their ranks and made a stand against the Normans, killing 15,000 of them. It would seem churlish to argue that this incident did not happen, but where in the local landscape could such a feature be? Could it be on the battlefield itself, or is it more likely to be somewhere to the rear? Candidates have been put forward over the years. E. A. Freeman, a famous Victorian scholar, thought it was a ditch behind Battle Church, whereas Francis Baring in 1906 had it on the western side of the battlefield at a place called Mance's Shore. Far more likely is that the Normans chased the English to their baggage and camp at Caldbeck Hill and carried on chasing them to the north as the English retreated. Just 600 yards to the north of the camp at Caldbeck Hill, just to the north of Virgin's Lane, is a colossal chasm in the ground known to locals as Oakwood Gill. The ground falls away sharply into a wooded glade. It is so remarkably huge that it is easy to miss. Eustace of Boulogne and Duke William both believed that those English lining the northern side of the ditch were newly arrived reinforcements. Certainly for a group of men to form up in an orderly way upon such a feature indicates that they may not have been part of the fleeing army, but members of a fresh command, or at least had been rallied by the same. Who, however, could have turned up at this late stage? Whoever he was, could he have been the commander Harold was waiting for at Caldbeck Hill, the well-known meeting place? Earl Waltheof is one such candidate. Waltheof continued to struggle with the Normans in the years after Hastings. Earls Edwin and Morcar may also have come down from London after all, as John of Worcester hints that they withdrew from the conflict after hearing of Harold's death and went to London. Whoever the Englishmen of the Malfosse were, it was surely clear to them that the Battle of Hastings had been lost. Less clear at this time, however, was the huge difference it would all make in the long term. The Battle of Hastings, for which we have a wealth of historical and topographical evidence, clearly shows the difficulties of interpretation. Even if we had a field littered with the archaeological remains of the dead, who are conspicuously absent, we would make some great advances, but would we be any closer to understanding how the battle was fought? It is the allure of Anglo-Saxon military studies that there is always something to find out. Sieges. Sieges in the Anglo-Saxon period were not quite the stuff of medieval legend. For example, there were no giant siege engines or pyrotechnics which we are used to seeing in popular recreations from the period. There were, in all probability, siege ladders, grappling hooks, missiles and torches. There is some evidence that sieges could involve specialist equipment, however. The Exeter Riddle No. 53 may well refer to a battering ram. Also, the Vikings' famous siege of Paris in 885 to 886, according to Abbot of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, apparently involved a wheeled battering ram. More often than not, however, the English evidence points to protracted sieges ending in starvation, desperation, and surrender, while on other occasions direct assaults of fortifications were made. That there were campaigns that culminated in siege after siege of strategic fortifications is undoubted. But what was the nature of this kind of warfare? The examples chosen of Rochester, London, and Chester show how sieges could be conducted at refortified towns, whereas the example at Buttington shows the personal cost of such sieges at the temporary fortifications thrown up by the Danes in England. In the 10th century, under Edward the Elder and his Mercian sister Athelflaed, Anglo-Saxon siege warfare was at its peak, with both leaders devoting incredible amounts of resources into the strategy with great successes. Here, however, with the help of some colourful semi-legendary material, we are concerned with showing the approaches to and effects of siege warfare in Anglo-Saxon England. 884 to 885. Rochester. Rochester, situated on the eastern bank of the River Medway, was a Kentish port of great significance throughout the Anglo-Saxon and medieval period. Moreover, the town was a political centre for the Kentish kings, and by 604 it was the second see in Anglo-Saxon England after Canterbury itself. Mentioned by name by the Venerable Bede as Hrothashastra, the city was no stranger to attack, having been sacked by Ethelred of Mercia in 676. Even then, its 3rd century Roman walls would have provided a significant obstacle for its enemies. Later, Rochester's position at the end of continental trading routes probably made it attractive to the marauding Vikings of the 9th century, when they took it upon themselves mercilessly to sack the place along with the trading settlement at Londonwick in 842. But in 884, when a Viking force would return from the continent to England to try its luck once again, the situation at Rochester would be very much different than it had been in centuries past. Alfred the Great, the king of the Anglo-Saxons, had been hard at work with his advisers building himself a new kingdom, the anchor points of which were a series of strongly defended towns or refuge places supported by field armies. History would prove this innovation to be too much for those who brought their hopes and expectations from a battered Francia that year. The Viking force that had arrived at Fulham left England for Ghent after Edington in 879. It was a period that saw great embarrassment for the Holy Roman Emperor Charles the Fat, 839 to 888, who was compelled to treat with a number of Viking leaders, often on humiliating terms. This is not to say that there were no successes for the Frankish defenders. Louis III, the Western Emperor, achieved a famous victory at the Battle of Saucourt in 881. But even after this battle, the Vikings are described as being provided with horses, indicating a considerable amount of bargaining power on their part. Between 880 and 884, the Vikings of Ghent moved around Francia and Flanders, raiding as they went. By the autumn of 884, the force was in Boulogne, where its leaders seemed to have decided to split up. One part of the force travelled to Louvain on the river Dyle and besieged it, while the others set sail for England, arriving at Rochester on the Medway. Full of confidence, the Vikings arrived in the Medway, having brought with them the horses and hostages they had gained from their Frankish adventure. They had not anticipated, however, the energy and organization that had gone into the building of the kingdom of the Anglo-Saxons. The reasons for the Viking choice of Rochester for this new adventure is not entirely clear, but the help these Vikings would later receive from one of Alfred's old Danish enemies in East Anglia might indicate a certain amount of prior planning. The invaders will have been mindful of the destruction of the town in 842, but this time, when they arrived, they found the city defended by a garrison. Upon arrival, the force prepared themselves for something they had not anticipated, a protracted siege. They dug a defensive fortification at the entrance to the city, but the townsfolk continued to hold out. It is not certain when King Alfred arrived at Rochester, but when he did, he is described as having arrived suddenly. The nature of his descent upon the Viking fort outside the city certainly attracted comment from Asser and had profound effects upon the Danes. The pagans then left their fortifications and abandoned all the horses they had brought with them from Francia, and also left the greater part of their prisoners in the fort, and fled instantly to their ships, because the king had come there suddenly. The Vikings had clearly been panicked by Alfred's arrival. According to Aethelweard, however, they did not all sail back to Francia. Those who chose to stay behind came to terms with Alfred, but twice broke their agreement with him and went raiding in the forested area south of the Thames. Alfred's next task was to deal with the news that these newly arrived Danes were receiving help from none other than his old nemesis Guthrum, now ruling in East Anglia. But as far as the people of Rochester were concerned, they had successfully withstood a siege. But sieges of this era, however, did not always turn out so well for the defenders like they had at Rochester. The misery of the siege of Buttington, 894, which comes towards the end of the new period of Viking invasions which began in 892, demonstrates just how bad it could get for the besieged. 894. Siege of Buttington. Quite how many of the Vikings who had sailed into the mouth of the River Lym and into the Thames estuary in 892 would eventually end their lives in an extraordinary campaign culminating in the siege of Buttington is unclear. Nor, for that matter, is the site of the actual siege itself universally agreed upon. Some have it at Buttington Tump at the mouth of the River Wye, but the most compelling candidate is Buttington at Welshpool Powys, where in 838 the Reverend Dawkins found in his churchyard 3 separate pits full of the skulls and long bones of up to 400 men, accompanied by a horse jawbone. Of Dawkins's skeletons we know very little. The possibility remains that the whole thing is a great red herring amounting to little more than the usual graveyard clearance material one would expect when excavating the foundations of a new church schoolroom. But of the background to the siege of Buttington we know a little more. The 250 shiploads of Danes who landed at the Lym estuary drew their ships to shore 4 miles inland and came across a small half-built fortification known as Eorpebornan. To them, the stories of grand English defensive schemes must have seemed laughable. They set about killing the few half-armed peasants they found before moving on to nearby Appledore in Kent. At the same time, a legendary Viking called Haston arrived in the Thames estuary with 80 shiploads of warriors, and it soon became apparent to King Alfred that a negotiation of sorts was necessary. Much like he had with Guthrum, Alfred offered Haston Christianity, and he and Ealdorman Ethelred of Mercia stood godfather to Haston's 2 sons. This new era of Viking incursions into Alfred's kingdom was beginning in the same way that the last one had ended. Having secured promises of peace from the Northumbrians and East Anglians, Alfred positioned himself between the 2 Viking forces based at Appledore and Milton Regis and waited. This new era of warfare would be played out on a strategic level and would be a very different game from those encounters played out in the 870s. At some stage during this standoff, the Appledore Vikings, laden with booty from sporadic raiding, tried to set out through the Weald and head north to link up with ships they had previously sent around the coast. Alfred's son Edward the Elder, however, caught them at Farnham in Surrey and defeated them, taking their booty and drove them across the Thames, where there was no ford. The Danes then fetched up at Thorney Island in Buckinghamshire, having made their way up the River Colne. While Edward settled down to besiege Thorney Island, the dynamics of the campaign were changing. Alfred was due to relieve his son shortly and sent messengers to him, but the Fyrd rotation system was being stretched. Edward's men were coming to the end of their tour of duty at just the same time that Alfred learned that a man called Siaferth, leader of the Northumbrian Danes, had sent 140 ships around the coast to attack Exeter in the west. The result was that the besieging force at Thorney was not relieved, and Edward had to settle for a negotiated peace there, despite Alfred having sent to London for assistance from Ethelred. The Thorney Vikings, now off the hook, went to join with Haston at Benfleet in Essex, where a large new fortification had been erected by the Vikings. It fell to Ethelred of Mercia to sort matters out at Benfleet, while Alfred went to Exeter to deal with trouble in the west. Ethelred pounced upon the fort at Benfleet and found much of the enemy out on a raiding mission. He seized money, women, children, and ships, the latter being broken up on the spot or brought to London and Rochester for use by the English. Haston's wife and children were among the captives, but as godsons of the king, Alfred ordered their return to Haston. When Haston saw the devastation at Benfleet and learned of the fate of so many of his warriors and their families, he was moved to gather what he had left and sail to Shoebury, where he built a new fort and attempted to entice the Northumbrians and East Angles once again into supporting him. Haston was now on the back foot, despite support from the north. Whatever he and his allies tried, there was always an English force at hand to deal with it. And so Haston rethought his campaign. His actions in subsequently sprinting across northern Mercia to the west of Britain may have had some logic behind them. With Alfred tied up at Exeter and just beginning to withdraw after the Danes there were themselves retiring, Haston may have thought he could get aid from the Welsh and come at Alfred from the west. If so, he was to be surprised. Haston travelled with a force across the Thames Valley and up the Severn to Buttington, studiously avoiding English fortifications along the way. But after the recent wars of the sons of Rhodri Mawr, the Welsh princes had more or less thrown in their lot with the English king for protection. Haston would have nothing here, if this is what he had come for. Moreover, it would not be Alfred who dealt with the threat. Alfred had some very loyal generals and one surprising ally. What happened next, according to the chronicler Athelweird, was vaunted by aged men. Ealdorman Athelhelm of Wiltshire made open preparation with a cavalry force and met up with Ealdorman Athelnoth of Somerset and pursued the Vikings. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle states, "Then there gathered Ealdorman Ethelred and Ealdorman Athelhelm and Ealdorman Athelnoth and the king's thanes who were occupying the fortifications from every stronghold east of the Parrett, both west and east of Selwood, and also north of the Thames and west of the Severn, and also a certain part of the Welsh race." The combined forces, having overtaken the Vikings, surrounded them at Buttington and besieged them on every side. The allies sat on either side of the river and watched the Danes in their fortification on rising ground. Any attempted breakout to the west would be blocked by Mervyn of Powys. Weeks went by as the Danes at Buttington were compelled to eat their own horses. It was a scene of misery beyond comparison. The Danish leadership made a decision to try to break out of the fort through necessity more than anything else. They chose the eastern option. The result was a predictable bloodbath. The Danes, like any cornered force, fought tenaciously and were able to break through in small numbers, but their casualties were immense. The sources record that Ordher, an English king's thane, lost his life there. So too did many others. It was an act of desperation, but it brought a small and bedraggled force back to the Danish bases in Essex, where once again they could regroup and think again of places where they could find proper refuge. Haston seems to have survived all this misery and soon began to set his sights on an ancient Roman city he had heard tales about in the northwest. 894 to circa 907, Chester and the Vikings. By the time the Viking leadership under Haston made for the northwest of England from their Essex bases, the city of Chester, according to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, was some sort of half-forgotten place being described as desolate. Once famed as the city of the legions, Chester had literally been the last fortress of the northern Roman Empire, the place from which great military campaigns across northern Britain were organized and directed. But now the Roman fleets and soldiers had long gone. although the walls of the fortress in some places would still have stood as a grand reminder to the glorious Roman past. Chester's desolation may not have been wholly attributable to Roman abandonment, however. It certainly was the focus of a great battle when the Northumbrian king Athelfrith came upon it in the early 7th century. It is likely to have remained occupied in one way or another until 893, save for that devastation brought about by sporadic Viking raiding. But it would be another 80 years before Chester would be visited by an English king, Edgar, in his imperial glory at the head of a huge naval force. Some general observations can be offered about the role of Chester in the minds of the Vikings and the minds of the Anglo-Saxon leadership under Alfred and his Mercian daughter, Athelflaed. Haston, despite the disaster for the Vikings at Buttington, still wanted to try his luck in the northwest, and it seems there was urgency in his actions to get there before the onset of winter. His army is said to have travelled there continuously by day and night, perhaps to avoid the predatory Anglo-Saxon army at large in the landscape. There must have been a reason he wanted to secure a seat in the northwest, and it is likely that the Vikings of Ireland and Northumbria had something to do with it. Chester was strategically placed at the foot of the Wirral Peninsula, within striking distance of the Isle of Man, of Dublin, of Northumbria, and of other parts of the Danelaw. But most of all, it sat on the extreme northwest tip of the line that marked out the divide between the English and Danish Midlands. Beneath Chester, in the rich and fertile lands of the English, sat Athelflaed amid a growing series of linked fortifications. The stage was set for a curious battle for supremacy in the region. Haston got to Chester ahead of Alfred's shadowing force, the very presence of which had made Haston take a circuitous route. The king of the Anglo-Saxons, as he had done before in the south, adopted a strategy of denying the Danes any resources. He killed all the cattle the Danes had brought with them and rode down some of the stragglers outside the fort. Over 2 days, Alfred and his horses are said to have burned all the corn and consumed the landscape. It worked. Haston and his force moved out of Chester and into the Welsh landscape, raiding until they returned yet again to Essex via an enormous arc which took them through Northumbria and Lincolnshire. By 896, the Danes who had landed in England 4 years earlier had dispersed, with some going to Northumbria and East Anglia, and others choosing to return overseas. For Chester, a new set of Scandinavians appear to have filled the void left by the Danes. These were the Norsemen from Ireland. Place name and archaeological evidence speaks loudly for Norse settlement in and around the Wirral Peninsula, and it is thought it is attributable to the early 10th century. We must rely on an Irish source of dubious ancestry known as the Three Fragments, Annals of Ireland, which was copied and edited in 1860. The original, if it can be called that, was itself a copy made in 1643 by Dualtach MacIrvisi from a certain vellum manuscript. It is easy then to doubt this source, but what survives from the 1860 copy may well derive from a lost tradition that is also sometimes referred to in Scandinavian sources. It concerns the invasion of Ingemund, a Norse leader from Ireland who also appears in Welsh records from around 900. The story, for what it is worth, goes that Ingemund, after being rebuffed by the Welsh at Anglesey, came to Athelflaed of Mercia to ask for land to settle on, as the Irish had expelled him and his men. Athelflaed, described here as Queen of the Saxons, gave him land near Chester. When Ingemund saw how rich the land was and how wealthy the city was, he wanted it all for himself. He is said to have gone to the Danes for support and beseeched them to help him get the land and city, and that if they could not bargain for it, they must prepare to take it by force. He set up a meeting in his own house, which was well attended, but Athelflaed got to hear about it. The Mercian leader gathered a huge army around her and flooded Chester with it. According to this tradition, as the Scandinavians marched on Chester one day, the English army there sent messengers to the ailing ealdorman Ethelred and to his wife Athelflaed to ask what they should do. They were told to make battle outside the city, to leave the city gate open, and to choose a body of horsemen and conceal them on the inside. The idea was to entice the enemy into the city and then to shut the gate on them and kill all those who got inside. This apparently was done, but the Norse-Irish force did not give up on the town. Instead, they vowed to make hurdles with posts under them, and beneath these they would undermine the city walls. As the force was preparing to do this, a message was received by the Irishmen who were among the Scandinavians. It was sent by Ethelred and Athelflaed. It went like this: "The Irish were much loved by their Christian brothers the English. They must turn against the Danes. They must arrange for a meeting to take place whereby terms of the city's surrender would be negotiated. But under that guise, when the Danes were swearing their oaths on their swords and shields and parting company with their missile weapons during the process, they were to be killed. Indeed, it was done. Many Danes perished under a hail of beams and rocks and spears from the city walls." There then follows one of the most extraordinary accounts of siege warfare in the Anglo-Saxon era, an account that we can apply very little credence to as it stands, but one that has a ring of authenticity to it. It is, at the very least, a fine example of measure versus countermeasure in siege situations. But the other forces, the Norsemen, were under the hurdles piercing the walls. What the Saxons and the Irishmen, who were among them, did was to throw large rocks so that they destroyed the hurdles over them. What they did in the face of this was to place large posts under the hurdles. What the Saxons did was to put all the ale and water of the town in the cauldrons of the town, to boil them and pour them over those who were under the hurdles so that the skins were stripped from them. The answer that the Norsemen gave to this was to spread hides on the hurdles. What the Saxons did was to let loose on the attacking force all the beehives of the town, so that they could not move their legs or hands from the great number of bees stinging them. Afterwards they left the city and abandoned it. It was not long after that before they came to wage battle again. Perhaps it is a mangled tradition based on a number of different instances. Chester was restored in 907, according to an entry in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. It was the focus of further activity during the later years of the reign of Edward the Elder and again in the reign of Athelstan. We cannot know if the work of Dueltach mac Eirvisi was truly authentic or not, but the amusing descriptions of this siege of Chester in or around the year 907 have much in them that we might expect of siege warfare in the Anglo-Saxon era. A grim, but at times almost comical encounter. 993 to 1016, London under siege. By 1016, London was hardly a stranger to foreign attack and domestic political strife. Centuries earlier, the port of Londonwick, situated outside the old Roman city walls, had experienced direct assaults by Viking flotillas which preyed upon the market stalls near to the shoreline of the Thames. By the time of King Ethelred, however, the place was much better defended and had changed out of all recognition. It had become the focus of the wars between the Danes and the English, and now the stakes were so high that the taking of London was tantamount to the taking of the whole kingdom. The city had grown throughout the 9th and 10th centuries in terms of economic and political importance as commercialization and urbanization had spread by royal decree across the towns of southern England. London was at the centre of international trade routes and was conveniently placed at the border of two great former Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, Wessex and Mercia. Alfred the Great's capture in 886 of the Danish fortification at London was a landmark event in the city's history. He had subsequently provided it with planned streets and refortified it. He then parcelled out valuable wharves and allotments to important Anglo-Saxons, and when he had done so, he returned the city to its rightful owner, the Lord of Mercia. Throughout the 10th century, the city thrived and was the focus of legislation from King Athelstan, who encouraged posses of mounted men to chase down criminals in the local countryside. During King Edgar's reign, London got on with its life. But by the 980s, when Ethelred had come to power, the town once again became vulnerable as the Duchy of Normandy began to harbour its Viking cousins' ships in its English Channel ports. After the defeat of Byrhtnoth at the Battle of Maldon in 991, King Ethelred ordered his ships to fall back on London. From here, an attempt was made by Londoners to bottle up the enemy Danish fleet in the Thames estuary, but the treachery of Ælfric of Hampshire led to failure in this respect. In 993, it seems that London withstood an attack by up to 100 ships led by Sweyn of Denmark and Olaf Tryggvason, an achievement attributed by John of Worcester to divine intervention. The Danes returned many times, and in 1009 they stationed themselves off London, frequently attacking it but apparently at great cost to themselves. Sweyn of Denmark, who by 1013 had secured the support of most of the country, had set out south from his base at Gainsborough in Lincolnshire, ravaging through the countryside, but failed once again to take London because he could not find the right place to ford the Thames. Ethelred and his Danish ally Thorkel the Tall sat strong in the city while they repulsed stratagems and direct assaults. Sweyn decided to move to Wallingford, where he sat and secured the submission of the western Thanes of England. From here he returned to Gainsborough confident that his reduction of the countryside had brought him the throne of England. Even the Londoners knew by now they had no choice. Sweyn's reputation for cruelty and the fact that Ethelred had gone to Winchester meant that it was just a matter of time before London would surrender. Soon London's hostages were sent to the Dane, and it must be that the price paid was that London was once again flooded with Danish warriors. Ethelred turned to Normandy for refuge, sending his Norman wife Emma and his sons Alfred and Edward ahead of him. Upon Sweyn's death at Gainsborough in 1014, his place was taken by his son Canute. Ethelred, however, was recalled from exile by his countrymen. London, it seems, would once again play a vital part in the struggle between Dane and Englishman. Here, for some fascinating, if unreliable, evidence, we turn to the legendary saga of St. Olaf. It is said that while in exile, apparently in Flanders, Ethelred had solicited the aid of the great Norwegian Olaf and his Vikings, who were more than happy to take on their Danish enemies in England. We cannot know if this is true or not, but the description of Ethelred's return to London contains things that have an authentic ring about them, even if some of them may be borrowed from what happened later in London. On the other side of the river there was a large trading town, which is called Southwark. There the Danes had made great fortifications, dug large ditches, and built inside them walls of wood, stones, and turf, and there had a large force. Ethelred caused a fierce attack to be made on it, but the Danes defended it, and the king could not capture it. There was such a broad bridge across the river between the city and Southwark that wagons could pass each other on it. On the bridge were bulwarks which reached higher than the middle of a man, and beneath the bridge piles were driven into the bottom of the river. When the attack was made, the whole host stood on the bridge and defended it. Against the missiles of these defenders, Olaf's forces are said to have covered his ships with hurdles and then rowed once again into the fray. As the host came near the bridge, they were shot at, and such large stones thrown down on them that neither their helmets nor shields could withstand them, and the ships themselves were greatly damaged, and many retreated. But Olaf and the Northmen with him rowed up under the bridge and tied rope round the supporting posts and rowed their ships downstream as hard they could. The posts were dragged along the bottom until they were loosened from under the bridge. As an armed host stood thickly on the bridge, and there was a great weight of stones and weapons upon it, and the posts beneath were broken, the bridge fell with many men into the river, and others fled into the city or into Southwark. After this they attacked Southwark and captured it. When the townsmen saw that the River Thames was taken, so that they could not hinder ships going up into the country, they became afraid, gave up the town, and received King Ethelred. With Ethelred restored, Canute had secured the support of the men of Lincolnshire who had provisioned him with warriors and horses. Ethelred then launched his punitive campaign in that area. Canute sailed to Sandwich, where he cruelly disembarked the hostages he had held since one of Sweyn's earlier negotiations before sailing for Denmark. Meanwhile, Edmund Ironside, the king's son, was playing out an intriguing game of politics through marriage alliance with the widow of a northern Anglo-Dane called Siferth, who had been murdered by the treacherous Eadric Streona. With new estates in the north as a result of this new alliance, Edmund Ironside was able to build a sizable force for himself. So now Edmund sat in the north where Canute had once been strong. Canute, for his part, sailed back into English politics and headed around the south coast and laid waste Dorset, Somerset and Wiltshire. While Ethelred lay ill at Cosham in Sussex, Edmund was busily recruiting in the north. Moreover, the treacherous Eadric Streona gathered an army in Mercia, but we are told by the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle of Eadric's desire to betray Edmund, and so it would turn out. Eadric Streona managed to persuade the Danish fleet that had been serving Ethelred under Thorkel the Tall at Greenwich to join with him and go over to Canute. Now Edmund, the son of a king of England of West Saxon lineage, would be leading a force recruited from the historic Danish areas of the Midlands in direct opposition to a Danish challenger in the south, who had at his disposal an ealdorman of Mercia and a Danish fleet of 40 ships. As if to add to the confusion, all this was taking place while there was one rightful king of England, Ethelred, still just about alive. It was now 1016. Canute and Eadric Streona began their punitive campaigning by crossing the Thames at Cricklade and striking into Mercia, ravaging the Hwicce heartlands of one ealdorman Leofwine. Edmund amassed his forces, but those Mercians in his ranks were reluctant to engage the West Saxons and the Danes without King Ethelred and the Londoners being present. It had long been the tradition that the Londoners would stand beneath the banners of the reigning monarch on the battlefield, and it seemed to many Mercians in this new cultural confusion of warfare that this was the only logical way forward. Edmund's army therefore disbanded until word could be got to the king with a plea for him to join in the fray. Ethelred, on hearing the plea in London, did indeed ride out with his men to meet with his son, who had called out a new national host. But somewhere on the way the king was told of a man who would betray him, and he disbanded his forces and rode back to the city. Edmund, now somewhat desperate, rode to the Earl of Northumbria, Uchtred, soliciting his aid, which he gave. There began a giant campaign of cat and mouse in the widest of landscapes, but always at the centre of it was London. Together, Edmund and Uchtred ravaged Staffordshire, Shrewsbury and Chester, targeting Eadric's homelands. For their part, Canute and Eadric ravaged Buckinghamshire, Bedfordshire, Huntingdonshire, along the fen to Stamford, into Lincolnshire, and then up the Great North Road towards York. Uchtred, who received news of this invasion of his homeland, split from Eadric and hurried to York, where he was brutally murdered along with 39 others at the hands of Canute's henchmen. The stench of treachery hung everywhere. Canute left a Scandinavian called Eric in charge of Northumbria and headed south, reunited with his ships and headed for London. So too did Edmund Ironside. Here at London lay an increasingly ill Ethelred, knowing very well that two giant armies were heading for his city. As Canute later sailed from Poole Harbour to the mouth of the Thames, Ethelred died. It was 23 April 1016. The men of London and the garrison chose Edmund as their king. In Southampton, however, leading abbots, bishops and ealdormen gave Canute their support when they met him there, and in a bold move specifically renounced the line of Cerdic. Edmund would have none of it. It was he who was the legitimate heir to the Old English throne. Canute sailed to Greenwich and then to London itself. It was May 1016. John of Worcester describes Canute's forces as digging a giant ditch on the south side of the Thames. They then dragged their ships to the west side of the bridge. They surrounded the city with a broad and deep trench so that nobody could get in or out. Frequently, Canute's forces assaulted the city but were repelled to a distance from the walls. This surely indicates the use of projectiles by the defenders. Canute raised the siege himself. He decided to carry the war into Wessex and left a force to guard the ships that he had protected at London. Edmund, he knew, was at large in Wessex. Back in London was Ethelred's widow Emma and her 2 sons Alfred and Edward, whose veins still pumped with royal blood from the line of Cerdic. Legend tells that they both managed to escape in a boat. No one knows if they fled to the continent straight away or stayed a while to fight alongside Edmund. Edmund met Canute in the field at Penselwood near the manor of Gillingham in Dorset and won a rare battlefield victory. Soon the armies clashed once again at Sherston. Canute returned to concentrate on London. Edmund headed after him after raising yet another giant army to attempt to relieve the city. This time his attempt was successful. He came from the north side of the town, coming out through Clayhanger near Tottenham and surprising the besiegers, who took to their ships and fled. There soon followed a disaster for Edmund at Brentford in London, where his own warriors went ahead of the army in chase of the enemy in the hope of booty, this coming after a defeat of the Danish forces. Many of them drowned as a result of their impetuosity. Canute knew he needed London to submit to him, so he returned to have yet another go at the city while Edmund went off recruiting yet again. This time, as so many times before, the Dane was unsuccessful. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle describes Canute's attempts to attack the city by land and by water as unsuccessful, its ultimate defence once again being the work of the Almighty. The wars of 1016 were by no means over, but London had held out. There would be more double-dealing and treachery from Eadric's Thraona, more battles in the open countryside, and ultimately, despite a heroic and legendary defence of his rightful inheritance, Edmund Ironside would succumb. The kingdom of England would indeed pass to Canute, who became a very successful and powerful monarch. However, London even gained a place in the hearts of the Danes during these hard-fought years. An old Scandinavian song of victory, the Leithsman's Song, recalled how every day the buckler was stained red with gore when we were out on the foray with our Prince Canute, but ever since the hard fight was fought, we sit merrily in fair London. Chapter 6. Weapons, Armour and Accessories. Weapons. Spears. Moreover, it is established, if anyone has a spear over his shoulder and a man is transfixed on it, the wereyield is to be paid without the fine. If he is transfixed before his eyes, he is to pay the wereyield. If anyone accuses him of intention in this act, he is to clear himself in proportion to the fine, and by that oath do away with the fine. If the point is higher, 3 fingers, than the butt end of the shaft, if they are both level, the point and the butt end, that is to be considered without risk. It would seem that the spear, when carelessly handled, could cause great damage, enough to attract the attention of the king by way of Alfred the Great's law codes 36 to 36.2, just quoted. We shall discover that the potency of this weapon, much ignored by modern observers in favour of the more seductive axes and swords, was very great indeed. The spear has a grand heritage. It was widely used in the period between the end of Roman Britain and the Middle Ages. However, numerous Bronze Age finds show that the weapon was popular in Britain as early as the 2nd millennium BC. But what of the ubiquitous spear in the Anglo-Saxon period? The spear, with its iron weapon head, in the later Anglo-Saxon period, was a weapon of the free man, and as such provided him with a status symbol, whatever his rank. In fact, a Carolingian law code of the period describes the punishment for a slave found carrying a spear as having the weapon struck across his back until it broke. There was a difference, of course, in the ways in which a variety of spears were employed in battlefield conditions. Some lighter and more fragile than others clearly had a missile capability, whereas some larger weapon heads could only have had their shafts held in two hands. These latter have such important fighting characteristics that they would rarely have been flung from their owners' hands on the field of battle. The spears of the period circa 800 to 1066 in England come to us largely through river finds and some occasional land discoveries which can be described as pagan Viking single burials. Gone is the wealth of material evidence like we found in huge pagan period cemeteries which so characterize the archaeology of the Dark Ages. We find ourselves feeding off comparative morsels. The location of the river finds has prompted some theories as to whether these weapons were lost in battle at important crossing points. For example, the wealth of material from the River Thames at Brentford in London, at a place known as Old England, which spans most of the Anglo-Saxon period, cannot have arrived there by accident. The later Anglo-Saxon spears are characterized by a greater diversity of form from those of the earlier period and include within them some of the largest weapon heads ever known in the archaeological record, reaching up to 800 millimeters in length in some cases. Another characteristic of the later period is that the weapons of the Anglo-Saxons, Vikings, and to a certain extent those of the Franks can be seen to cross-fertilize, making it hard to ascertain what is a true Scandinavian, a true English, or a true French weapon. One seemingly consistent feature of English spears, however, was the open socket ferrule technique of manufacture, which continued on from the pagan period in England. On the continent and in Scandinavia, the method of constructing the ferrule was for it to be closed and welded. The continuation of the open socket ferrule, therefore, is one of the key indicators as to the Englishness of a weapon. For example, in the later period, we might come across two spears of similar length and weight, one with an open or cleft socket and one with its socket welded shut. It might be reasonably concluded that the former was of English manufacture and the latter of Danish, Norwegian, or continental. In terms of the length of the shafts of spears, we have little evidence to go on. The pagan period graves might indicate that spear shafts could be anything from between 6 to 11 feet in length, a considerable variation. It is the length of the shaft and weight and density of the weapon head that dictates how it is handled on the battlefield. As England gradually opened trading contacts with the Rhineland smiths at the start of the period under consideration here, it is generally thought that the resultant availability of quality ores led to the lengthening of the weapon head itself. One of the main problems this would bring about is that the junction between the blade and the socket would be the weapon head's weakest spot. A device adopted to solve this problem was the introduction of the baluster mould at this junction. But as some surviving weapons show, even this was not enough to stop a spearhead bending upon impact. Occasionally, a spearhead might have a reinforcing copper band at the junction, or the amount of metal at the junction would be increased by the smith faceting it. This provided the shank with angled sides, a technique attributed by some to Scandinavian smiths. On many of the spearheads in museum collections around Britain, there is some evidence for damage. Some of this may be put down to post-depositional damage, sustained by corrosive or destructive forces after the weapon was disposed of. However, there are some telltale signs of bending and twisting that give clues as to the usage of the weapon. A familiar feature of such damaged weapon heads is that they are bent into an S shape, as if they had been forced into a shield or some other immovable object. Similarly, other blades are bent dramatically at the junction, as if they had fallen back on the weight of their haft after being lodged into a shield. It is in the terms given to spears that a clue to the weapon's function can be elucidated. There is much variety here. In fact, the word spear itself only refers to the iron weapon head and is one of the least frequent terms encountered in the literature. Other terms were very specific and indicate that the Anglo-Saxons and Vikings knew exactly what each type of weapon was used for. The term ash is used in literary sources 25 times and refers exclusively to a large, long-bladed weapon with an ash shaft, which is very often associated with a wealthy owner such as a thane, ealdorman, or earl. An example comes once again from the Battle of Maldon. Beorhtwald spoke up. He raised his shield and brandished his ash. He was an old retainer. Here there is an explicit association with the ash and the rank of its owner. By far the most common term used in the literary sources is the word gar, with 78 references. In Old Norse, this word is geir, and probably meant the same type of weapon. The word survives today in terms less martial, such as garlic, spear leek, and garfish, a fish with a spear-like nose. In the later Anglo-Saxon period, it is most often described as being retained in the hands of its owners, although it is sometimes described in flight, indicating that it was of a small enough size to be thrown effectively if required. The atgar seems to have been a lighter version of the gar and is most frequently described in flight. Lighter still, and clearly a missile weapon, was the daroth, a word from which we get the word dart. The later term gafaluk probably refers to the gar and daroth in flight. Other related terms in this period show some interesting aspects of spear usage. The ash-berend, for example, was a spear-bearer. Whether this applied to the owner or indicated that the weapon was of such importance that it had its own carrier is unknown. The tip of the weapon head was known as the ord. Some terms indicate the usage of a spear in another area, that of hunting. The terms huntingspera and barspera, boar spear, are both indicative of this. The wild boar was an animal of noted ferocity in ancient times, and hunting it successfully was something of a rite of passage for a young man. The weapon with which one hunted such an animal was not, as is often surmised, a bow and arrow, for this was the weapon of a poacher. It was a spear. This type of spear needed to be long in the blade to get through the thick hide of the boar. By listing the terms used to describe the Anglo-Saxon spear, we can tell the versatility and importance of this most useful of all weapons. Atorspera, poisoned spear. Ash, large spear, lance. Ashholt, large spear shaft. Atgar, short spear. Bangar, murdering spear. Barspreot, barspera, boar spear. Daroth, dart, javelin. Deathspera, walgar, walspera, deadly spear. Gafaluk, spear, javelin. Garkwelm, death by spear. Garholt, spear shaft. Herashaft, spear, army spear. Mayan wudu, strong spear. Nilespera, sharp spear. Saj, spearman. Scottspera, hurling spear. Spreot, pole or pike-like spear. Thrakwudu, spear. Another form of spear not alluded to is what some modern observers have termed the winged spear. It appears to have been introduced into the Anglo-Saxon weapon set in about the 9th century, probably by the great heathen army. The concept of the winged spear, however, may not have been a Danish one, since it is noticeable in Frankish contexts as early as the 7th century. Even here the origins are not certain, and it is likely that the weapon had its first occurrence further east in Byzantium. That the winged spear occurs in English examples is not doubted. Its form is defined by a single set of metal wings welded to either side of the socket ferrule. The ferrule is always welded shut and not cleft or open on these types, which in itself indicates a continental origin for the type. The blade of the weapon is nearly always a broad leaf shape of anything between 400 to 650 millimeters in length. Sometimes manuscript depictions show multiple lines indicating multiple wings at this point, but there have never been any spearheads found with more than one set of wings. What is most likely is that these lines represent protruding rivets used to secure the weapon head to the shaft. Very little work has been done on defining the spear types of the later Anglo-Saxon period. From what evidence we have, it is just possible to propose tentative categories of these weapons. The following observations are based upon an extensive survey of material in a number of museum collections across England conducted by the author. Table 3. Spear types in later Anglo-Saxon England. 1. Javelins. The light spear or javelin, used for throwing with a range of effectiveness perhaps up to 25 yards. Defining features include an internal socket diameter of between 9 mm and 17 mm, indicating a shaft incapable of sustaining lateral tension. A warrior could carry up to 3 of these in his left hand behind his shield, as is evidenced in the Bayeux tapestry. 2. Spears. The most common type, mentioned as gar or sperer in the sources. A fairly light weapon capable of being thrown at close quarters but likely also to be retained for hand-to-hand combat. Usually an internal socket diameter of around 22 mm, indicating a shaft thick enough to sustain some lateral tension in use. 3. Long thrusting spears. Probably the ash of the noble retainer, characteristically a long weapon intended to be retained in the hand. Perhaps developed from the boar spear and quite capable of being used both by infantry and cavalry, but most probably being employed in England as an infantry weapon. 4. Heavy spears. A type of spear with an unusually weighty weapon head, commonly over 500 grams, used in the same manner as long thrusting spears and unlikely to have been thrown in battle. 5. Winged spears. A continental or Scandinavian addition to the English weapon set, probably derived from Byzantium. A weapon designed for effective defence and probably employed in the shield wall by wealthy retainers in the same way as the long thrusting spear. How then were battles fought between armies of the period armed predominantly with spears of the types outlined? The Battle of Maldon says, "Likewise they were encouraged by Athelgar's son Godric onward to the struggle. Often he sent a spear, a slaughter shaft, spinning into the Vikings." Many spears, it seems, can be wielded one-handed, provided the head is light enough. These are used in conjunction with the shield and are often wielded overarm. The Bayeux tapestry shows spears employed in this way, even though this was an age when the larger long thrusting spears were readily available. The great advantage of spears is their ability to keep the enemy at a distance. Foes with swords and axes, while devastating at point of contact, are less decisive if they are kept at spear's length. The effect of interlocking shields and long thrusting spears in the front rank must have been impressive indeed, providing that the cohesion of the formation could be retained. Reenactors have revealed some surprising observations about spear play. Kim Sidorn, one of the country's leading reenactors, has pointed out that each spearman in the shield wall had 3 enemies, the one in front of him, the one on his shielded side, and the one on the right. The most dangerous of them is the one on the right, who can see through the gap on the spearman's unshielded right-hand side. Once this gap is exploited, a shield wall can collapse in a very short space of time, particularly if swift-moving, lightly armoured foes can penetrate the gap. More often than not, it is suggested, you do not see the person who kills you. A sobering thought. By trying to wield a replica of a winged spear, some observation can be made. Some arguments that have been put forward are based around the idea that the wings are there to stop the weapon travelling through an opponent. They are too deeply positioned for this. Many of the blades on this type of spear are so long that they would have gone right through the body of an enemy before the wings would take effect. Those who use these replicas have commented that even a small wing can be used very effectively to parry or trap an opponent's spear or sword, allowing a shield wall companion to capitalize on an enemy's exposure. In effect, the winged spear seems to have been militarily useful as a spear with a built-in hilt or guard. The devastating effect of a javelin thrown at close quarters cannot be underestimated. It need not be razor-sharp to be effective. Few, if any, of these surviving weapon heads show signs of having been sharpened, although it is possible that this evidence, being only surface evidence, will have eroded away over time. Reenactors have shown that a javelin hurled at a pig carcass, even when protected by a mailed outer layer, would still penetrate to an impressive 13-centimetre depth. It is easy to see how bodies of light infantry armed with such weapons could have softened up a shield wall before it came into contact with its main enemy. Swords. No other weapon in English history has had such symbolism and ritual associated with it. There is simply nothing to match the magnificence of the Anglo-Saxon sword. To a warrior lucky enough or rich enough to own one, the sword was everything to him. He gave it a name, treated it with care, and passed it down to his son or chosen beneficiary when he left this world. To give an idea of a sword's worth, King Alfred left a sword said to be valued at 3,600 pennies, 100 mancasses, to his staunch ally Ealdorman Ethelred of Mercia. The will of the Atheling Athelstan, dating from the early 10th century, contained a silver-hilted sword which once belonged to Ulfketil, as well as one with a pitted hilt, suggesting that the grip had a pattern raised in relief. A brand, a blade without the hilt attached, was also left by Athelstan to his brother Edmund. In all, Athelstan was able to leave 12 swords to relatives and retainers. Contemporary literature is full of references to the sword during Anglo-Saxon times. Sometimes it speaks of shining serpent-like patterns dancing on fine blades, an allusion to the pattern welding techniques more common in blade construction of the earlier Anglo-Saxon period, and of daring deeds played out at the sword's edge. The historical written material oozes with the tales of swords and their illustrious owners. Archaeology has also given us more than a glimpse of what these weapons were like. Research has shown us differences in the morphology of the blade and hilt structures over time. It has demonstrated the composition of the metalwork of the blade and the nature of pattern welding. Also, the inlaid blade inscriptions apparent from the 9th century onwards are revealed by such research. But above all, it has allowed us to draw tentative conclusions as to how these weapons might have been used in anger. Because the sword is of such singular cultural importance to the Anglo-Saxons, we need to look back to the Germanic migration period in England, a period that precedes the scope of this book. This way we will understand some important changes in sword design which herald the arrival of a slightly different kind of weapon in the Viking era. Archaeology plays tricks on us. The evidence for swords in the earlier period is reasonably strong, due to the widespread practice of pagan burials with accompanying grave goods in which the sword features occasionally. The magnificent pattern-welded sword from Sutton Hoo is perhaps the finest example of them all. Put simply, when the archaeological record for swords picks up again in the 8th century, we see a different morphology to sword hilts and grips, providing some limited evidence that the weapon itself was changing. During the 6th century in England, when pagan Saxon warriors were still being buried with their symbolic weapon sets, those high-status burials that contained swords produced weapons which in terms of the shape of the blade were either almost parallel-sided or slightly tapering to a rounded point. Sword blades of this early period, like the ones that followed them, were double-edged. This means that both sides of the blade, or edges, were cutting edges from the hilt all the way down to the point. Swords of the migration period, because of their blade design, would have been somewhat point-heavy. This means that the point of balance of the weapon, the fulcrum of the blade, was some considerable way down it, towards the point and away from the hilt. The lack of tapering of the blade would have made the warrior feel that his blade wanted to drop down under gravity when he held the grip in his hand. This characteristic, along with the tight one-handed grip construction afforded by the straight parallel upper and lower hilt guards of the early period swords, would have produced a weapon with optimum use in overarm slashing or hacking, a truly offensive and devastating weapon. Quite how often the swords of the early English cemeteries were used in such a way is open to debate. There is an understandable clamour in favour of almost everything deposited in such burial environments being primarily associated with the notion of ritual, the implication being that the items found in graves were made for the very purpose of the deposition. However, it is fair to say that the morphology of these weapons does demonstrably lend the swords the characteristics outlined previously. By contrast, the surviving swords from the later Saxon period, both the known English and Danish or continental types, generally have a tapering blade towards the point and a large pommel design at the hilt. These pommels range from a classic Anglo-Saxon trilobate pommel to the equally distinctive tea-cosy pommel. The resulting characteristics of a narrowing blade and the influence of a counterweight at the pommel were to make the weapon more dexterous in the hands of the warrior. The blade has a tendency to spring upwards into the air when wielded, as opposed to dropping down under its own weight like its earlier counterparts. One might tentatively suggest that these weapons were very versatile and were not just overarm slashing weapons but could be deployed as thrusting weapons as well. The dramatically beautiful technique of pattern welding a blade, common in the Dark Ages across Northern Europe, had its practical benefits. It allowed for the distribution of higher carbon steely iron more evenly across the blade. The distinctive herringbone twisted rods gradually gave way by the 9th century to blades produced from purer, more superior ores from continental mines and smelting sites. Pattern-welded blades still continued, as is exemplified by the sword from the River Witham, now in the Sheffield Museum, but are less common from about this time. The fuller in these later swords is often evident. A fuller was a feature sometimes described as a blood channel. It is a groove or depression that runs down the center of the blade, and its inclusion perhaps assists in the lightening of the blade. A distinctive feature of some swords of the later Anglo-Saxon period is the blade that is inscribed. A sword found in the Thames near Temple bears the inscription Injelri on the blade. This is possibly of Frankish origin. Another, from the River Witham again, shows the name Ljutelrit, possibly representing the name Ljutfrit. These names will have meant a great deal to the discerning customer, a mark perhaps of quality. One widespread type of inscribed blade is that marked in the name of Ulfberht. It is found across Western Europe from Russia to the British Isles, where they are fewer in number. It is thought these blades emanated from a central Rhineland source and were distributed from the port of Hedeby from the 9th to 11th centuries. It may be the Ulfberht workshop, according to some scholars, that was responsible for the more balanced and tapering form of blade. As far as hilt design is concerned, it is tentatively possible to discern the Anglo-Saxon from the others. The trilobate pommel, fitted to hilts with curved guards, seems to be English in origin. It was categorized as long ago as 1919 by Jan Petersen in his grand work on swords of the period from Scandinavia as a type L. Sometimes the lobes on the pommel number up to 5. It seems to be developed out of the Dark Age cocked hat pommel style popular in England. Where it occurs, it often bears decorative motifs known to be late Anglo-Saxon in style from around the 9th century onwards. This style is referred to as the true hiddle style. Even those pommels of this type discovered in Scandinavia are distinctively English in decoration. One magnificent example of a Type L sword was found in Yorkshire in the 1970s and is known as the Gilling sword. It is a stunning example of the swordsmith's craft. Even after its discovery in 1975 by a 9-year-old boy playing in a Yorkshire stream, this gorgeous weapon still withholds the secrets of the circumstances of its loss. The literature on the subject often describes swords in terms of their magical or symbolic qualities as well as their physical capabilities. There is often reference to the significance of the hilt ring common on Dark Ages examples, emphasizing the warrior as a ring giver. King Athelstan, 924–939, according to William of Malmesbury, writing in around 1125, found a sword miraculously appearing in his scabbard when he had dropped his own weapon during a surprise attack. Athelstan is also associated with the receiving from Hugh, Duke of the Franks, of the Holy Lance and the sword of Constantine the Great, complete with an iron crucifixion nail in the hilt. Perhaps, however, the last word on the sword should go to the author of the Exeter riddle, thought to be about the weapon. In this teasing verse he preserves the mystery and power of Anglo-Saxon England's most potent symbol. Hard and steep-cheeked, wrapped in red gold and garnet, ripped from a plain of bright flowers, wrought, a remnant of fire and file, bound in stark beauty with delicate wire, my grip makes warriors weep, my sting threatens the hand that grasps gold. Studded with a ring, I ravage heir and heirloom, to my lord and foes always lovely and deadly, altering face and form. Sixes and sidearms. The Anglo-Saxons were known by their contemporaries from a very early age for carrying with them a distinctive form of sidearm known as a seix. In essence, this weapon was a single-edged knife. Something like this weapon is referred to in the 6th century by Gregory of Tours in his History of the Franks, 451, when he refers to boys with strong knives which they commonly call scramasaxes. However, it is not at all certain that the scramasax and the seix are one and the same thing. What we can glean from contemporary sources, however, is that the connotations are more with the seix as a weapon than as a tool. This would especially make sense when we consider the length of some of these later examples. There are 2 heriots from the later Anglo-Saxon period that include the term hand seix. We do not know exactly what a hand seix was, but it was clearly important enough to be considered as part of the war gear comprising the gift of a lord to his man. The origins of the weapon are obscure. The Scandinavians of the late Roman Iron Age, that is, around about the 3rd to 5th centuries AD, carried similar single-edged knives, and the Hunnic sabre is also thought to be an ancestor of the weapon. Before long, the male Merovingian graves of the 5th to 6th centuries in France contained seixes of a type categorized by Mortimer Wheeler as Type 1. This type, Wheeler's Frankish type, has its back and edge curving to a point. Wheeler's still influential 1935 classification contains 3 further types of seix. Type 2 Wheeler calls the Norwegian type, which is characterized by a straightness of the back of the blade, the non-cutting edge, that runs all the way down to the point. They are longer than the Frankish type and are roughly datable to the 7th and 8th centuries. Type 3, the Herbuck type, is later still and has an English connection. A hoard found at Herbuck in County Durham contained this form of seix, which is longer still than the other types and is datable by association to around 900. It has runic inscriptions and usually has deeply scored lines beneath the non-cutting edge. A very similar type to this has been found in Norway, but it is considered that this was an import from England. Wheeler's Type 4, the Honey Lane type, gets its name from a knife found in association with coins from the reign of Ethelred II, 979 to 1016, on the site of the old City of London School at Honey Lane Market. It has a distinctive broken back form, is shorter than Type 3, and often is pattern-welded or inlaid beneath the non-cutting edge before the angle of the back drops to the point of the blade. This type is now thought to have developed out of the angled-back smaller knives that appear in both English and continental graves at the end of the migration period. To Wheeler's typology must be added the work of Berner, whose analysis of a group of cemeteries around Trier resulted in a 3-part classification by which these knives are referred to as Class A, small narrow seixes, Class B, broad seixes, and Class C, long seixes. For convenience, these weapons are sometimes referred to in a way that covers both types of classification, namely as long seixes and short or common seixes. The long seixes can be up to 76 centimetres in length, and only about a dozen have been found in England. Those long seixes with an angled back are thought to be the more English examples. The shorter common seixes share the angled back characteristic of their longer cousins and fall into 3 further types, each with varying degrees of angle and cutting-edge blade line. Their lengths range from only 8 centimetres to 36 centimetres. In all cases, the tangs that accommodated the handles of these blades are flat and wide and slightly tapering. The makeup of the handles themselves is a matter for conjecture. although it is known from some Viking period knives that horn, bone and wood were all used in the period. However, the absence of any rivet holes on the tangs has led to suggestions that the tang may have been repeatedly heated and simply rammed into the handle. Many saixes are decorated, some to an elaborate degree, mixing grooved incisions, pattern welding techniques and various metal inlays. In some cases, care has been taken to inlay a personal owner's name into the pattern. When polished and etched, these blades would have danced magically in the flickering firelight, and it is easy to see how prized they would have been by their owners. Although it is difficult to date saixes accurately, it is generally thought that by the end of the Anglo-Saxon period the amount of decoration dropped off somewhat, possibly indicating a tendency towards more functional blades. Some sheaths survive for these weapons. They are all made of leather, folded over and decorated with tooled incisions. They closely resemble the shape of the blades they accommodate. Where the folded edges meet around the blade, they are often stitched or riveted together. The method of wearing the saix is evidenced by some sculptural representations. A Frankish tombstone of about 650 from Niederdollendorf depicts a man wearing a saix slung across his midriff with the handle facing his right hand. From the position of the rivets on the scabbard, it is suggested that he wears it with the cutting edge facing upwards. A cross fragment from Repton in Derbyshire shows the famous Repton rider with a similar weapon in exactly the same place. This sculpture is thought to date from the 8th century. It should be borne in mind that each of these depictions are of the common saix and that no pictorial representation exists of the long saix, and the method of wearing this example remains a mystery except to say that it may not have differed greatly to that of the sword. There is much speculation regarding how these weapons were used. Clearly, the common saix might be employed more as a utility weapon or a weapon of last resort. However, the smaller ones that cannot have had any practical military purpose may well have proved more effective in hunting. It is even suggested that the symbolic connotations of carrying a saix may mark out the hunting man or perhaps even the freeman. The elaborate decoration on some of the smaller saixes might tend to support this theory. The longer saixes, however, with their single-edged blade and pronounced V-shaped section, may on the face of it seem to indicate usage as a single-edged slashing sword, perhaps similar in use to the medieval falchion. However, the blades are still quite delicately structured for this purpose, and it is questionable to what extent a blade would survive first contact with the enemy. It might be that the long saix was as symbolic as it was functional. Axes. For much of the early Anglo-Saxon era, the type of axe most commonly in use from the military point of view seems to have been the Francisca, or throwing axe. This sidearm was a distinctive feature of northern European Germanic cultures during the migration period, and its method of deployment was usually that it was thrown at the enemy prior to an infantry onslaught. The blades were heavy and small and triangular in section at the socket. They were almost certainly used one-handed. There are precious few literary references to the axe in a military context in Anglo-Saxon hands until the Second Viking Age, when it suddenly becomes a widely acknowledged weapon of war developed from those used by the Scandinavians themselves, or in most cases directly wielded by the Scandinavians. This latter type of axe is known as the Dane axe or broad axe. Wielded in two hands, its shape, design and usage was very different than the Francisca of the old days. It was more of a primary weapon than a sidearm. Thin sectioned blades with cutting edges up to at least 18 inches long were hafted onto what are presumed to be ash shafts. In fact, some of the blades were so thin in the centre that they have clearly corroded right through at this point. These weapons were the domain of the Viking housecarl, or later period Anglo-Saxon kings' thanes and other noblemen. Archaeologically, the early Franciscas are certainly apparent in the record. There is then a gap in the 7th to 8th centuries in England, punctuated only by the remarkable iron axe found in the Sutton Hoo grave, complete with both shaft and head made of iron, a curious item of uncertain ancestry. Then the record in England falls silent again until the 10th to 11th centuries, when English finds of Dane axes, such as those discovered at the site of Old London Bridge, showed clear Scandinavian connotations. These types of axes appear in abundance on the Bayeux tapestry, mainly in the hands of well-armoured men on the English side, although there is one Dane axe that is being transported by the Normans to the battlefield and another in the hands of the Duke of Normandy himself. The occurrence of so many Dane axes in the Bayeux tapestry might very well lend weight to the idea that Harold had with him numerous Danish mercenaries. Literary accounts of the Dane axe in use speak of its ability to cut a man and a horse with one stroke. The only drawback with wielding these impressive weapons was that the user had to sling his shield over his back to wield the weapon two-handed. This led to a vulnerability when the weapon was held high. However, the effectiveness of the weapon was widely acknowledged across Europe. The axemen were not exactly killed off by the advent of the Normans in England either. Further adventures would be experienced by those landed axe-bearing warriors who left England and took service in the Byzantine Varangian Guard. There in the east, the Dane axe had a new lease of life, which lasted for at least another century. The bow. That the bow was in existence and used in military contexts is indisputable. Quite how it was used is argued over. Famously, we have a piece of pictorial evidence in the form of a lone English archer on the Bayeux tapestry. This man, unarmoured and seemingly smaller than those warriors around him, creeps out from the English shield wall. The men in the wall are mail-clad warriors, possibly housecarls or king's thanes, but our solitary fellow with his bow stands in great contrast not just to them, but to the serried ranks of Norman archers, some of whom are armoured, who face the English in the same piece of work. There are two opposing schools of thought drawn from the available literary and pictorial evidence. It is assumed by some that the lone archer mentioned here stands testimony to the lack of priority the English gave to the bow as a military weapon. Supporting this theory is the idea that the bow was merely the weapon of the outlaw or poacher, and not a weapon with which an Anglo-Saxon warrior could prove his prowess or bravery. Against this idea, however, can be placed a body of evidence that mentions the bow in Anglo-Saxon England from military contexts, and which occasionally places the weapon not only in the hands of some unlikely high-ranking people, but also hints at an organised usage on the battlefield. So, which body of opinion is right? Or is there an inevitable middle ground? The word boga, or bow, in Old English has an implied meaning to flex or to bend. The bow is known from some graves in the pagan Saxon cemeteries of England, but arrowhead finds are rarer in England than in the contemporary homelands. Their number pales into insignificance when compared to the huge amount of spearheads found in these English graves, however. One early period bow of significance from Chesil down was estimated to have been 152 centimetres in length, this being approximately 5 feet. The archaeological evidence for the bow in the later period is scant, to say the least. Literary evidence provides a few clues, however. For example, in Beowulf, lines 2435 to 2440, the bow is referred to as a horn bow in a passage describing the tragic killing of one brother by another. For the eldest was, unfittingly, by a kinsman's deeds a deathbed strewed, when him Hathcune from a horn bow his friend and lord struck down with an arrow, missed his mark, and his kinsman shot dead, the one brother, the other with a bloody bolt. That was an irreparable fight. Another passage in the same poem, lines 3114 to 3119, gives a glimpse of the usage of the bow in a warfare context that we might not expect to be hearing about, given the weight of the argument against its widespread adoption by the Anglo-Saxons on the battlefield. Now must the fire devour, the dim flame grow, the ruler of warriors, he who often endured shower of iron, when the storm of arrows, impelled by bowstrings, shot over the shield wall. shaft held true to task, its feather trappings eager, arrowhead followed. Here is an image of the bow being employed as an organized weapon of war. No mention here of an outlaw, a hunter, or an opportunist. The bows have been kept to the rear ranks and have been used as preparatory fire on the battlefield, a deployment we might expect for an organized command. Similarly, the poem The Battle of Maldon refers to the use of archery as preparatory fire. With tumult they stood along Pante's stream, the van of the East Saxons and the Ash army, nor might any bring harm to the other, but those who through flame flight took death. This flame flight here refers to the arrows being used. Both armies at this point in the struggle are unable to bring their hand-to-hand weapons to bear upon one another, but it is an interesting passage in that the suggestion is the preparatory use of the bow could bring death on the battlefield. Elsewhere in the poem we get a picture of the sky being full of arrows. In the heat of battle, bows are described as being busy. But the poem reveals something else too. It gives us our Northumbrian man held as a hostage. This man, at the end of the battle, joins in the fight. The hostage began eagerly helping them. He was of brave kin among the Northumbrians, Edgelaf's son. Ashfirth was named to him. He flinched not at battle play, but again and again shot forth arrow. Sometimes he shot against shield, sometimes a man tore. Ever and anon he inflicted some wound while he could weapons wield. So why does such a man choose the apparently humble bow to deal death to others? Perhaps this is all he was allowed to use as a hostage, if indeed we are interpreting the Old English correctly. All of this notwithstanding, it is still the case that there does not seem to be much support for the idea that the Anglo-Saxons used the bow en masse in a military context. However, the previous observations should point towards the fact that the Anglo-Saxons certainly had the knowledge of the use of the weapon for preparatory fire and for skirmishing activity. We cannot, however, dismiss our forlorn-looking lone archer, nor can we ignore the obvious contempt with which the high-born warriors viewed the bow. We must not take all this to mean that the armies of England at the time were ignorant of the military usefulness of the weapon. Slings, maces, and improvised weapons. Slings are certainly known from Anglo-Saxon times. They are given the name leathera, indicating their leather construction. One such is depicted in the Bayeux tapestry, but it appears to belong to an unarmoured male in the margins of the work who is using it to scare away some birds. It seems to be constructed of a leather-like pocket or pouch with two leather straps, one of which the wielder still has in his hand as the missile within the weapon is unleashed at the birds. The ammunition is unknown, but it is thought to have been simple stones, perhaps rounded ones from nearby riverbeds. It is possible, however, that slings were upgraded or extended in this period for a more military use. This might explain the occasional references to staff slings, staffleathera. These, it is thought, would have propelled their missile with force in the same way as the later trebuchet did, albeit on a dramatically smaller scale. There is scarcely any reference at all to slings in use in a military context, however. What little we have comes from the early biography of Bishop Wilfrid of York, 634 to 709, which mentions how one of Wilfrid's companions picked up a stone that had been blessed by all the people of God and hurled it from his sling after the manner of David. The sling struck a pagan priest in the forehead and penetrated through to his brain. It is possible that slings were among the weapons chosen by the lesser-ranking men in the English army at Hastings. William of Poitiers refers to the initial Norman approach to the English lines being thwarted by missile fire, but although the sling is not mentioned, it may have played its part. It was, however, by no means a traditional Anglo-Saxon weapon of war. Maces are another area of uncertainty. The Bayeux tapestry shows what look to be items akin to William of Poitiers' stones tied to sticks, particularly in the final scenes of fleeing unarmoured Englishmen. Whether the English ceorls, which these figures are assumed to represent, were wielding genuine maces or hastily improvised weapons is unclear. There is, however, one very obvious depiction in the Bayeux tapestry of what would appear to be a mace flying out from the English line towards the Normans. The item is three-headed or tri-lobed in form and is attached to a seemingly wooden haft. It is not clear who has hurled it from the lines, but this section of the line is full of heavily armed and armoured warriors, and there is not a lowly peasant in sight. It may be that this item is a genuine mace. The carrying of maces by Odo of Bayeux and Duke William in the Bayeux tapestry is clearly depicted, but whether these are symbols of power or rank as opposed to real fighting weapons is not so clear. Certainly, the mace developed throughout the medieval period as a weapon of war, but what the Anglo-Saxons had in their hands at around the time of Hastings will remain an uncertainty. A word that seems to cover a multitude of possibilities is the Old English sagol. It is interpreted as meaning a club, cudgel, stick, staff, or pole. It is possible these simple types of weapons might represent the ancestors of later medieval pole arms and such like, being distantly related to farming instruments, but again there is not enough evidence to say. What is clear, though, is that the men who turned up for battle at Hastings were perfectly capable of improvising weapons and using them to some effect, if we are to believe the Norman historians. Armour and protection. Mail armour. Beowulf spoke. On him a mail coat gleamed, a net of armour woven by smith's skilful art. Mail armour was once endearingly but inaccurately referred to as chain mail. This type of armour is not in fact constructed in anything like a chain form, but is most often made up of a series of linked iron rings, each one having another 4 passing through it. Mail armour has a long and distinguished history. Its first appearance in the archaeological record in Britain occurs in the late Iron Age, and it continued in use right up until the First World War, when it was used by tank drivers as a form of facial protection known as a splatter mask. More realistically, however, it saw its last proper usage as a form of bodily protection in the 18th century. Mail armour was at its peak by the late 12th century, when knights seem to have been clad in it literally from head to foot. From that point on, the areas of the body covered by mail seems to reduce in proportion to the arrival on the scene of plate and other forms of metal armour. A mail shirt from an Iron Age cart burial at Kirkburn, North Yorkshire, ranks as the earliest discovery of mail protection in Britain, dating probably to the 3rd century BC. It was made from iron wire rings, each of which was butted and not riveted shut. Each of the rings was up to 9.2 millimetres in diameter. There are some other examples of early types of this armour from Britain where the rings of iron are made of rows of alternately butted and riveted rings, or where they are made from alternate rows of riveted and solid rings, perhaps punched from sheets of iron. The basic method of manufacture, whereby iron wire is twisted around a rod forming a spring-like coil and each individual ring is cut from it, is common across Western Europe throughout the subsequent Roman and early medieval periods, and from the few Anglo-Saxon and Viking examples, it appears to have been a method that continues almost unchanged. Other than the Kirkburn example, there is in Britain a notable very late Iron Age folded mail coat from Folly Lane in St Albans, dating to around AD 50, and a few other similar but smaller examples that continue throughout the Roman period. The Roman finds of mail at Newstead in Scotland, datable to circa AD 150, provide some further evidence for mail protection, but it is not until the famous discovery of the Sutton Hoo treasures in 1939 that we come across the first Anglo-Saxon example of a mail shirt. There are a few fragmentary archaeological finds of mail from the Anglo-Saxon period that have not gained much attention due to their highly corroded nature, but with the Sutton Hoo discovery, people were able to view the remnants of a garment in its entirety, albeit folded in such a way as to conceal its original form. The Sutton Hoo burial contained a mail shirt with a type of construction that was not able to be determined immediately due to the nature of its preservation. There was some work undertaken in 1969 using standard and stereo radiography, which managed to ascertain that some of the rings in the Sutton Hoo coat were about 8 millimeters in diameter and constructed of iron wire with copper alloy rivets, where the ring overlapped with itself. The discovery in 1982 of the Coppergate helmet from York, which has been dated to circa 750 to 775, around about the dawn of the Viking invasions of England, led to a lengthy restoration and analysis of the mail neck guard, which was constructed of alternate rows of riveted and welded rings. Each ring was about 8 millimeters in diameter and made of iron wire about 1 millimeter thick. It is suggested this mail curtain was perhaps the most expensive part of the entire item. Scandinavian and Frankish examples of mail are a little more plentiful and include the Great Vendel period, circa 520 to 800, discoveries at Valsfjord, one of which uniquely shows a mail protection for the shoulders only, with the main torso area being protected instead by iron strips. In the case of the Frankish examples, the mail is often in the form of a neck guard hanging from a Spangenhelm-type helmet, similar in essence to the Coppergate mail. Examples include helmets from Cologne and Morecambe, respectively. The Cologne example is unusual in having an external ring diameter of 15 millimeters with wire of 2 millimeter thickness, nearly twice the diameter of the Coppergate mail. Other overseas examples from the period of the Viking invasions include a remarkable discovery in Gjermundbu, Norway. A helmet was accompanied in a burial by a mail shirt found in 85 fragments. Here the rings were up to 8 millimeters in external diameter and the wire rarely exceeded 2 millimeters in thickness, tending to be mostly around 1.5 millimeters. Another, rather more enigmatic mail garment hangs proudly in the cathedral church at Prague and purports to be that of St. Wenceslas, Duke of Bohemia from 921 to 935. It is displayed alongside an iron helmet. The mail item is about knee length and is accompanied by an extravagant mail neck protection in the form of a wide collar, but little is known about it. It is fair to say, however, that the 13th century legend Ut Annunciator mentions that on certain feast days the helmet and the armour of the famous warrior leader were shown to the faithful, perhaps demonstrating a certain antiquity to the artefact by that time, if indeed the presently displayed artefacts are the same ones as those described in that source. It is unfortunate that there is scant evidence in the archaeological record for Anglo-Saxon mail armour, but the other available details we have are very telling. The literary evidence is plentiful. The great warrior Beowulf sports a gleaming mail shirt of his own, and there are several other references to this type of armour in the poem. There is also the amusing riddle, number 35 in the Exeter book, datable to about 975, which indicates that by this time mail body armour must have been common enough knowledge to its readership. The damp earth, wondrously frozen, first bore me from its womb. I know myself not to have been made with wool's fleeces, with hairs through high skill, by awareness of myself. Wefts are not wound on me, nor have I warp. Nor through pressure of bunches does thread resound in me. Nor does a shuttle pass singing through me, nor a weaving sleigh strike me from anywhere. Worms do not weave me in the course of time, those which make the yellow weaving. Yet none the less widely across the world I am called a splendid garment for heroes. Say with true speech, wise in skilful thought, wise in words, what this apparel may be. Widely across the world, says the riddle writer. He indicates that this garment is very well known indeed, and he also shows with whom it is most often associated. In fact, if we look at other written evidence, we can see that he has a point. The mail coat was a very expensive garment indeed. This item, a garment known as a byrnie in Old English, featured in many of the heriots or wills recorded in the 11th century, although it seems to only have done so after Ethelred's 1008 decree, which got armourers working to supply a huge amount of such items. 3 in particular are of note. The will of Wulfseer, 1022 to 1043, leaves 1 coat of mail. The will of Ælfwold, Bishop of Crediton, 1008 to 1012, leaves 6 coats of mail, and Archbishop Ælfric of Canterbury bequeaths a huge 60 coats, this most probably being a fully armoured ship's company. The laws of Canute, 1016 to 1035, seem to suggest that 4 byrnies would constitute an earl's heriot and 1 would constitute a king's thanes. Whichever way we look at it, it is clear that mail armour was highly cherished indeed. Other written evidence raises more questions than it answers, however. King Ethelred's 979 to 1016 order in 1008 that he wanted a helmet and byrnie from every 8 hides of land clearly must have kept both armourers and merchants very busy. We have already calculated this order to represent around 10,000 mail-clad warriors in England at the time. It again begs the question, where are all these highly prized and very durable garments? Perhaps some of the so-called later medieval mail coats hanging in various armouries across Europe are in fact the handed-down amended descendants of those from the 11th century. Our visual evidence for mail armour is another useful aid, particularly in helping us understand the ways in which the items were worn and how they may have changed their appearance over time. The famous Frank's casket, datable to the 7th century, also shows Anglo-Saxon warriors, some of whom are unmistakably wearing mail shirts down to the waist. A later depiction, from about 1020 to 1050, of a king and his army at war shows only the king himself in a byrnie. It is 3/4 length to just above the knees, and has mail coverage of the arms down to the elbows, as seems to be the norm for the 9th to 11th century mail depicted in continental examples. The king's byrnie is split at the front, and presumably the back as well, perhaps to accommodate the widening of the legs when its wearer is riding a horse. Another depiction of male body protection from around 1000 shows a more problematic garment. Here, a warrior with curved shield and a spear wears a mail shirt or leather jerkin that covers him down to the waist and the elbows. It has a noticeable flourish to its edges. The sleeves and waist end with a zigzag pattern. Perhaps the most spectacular of all the visual depictions of male body armour is contained within the 11th century Bayeux tapestry. There is enough visual material here to ignite 1,000 debates. But what can we learn of male armour depicted therein? It is, in fact, possible to see what seems to be a surprisingly sophisticated range of male body armour, quite accurately depicted to the point where it is possible to draw tentative conclusions about the differences between the English and the Norman types of protection. All warriors who are clad in mail byrnies on both the English and Norman sides on the tapestry are covered by a garment that appears to be about 3/4 length down to the knees and that runs down to the elbows. The edge trim would appear to be either of leather or another type of fabric. The artists of the tapestry have chosen to depict all these warriors as if their byrnies are trousered and not split front and back to accommodate the legs. It is a troubling depiction simply because the discomfort to a mounted warrior in wearing this kind of garment would surely have been immense. However, there is a stone relief sculpture from Winchester datable to the 11th century that also shows a similar trousered appearance to the upper leg, and so this cannot be totally ruled out as a possibility. Many of the mailed warriors of both sides are shown with the mail continuing from the main body of the suit onto the head and disappearing beneath the helmet. The suggestion is that these warriors are wearing what has become known as a hauberk, an all-in-one mail suit with the hood integral to the main part of the suit. The Old English word hælsbeorg is probably the origin of this term, but it is thought this word referred to just the head protection itself, and somehow got corrupted into hauberk and was used to refer to the suit as a whole. While it is certainly the case that the tapestry shows integral mail hoods, It is interesting to note that the artist has occasionally chosen to show some warriors with a clearly independent male coif, head protection, finished off with a fabric or leather trim around the neck. One such wearer is King Harold himself. As if to add to the possibilities, it seems that the mounted Norman who is cutting Harold down with a sword in one of the final battle scenes is himself wearing neither an integral nor an independent male coif, but one that appears from inside the mail coat and seems to be of fabric. What is not clear, however, is how many of the depictions on the tapestry that seem to show an independent male coif are in fact depicting an aventail, or male curtain suspended from the rim of the helmet. There is one important difference between the Norman and the English mail-clad warriors on the tapestry, and this concerns the curious male square depicted in the chest region of many of the Norman knights. This has aroused much debate. It was once considered to be an additional male protection for the vital organ areas of the upper body, but it is too small for that. From some depictions that seem to show additional strap attachments hanging down from this open square of mail, it is reasonable to conclude this is an additional curtain of mail that can be pulled up underneath the helmet and attached at both sides, thus leaving the wearer with a fuller facial protection. This view might be borne out by the square depicted on William in the scene from the Bayeux tapestry where he is holding a mace over his right shoulder and pointing forwards. Here, the square section is depicted as if it is lined on the inside with material that is in contrast to the mail depicted on the rest of the hauberk. All these arguments notwithstanding, the absence of such a device on the byrnies of the Anglo-Saxons remains a complete mystery. It may be that the Norman knights, so used to fighting on horseback, had developed this additional protection because of the likelihood of receiving blows from below towards their faces. Perhaps the most telling scene on the tapestry, a scene that provides the exception that proves the rule, is that which shows Duke William conferring arms and armour onto Earl Harold after his help in the Breton campaigns. Here, in this highly symbolic section, Harold is wearing a full Norman-style hauberk with square mail section at the chest, the only time an Englishman wears such a garment in the whole work. It might be argued that this phenomenon occurs only because all the English warriors have their mail patches pulled up to the helmet at the ready, so to speak, but this is unlikely. The scene of the conferring of arms between the two main protagonists is the best example of something depicted elsewhere on the tapestry. Harold's sword can clearly be seen as having been slotted into an aperture in the mail on the left-hand side at the waist. The implications here are that the scabbard is held in position by strapping beneath the mail, and the weight of the mail keeps the scabbard and sword from waving around loosely. The Bayeux tapestry, then, is a mine of information for the student of mail armour. It seems just right for its time. For example, there are no full-length suits with mail down to the wrists and beyond the knees like the ones depicted in manuscript drawings from the 12th century onwards. So if the Bayeux tapestry's mail armour is reasonably accurate, what else can we determine about what it was actually like to wear mail in the Anglo-Saxon period? In a famous scene on the tapestry where the Normans are transporting their baggage, there are two mail hauberks being carried by two unarmoured men. Both men hold opposing ends of what seems to be a huge pole, which passes through the sleeve holes of the two garments, thereby suspending them on the pole, giving the appearance of washing hanging out to dry. It must have been just the same for the Anglo-Saxon byrnies. It is the only practical way to carry these garments other than actually wearing them. The depiction gives a good idea of their weight. In fact, surviving mail shirts from the 14th and 15th centuries, now in the Wallace collection in London, can weigh anything up to 9 kilograms, and these are not as long as those depicted on the tapestry. One can only imagine what it must have been like to fight for your life with such an amount of armour weighing down exclusively on top of your shoulders. But what type of blows could a mail byrnie stop? Some experiments with modern mail suggest that slashing blows are well catered for by mail armour. But it has been made painfully clear to those who have carried out the experiments that without the additional cushioning protection provided by a padded undergarment to dissipate the shock of the blow, the concussive effects of a blow are made worse by mail armour. Therefore, just as the Romans are known to have done, it is very likely that in the Anglo-Saxon period mail was worn with an attendant padded undergarment. It is quite possible that the edges of such garments are shown peering out of the mail coats on the Bayeux tapestry. It is also possible that the burnie was made with its own fabric padded lining stitched into it, as is hinted at by the depiction of William's hauberk. However, we might expect this to be evident from the marginal drawings on the tapestry, which show warriors having their burnies pulled off over their heads, presumably revealing what would be the inside of the garment. Infuriatingly, none of these depictions show anything of an attached undergarment. Clearly, the mail coat, mail shirt, hauberk or burnie were valued items in the Anglo-Saxon period, coming second only to the sword in terms of the huge amount of work and expense that went into their manufacture. There must surely have been, however, other forms of body armour that have escaped the evidential record. Other body armour. If a warrior of this period was to protect his body with something other than mail, what could it possibly be? The evidence we have for non-metal body armour is very slight, but compelling nonetheless. We might recall Harold Godwinson's spectacularly successful campaigns in Wales in 1063, which are attributed in part to his direct instruction to his men to wear light armament with their chests protected by tough hide in preference to their usual mail coats. This gave them an equal advantage in the landscape with their elusive enemy and still afforded them some bodily protection. So, if Harold can order such armour to be made, we can assume that it must have been of a type well known to the Anglo-Saxons. There is, however, very little evidence for it. Only from later medieval sources do we know of leather armour that was hardened by being boiled in wax or oil, a technique known as cuir bouilli. We have already observed the difficulties of wearing a mail burnie without sufficient padded protection beneath it. The high likelihood of such padded armour existing in Anglo-Saxon times may be supported by the unusual quilted-looking garments worn by some Normans on the Bayeux tapestry. The 3/4-length quilted garment which covers the body in the same way as a burnie is worn by Odo of Bayeux. It may be an example of padded armour, but again we are surviving on only scraps of evidence. If such garments did exist, it is not unreasonable to suggest they may have been made in a similar way to the later medieval gambesons, acatons, or arming doublets. The most likely material for such a garment would be coarsely woven linen sheets stuffed with wool and sewn in a quilted pattern. But there are forms of metal armour known in the period that were neither mail nor true plate armour, which does not appear until the very end of the 12th century at the earliest. The idea, however, of an Anglo-Saxon warrior in scale armour is not one that has caught on. The evidence for its usage seems to be by inference and is not backed up by archaeology. However, given that the Romans used scale armour in the form of lorica squamata, and the Franks seem to be clad in it from visual representations such as a mounted warrior in clear scale armour from the Stuttgart Psalter of circa 825, we might permit ourselves to wonder if archaeology will one day bring us the evidence we wish for. An 8th century relief sculpture from Repton in Derbyshire is one candidate that may show a mounted rider with an upper body protection seemingly constructed of scales of some sort. It is an enigmatic and interesting depiction. He has the reins in one hand and a small buckler in the other. Across his waist is his saix, and below his body armour flows a tunic and his cross-gartered leggings. But the depiction is obscure in the most important parts. The garment seems to be long-sleeved, and its neck opening, an area where some sort of clue as to its manufacture might be expected, seems to just melt away. Lamellar armour differs from scale armour in that its small metal plates are laced together in parallel rows as opposed to the overlapping nature of scale armour. Each plate, roughly rectangular in size, is punctured with numerous holes to accommodate the leather thong that tied it to its neighbour. It has an Asian or Byzantine connection, with many depictions of Byzantine soldiers wearing it, but is not unknown in early medieval Europe. It is even known in Viking contexts, such as the one fragment of lamella scale found at Birka in Sweden, probably dating to the early 10th century. But Birka was, of course, an important port along a trading route that stretched all the way to the east. We can only wonder if the Anglo-Saxons ever made use of it, but if they did at all, it seems most likely to have been worn by those Anglo-Danes at the very end of the period, who may have had some connection with the Varangian Guard of the Byzantine emperor. Finally, although there is no physical evidence for leg protection other than the mail chausses worn by the Normans on the Bayeux tapestry, the word banbeorhe in Old English is taken to mean greave. The greave has a long heritage and was particularly popular in ancient Greek contexts, being a shaped bronze plate to protect the lower leg, similar perhaps to a modern shin pad. Needless to say, we are still waiting for our first Anglo-Saxon greave to make itself known. Helmets. We are fortunate in having 4 Anglo-Saxon helmets and 1 newly discovered cheek piece to help us colour the picture of this type of protection in the era. Unfortunately, all of these predate the period upon which this book is based, but they are all very important discoveries that demonstrate the Anglo-Saxon armourer's remarkable abilities. The helmets from England are the Sutton Hoo helmet, 7th century, discovered in 1939, the Benty Grange helmet from Derbyshire, 7th century, discovered in 1848, the Coppergate helmet from York, late 8th century, discovered in 1982, and the Pioneer helmet found in 1997 in a gravel quarry in Wollaston. In addition, a beautifully ornate cheek piece to a helmet was among the many remarkable artefacts in the Staffordshire hoard of material found by a metal detector in a field near Hammerwich in 2009. There are, in addition, finds that may also be attachments to the crest of a helmet, such as a boar figure from Gilden Morden in Cambridgeshire. Of these discoveries, the Coppergate helmet is probably the latest in terms of dating evidence. It is dated to the last quarter of the 8th century on stylistic and typological grounds, and it was clearly quite old at the time of its deposition in a well in York. It is tempting to think that the dawn of the Viking Age had something to do with its deposition sometime in the 9th century, but we can never be certain of this. The helmet comprises a bowl constructed of iron plates, including a brow band, a crest band, and a lateral band, hinged iron cheek pieces, and a mail curtain for neck protection. A bronze crest runs from front to back, placing this helmet type in the crested helm tradition as opposed to the spangan helm tradition common on the continent. In the latter, the type of construction of the cone or bowl is characterized by between 4 and 6 iron plates held together by iron or bronze bands riveted to the plates. It gave rise to the instantly recognizable conical nasal helm so common on the Bayeux tapestry. There is some evidence to suggest that the crested helmet type continued in use in England into the 10th or early 11th centuries, from depictions on stone sculptures at Chester-le-Street and Sockburn, but it is clear that a new type of helmet, of a more pointed character, becomes popular in the 11th century. King Ethelred's demand for new helmets made in 1008 may have been the catalyst for this new type of helmet. Certainly, by the time of King Canute, 1016 to 1036, and King Edward the Confessor, 1042 to 1066, images of helmets on coins are all pointed, sometimes with lines indicating a construction in segments, and in the case of Edward's coins there is often beading around the rim, possibly suggesting rivets. These helmets, so prevalent on the Bayeux tapestry, seem to be much plainer and less ornate than the old crested helms, with the exception of the nasal piece in some cases. They are often depicted as segmented, usually in quarters and sometimes with each iron plate coloured. Although there are some impressive surviving Scandinavian helmets, and the relationship between these and the early Anglo-Saxon ones is clear, We do not have evidence in England for anything like the 10th century bespectacled Gjermundbu helmet. We are left to assume that the most common helmet type was the conical segmented type, which is supported by the pictorial evidence. Other European finds would seem tentatively to support this idea. A 10th century Polish helmet in the collection of Liverpool Museum shows a four-plated segmented construction, and the apparently 10th century Wenceslas helmet in Prague Cathedral has both a brow band and a nasal guard. The only thing we can say for sure is that the helmet, if the Bayeux tapestry is anything to go by, was commonplace among English warriors by the 11th century, clearly featuring in the Heriots of the age. Shields. I am a loner, wounded by iron, bitten by a blade, sated with war work, weary with swords. Often I see battle, a fierce one fighting. Yet I expect no consultation that from the battle strife help shall come to me before I am destroyed among the warriors, but the hammer's leavings beat against me, the hard-edged, the blade sharp, the handiwork of smiths bite in strongholds. I must endure a more hateful meeting. Never a kind of healer could I find in the folkland among those who healed wounds with herbs. Rather on me the scars of swords grow greater day and night with death blows. Exeter Book, Riddle 5. Although much work has been undertaken on the nature of the construction and morphology of shields from the early Saxon period graves across England, it has not been possible to examine later period shields in anything like the same depth. This is because of the switch from pagan inhumation to Christian burial, which occurred around the middle of the 7th century and has deprived us of the very artifacts we would have needed to make an assessment. It is therefore only possible to comment on what little evidence we have for shields in the later period by studying the pictorial representations and by interpreting the literary evidence. However, it is not an entirely fruitless study. It would appear that the shield diameters during the early Anglo-Saxon period were smaller than that of the later period. The centrally placed feature on the shield was the boss. In the early period, as in the later period, this was made of iron. However, the bosses of the early period shields invariably have an aggressive shape to them. They are wasted conical forms with a central protruding spike terminating in a flat button. Behind them is a hollow cavity, a hole in the centre of the shield board across which an iron or wooden grip stretched. It meant that the holder could wield these flat-boarded round shields and thrust them into the face of his opponent, using them almost as a buckler. The Frank's casket shows small round shields being used in exactly this way. At the end of the period of pagan inhumations, a change occurs in the morphology of the shield boss with the arrival into the record of a sugar-loaf-shaped boss, more pronounced and conical than its predecessors. It is likely that the sugar-loaf boss and accompanying larger shield boards with which they are thought to be associated reflect a switch to the tactical defensive in the Anglo-Saxon warrior, the need no longer being the hack and slash of the marauding warband, but the solid shield wall of the defensive army. The evidence from the earlier period suggests that the shield boards were made of planks laid together side by side. Although the literary references from the later period often describe the shield being made of linden wood, lime, the archaeological evidence for the earlier shields suggests a variety of woods were used, including alder, poplar, and willow. It is also suggested that the boards were covered by leather, which was kept to the board by iron studs. As for the rim, little is known of this except to say that later manuscript depictions sometimes show a distinctive edge to the shield with what appear to be rivets holding it in place. It is most likely these edges were hide or leather of some sort as opposed to metal, although this is pure conjecture. One shield of particular note is that from Sutton Hoo. It is round and has an estimated diameter of over 91 centimetres and has been reconstructed faithfully with oak bark tanned cowhide over lime boards to indicate a slightly curved back edge and includes a thin metal rim. As such, it is all the evidence we have to span the gap between the earlier and later periods, but it was clearly such a sumptuously decorated and embossed shield that it may be misleading to draw too many conclusions about it when considering the shields of the armies of later Anglo-Saxon England. After all, this was a shield made by an armourer, probably by royal appointment to the East Anglian king. It may never even have been used. The historical and pictorial evidence for shields in the later Anglo-Saxon period shows two distinctive developmental traits. The round shields are often depicted as convex in shape, and from about the late 10th century there appears the famous kite-shaped shield, which features on the Bayeux tapestry in so many numbers. This latter type is thought to have been developed specifically for mounted warriors, providing them with additional protection. Quite how convex boards are made is a mystery. They appear in many manuscripts, but not at all in the archaeological record, although some of the longer extended grips from the early period, which seem to be curved back at their extremities, may indicate they were attached to a convex shield. It is suggested that the wood may have been steamed or bent around a basic mould, but until there is something more tangible to study, we may never know. It is also possible that the reference in the Battle of Maldon to a Kellod board may be implying a convex or hollow shield. Terms used to describe shields are also of interest. The will of Athelstan, died 1014, son of Ethelred II, describes what is thought to be a small shield, a targe, and a convex or shoulder shield, a bogschild. The ways in which shields were decorated was probably of significance, even in this period before the arrival of true heraldry. For example, on several occasions in the Battle of Maldon, a warrior raises his shield before giving a key speech to his comrades. This may indicate that his shield decoration was instantly recognizable to his followers. The decorations from illustrations often show lines radiating out from the central boss, accompanied by what seem to be stitch marks or studs of some sort. It may even be that these lines are curved metal strengtheners, creating the effect of a spiral design. Other common designs on the round convex shields of the period include simple crosses and quarters of different colours. Colours are, of course, a problem for this period. We know that the Viking Gokstad ship shields were painted either black or yellow, and that other Danish remains of shields show traces of red. In the poem Beowulf, shields are described as either bright or yellow. So there is a world of colourful possibilities for shields, especially if we accept that many of them will have been covered in leather, perhaps already pre-dyed. There are not many laws relating to the use or regulation of shields in Anglo-Saxon England, but the one that is often referred to is that of King Athelstan, 924 to 939, which states that no shield right cover a shield with sheepskin, and if he do so, let him pay 30 shillings. This is a hefty fine indeed. Clearly, the need for strong shields, the construction of which was obvious to all, had by the 10th century attracted the attention of the king himself. Other cultures ruling on the shield also reflect a concern for the strength and performance of the item. The 10th century Norwegian Frostathing law and Gulathing law required that 3 iron bands should be laid across a shield and that the grip should be fastened to the inside with nails. Again, emphasis is being placed on the strengthening of the shield. The one piece of pictorial evidence to which we keep returning, of course, is the Bayeux tapestry. Here, there are noticeable differences in shield design between the English and the Norman. For example, many, but by no means all, of the English still have the more traditional style rounded convex shields so common in depictions from manuscripts in the early 11th century. However, there is an impressive array of interlocked kite-shaped shields in the main English shield wall, each with a variant of spiral designs or simply plain in colour. There is visual evidence here for studs of some sort which seem to hold the rear side strapping into place. In contrast to the shields of the Anglo-Saxons on the Bayeux tapestry, the Normans are all exclusively equipped with kite-shaped shields complete with elaborate decoration, including mythical beasts, spirals and crosses. In some scenes it is possible to see the strap fittings on the inside of the shield too. There is one English foot soldier, a fully mail-clad housecarl or king's thane, whose shield is neither kite-shaped or archaically round and convex. He is being hacked at by a mounted Norman knight, but his shield is best described as rectangular in shape with curved corners. This has led to speculation about it. It has the same sort of spiral decoration on it that many of the other English shields have, but its shape has been linked to those shields apparently carried by the Varangian guardsmen of Byzantium, famous Scandinavian mercenary warriors attached to the Byzantine emperor. If this warrior is or was a Varangian, it may support some of the theories that suggest that there were one or two more Danish speakers on the field at Hastings than previously thought. Accessories, horns and battlefield communications. Relief came back to the sorrow-spirited ones together with early day, when they Higelac's horn and trumpet and his battle yell recognized. Then the good man came with the tribe's veteran warriors travelling on the path. These lines from Beowulf, 2941 to 2945, raise a number of questions as to how the Anglo-Saxons used horns. From this mention of a war band being rescued while under siege in Raven's Wood, we might surmise that the sound of their rescuer's horn was of a particular note or familiarity to them. We do not know if there were specific tonal differences for different kinds of military instruction, nor do we know anything like the full details as to how they were manufactured. However, it is quite probable that horns were widely employed, and as far as military contexts are concerned, they may have been used in conjunction with the movements of the battle standards on the battlefield. We have little evidence to show exactly how horns were used in battle, but their presence must have been widespread and certainly seems to have a grand heritage during the Anglo-Saxon period. For example, travellers who strayed off the beaten path in Anglo-Saxon England were required to blow their horns as they passed along. This was an indication of their presence on the road. If people travelling off the King's Highway did not do this, then they could be taken for thieves. Clearly, the simple horn was capable of sound rich enough and loud enough to act as a warning or alarm. The actual order itself is contained within the law codes of King Ina of Wessex, dating from the late 7th to early 8th centuries. The consequences of not announcing yourself as you passed through a territory were quite profound. If a man from a distance or a foreigner goes through the wood off the track and does not shout nor blow a horn, he is assumed to be a thief, to either be killed or redeemed. Laws of Ina, Code 20. One of the Exeter riddles seems to be alluding to the use of a horn, and it suggests a military role as well as a social role. I was once a warrior's weapon. Now a noble young retainer dresses me in threads of twisted gold and silver. At times men kiss me. At times I summon close friends to do battle. A horse sometimes bears me over the earth. Sea horses sometimes sweep me, gleaming over the ocean. Now and then a maiden, ring-adorned, replenishes my paunch. I must lie on planks at times, plundered, hard and headless. Often, gold-garbed, I hang on the wall above drinking warriors, a splendid sight, instrument of war. Covered in riches, I draw in breath from a brave man's lungs when retainers ride towards battle. At times I tell proud warriors that wine is served. At times rally them, save booty from hostile men, drive off the enemy. Now ask me my name. One or two other references to horns deserve mention. The will of Athelstan, died 1014, the son of Ethelred II, briefly describes an item interpreted by most as a trumpet, but is best interpreted as a silver-coated blowing horn called a bladhorn. Also enigmatic is the Ripon Charter horn, still in existence today. This horn is purported to have been given to the Yorkshire town by Alfred the Great when he visited the place in 866. Its authenticity has been fiercely defended for centuries, but whether it is the real item does not seem to matter half as much as its iconic symbolism. The Anglo-Saxon horn, it would appear, can be a very powerful civic symbol even in the modern age. Whatever else horns were used for, it is clear that they had some sort of military signalling purpose on the battlefield or thereabouts. There were, however, other more visual devices deployed on the battlefield to identify movements of units of troops, and these were the banners and standards of the day. Although this is still a pre-heraldic period, it is possible to see that certain banners and signs had certain attachments to the military leaders of the day. Standards, pennants, and other insignia. On the highest point of the summit he planted his banner, and ordered his other standards to be set up. The Carmen. Some early references to Anglo-Saxon banners, Latin vexilla, French gunfano, and flags are somewhat enigmatic. Nennius, in his 9th century Historia Brittonum, describes the existence of a red dragon belonging to the British and a white dragon belonging to the English or Saxon armies of the early Dark Ages. Bede, however, has a lot to say about King Edwin of Northumbria and his banners and standards. There is much in what he says which owes a due to an inherited notion of Romanitas, but there need not be any doubt that the Northumbrian king travelled around in great splendour during campaigns and at peacetime. He had such excellency of glory in the kingdom that not only in battle were banners, vexilla, borne before him, but in time of peace too a standard-bearer was accustomed to go before him whensoever he rode about the cities, townships, or shires with his thanes. Yea, even when he passed through the streets to any place there was wont to be carried before him that kind of banner which the Romans called tufa, but the English tuuf. It is still not clear if the tufa was a truly Roman banner or whether during the Roman period it was used by the Germanic-influenced units and has more of a Germanic background. It seems to have been a pole with a crosspiece from which the flag hung like a flat sail of fabric, sometimes topped by a tail of horsehair. But there it was in Bede's world in northern England, being proudly waved in front of the Northumbrian king. Bede also tells us of another banner, that of King Oswald, who was laid to rest at Bardney Abbey in Lincolnshire beneath a banner of purple and gold. The suggestion that Anglo-Saxon kings had their own standard-bearers is surely not a matter for dispute. The legend of St. Edmund, murdered at the hands of the great heathen army in 869, was in fact passed down from word of mouth by the very man whose responsibility it was to carry the king's banner into battle. He may have known about the famous raven banner of the Vikings, which was taken by the Anglo-Saxon leader Ealdorman Odda during the Battle of Kinwit from the Dane Ubba. The Viking raven banner is described as being attached to a pole on one side, and from the top it hung from an extending bar forming a quarter circle of fabric. Viking banners such as these are often imbued with a magical property and were said to hang silent in defeat. The taking of a banner was a crucial sign of victory on the battlefield, and this one event at Kinwit marked the turning point in the fortune of Alfred the Great against the Danes. King Athelstan, 924–939, was supposed to have been sent the banner and the lance of St. Maurice by Hugh, Duke of the Franks, in the early 10th century. It is not known for certain what this banner looked like, but the flag of the Order of St. Maurice is a yellow cross botany on a red background. But it was not just kings who had the banners. Earl Siward of Northumbria is supposed to have had a magical banner called the Ravenlandaea, which was eventually left to the city of York and which hung in the minster there on his death in 1055. This banner is clearly a relative of the great Viking banners, one of which was carried before Harald Sigurdsson in 1066. Also, there are clearly individual unit standard-bearers acting for lesser leaders on the Bayeux tapestry on both the English and the Norman sides. The only thing we know for certain is that by the time King Harold placed his standards on Senlac Ridge in Sussex in 1066, the concept of army and personal standards in Western Europe was already well over 1,000 years old. King Harold's standards are thought to have been the Dragon of Wessex and his fighting man personal standard. The so-called Dragon of Wessex appears to have a very ancient heritage and may be linked to the standards that Nennius spoke of. It is most likely to have had its origins deep in the Roman past, and from there the association with the Anglo-Saxons is likely to have come through their early contact with the late Romano-British armies of the lowlands. As early as the 2nd century, the Roman cavalry began to use a new type of standard known as the Draco. This flew from the top of a shaft and had a wolf or snake-like head to it. It seems to have been something like a modern windsock in construction. It is described variously as hissing in the wind when in motion. It appears to have had its origins in the barbarian Danube region, according to some, although other more eastern cultures had similar standards. It is not clear, however, whether these early examples of a Draco standard, variously perceived as either snakes, dragons, or wolves, are linked to the standard that became the Royal Dragon of Wessex. Henry of Huntingdon alludes to the earliest presence of such a dragon-like beast when he refers in his 12th century work Historia Anglorum to the Battle of Burford, fought in 752. Cuthred of Wessex forces took on those of Ethelbald of Mercia, and at the head of the army was Ealdorman Edelhun, carrying a dragon standard. In fact, Edelhun ended up fighting hand-to-hand with the Mercian standard-bearer in this account, but frustratingly we are not told what type of standard Edelhun's opposite number was carrying. Henry of Huntingdon also mentions the beast again in his account of the Battle of Ashington in 1016. Here again, Edmund Ironside's forces fight under the Dragon of Wessex. But it is with the Bayeux Tapestry that we get the most revealing depiction of the dragon standard, although there are questions to be raised. There are in fact 2 of them, one red and the other gold. Their form is consistent with other descriptions in that they seem to fly at the end of spear shafts as windsocks. Each so-called dragon has 2 wings and 2 front feet only, and is attached to the shaft via the head, which one might assume is the only part of the device that is solid. As for King Harold's personal standard of the fighting man, there is precious little evidence for it save for the enigmatic statement made by William of Poitiers that Harold's famous banner, in which the image of an armed warrior was woven in pure gold, was sent to the Pope in recognition of the papal banner given to William. It does not seem to be present on the Bayeux Tapestry unless it is the triangular and elaborate standard that has fallen onto the ground during a Norman assault on the English lines around the position occupied by Harold's brothers. This particular banner, resplendent with 4 tails with tassels hanging from them, does not show any fighting figure. It certainly seems to have fallen from the English lines, however. It bears some resemblance to a banner depicted in the northern French Psalter of Saint-Bertin from around 1000, which is possibly a gonfalon. Another candidate for the fighting man banner may be the 5-tongued banner shown in Figure 20 in the print and e-book versions of this book. However, despite the obvious high rank of the owner, the panel design here is no more than an indistinguishable blob. Quite what the Pope received in Rome we may never know, but it would appear to have been a fabric banner and one upon which much attention was lavished by its makers. Elsewhere on the tapestry there are other English standards or unit markers. These appear at either end of the shield wall in the main depiction of the Norman assault on the English lines. At the far left, a mail-clad warrior holds a spear at the top of which is a fabric banner similar to the Norman pennant being thrust towards him by a cavalryman. It is rectangular in shape and has 3 tongues to it. Its central panel consists of 2 vertical bands enclosing an undecorated central section. At the other end of the shield wall, a similar warrior holds before him a banner or flag of the same rough dimensions, but which has 5 separate tongues and a central circle in the main panel, which we have noted. It is clear from our sources that banners were used to identify leaders easily and at a distance. If the banner dipped or fell in battle, it might have a specific meaning to allied or friendly troops who observed it. Under no circumstance was it ever a good idea to be seen with your banners going backwards. They were the rallying points for men in the field. By the time of Hastings and the arrival of the Normans, such unit markers at whatever rank were commonplace, and had been for centuries. It was even said in 1091 that to ride out without your banners flying in Normandy meant that you intended to do no good to your enemies. It is tempting to see a similar weight of importance laid upon these banners in the Anglo-Saxon period, if only we had the evidence for it. Siege engines, ballistas, and crossbows. Confined by a wire fence and filled with princely treasures, I'm the bulwark of my people. Many is the morning I spew spear terror. The more I'm fed, the greater my strength. My guardian watches how darts whistle out of my belly. At times I almost swallow the burnished dark bolts, the baleful weapons, searing poisoned spears, esteemed by warriors. Men remember what issues from my mouth. This enigmatic Exeter riddle has been taken by some to indicate a sling of some sort. But reading between the lines, we have here an item that seems capable of hurling a heavier variety of missile, spear-like in form, from its body. It is a fascinating prospect that such machines might have existed in Anglo-Saxon England, but there remains a likelihood that the riddler here may be recalling the famous siege engines of the Byzantine East. However, the very fact that he knows how one was used, how it was set up, and what sort of missiles spewed from it, is enough evidence to suggest that at least the Anglo-Saxons were aware of such things. Anglo-Saxon sieges against Viking opponents, as we have observed, were quite often successful, but nowhere is there mention of the types of engines we find 100 or so years later in the era of the Crusades. We cannot envisage the reconquest of the Danelaw in the 10th century being won by ballista bolts or trebuchet-like missile-hurling equipment. The only observation we can make is that Edgar the Atheling, the blood candidate to the English throne who was a mere youngster in 1066, later went on crusade. At Constantinople, he collected the raw materials for siege engines from the Emperor Alexius and seems to have contributed in some way to the siege of Antioch in 1098. Quite what this shows of the Anglo-Saxons' knowledge of siege engines and their usage is anybody's guess, but the career of the extraordinarily long-lived Edgar the Atheling, circa 1051 to circa 1126, is not taken to be representative of the Anglo-Saxon military experience in general. The crossbow, another candidate for the subject of the Exeter riddle, is poorly evidenced in Anglo-Saxon England. Its appearance on a Pictish carving suggests that a very basic form of the weapon was in use in Scotland in the period equivalent to the early Anglo-Saxon period in England. However, until recently we saw no firm evidence for its reappearance until after the Norman conquest. However, in a reviewed corpus of material from excavations in Winchester, 3 items are now being interpreted as crossbow bolt heads. They were discovered in early 9th and mid to late 10th century levels, and their presence may suggest the weapon was not unknown in England at the time. The crossbow does in fact get a very late Anglo-Saxon literary reference. It comes in 1079 in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, when the unfortunate Toki, an Anglo-Dane, gets shot by what is described as an arblaster, thought to be a crossbow. The crossbow was a very simple device to use and had a powerful effect. It was hardly a weapon that freely attaches itself to the Anglo-Saxon psyche, as much like the bow it cannot be something with which one proves one's bravery. Tents. That the Anglo-Saxons took tents on their campaigns cannot be realistically challenged. The terms used for tents were jeteld, feldhus, or traf. The Vikings are, of course, well known for their mobile encampments. They are even mentioned as setting up their tents in Gloucester while on campaign by Athelweard. In fact, the Vikings were so proficient with such things that it seems they had different tents for different purposes, giving Old Norse words to each type. Tjelt was the basic form of the word for tent, and tjeltbooth was a tent booth from which some sort of trading may have taken place. A landtelt was a land tent, and a staffentelt or stem tent related to a maritime version similar to those evidenced by the archaeological remains of the Oseberg and Gokstad ships. These tents were basic A-frame constructions, but as far as the very slim evidence for Anglo-Saxon tents are concerned, there seems to have been a slight difference in form between these and those of the Scandinavians. Archaeologically, we are very poorly off for evidence, but the most often referred to set of illustrations of what are purported to be Anglo-Saxon tents come from the Harley Psalter, a collection of psalms, itself copied from a 9th century Frankish source. It shows examples of what is thought to be the Jeteld, the basic Anglo-Saxon tent, popular too on the continent. The design is quite simple, with an A-frame shape and a large crossbar at the top which was placed through what was presumably a linen sleeve from which the rest of the tent draped. These crossbars are often shown as highly decorated in the manuscripts, and the tents could be quite tall. One version shows a tie holding the front flap of the tent open. 2 tents are shown in the early 11th century manuscript copy of the Bible depicting Abraham's men pursuing Lot on campaign. Here the decorated crossbar is in evidence and the draped canvas is pegged into the ground, creating a pleated effect. Illustrations indicate by the presence of crosses on top of 1 or 2 of these tents that they may also have been used as mobile chapels when on campaign. This is perhaps the place where Ethelred I was praying before the Battle of Ashdown in 871. The few illustrations we have of these, however, show no crossbar and tend to appear more bell-like in shape. As to what any of these tents were made of, we are left to wait for archaeology to paint a fuller picture. All we appear to have at this stage are a few dubious and difficult-to-date tent pegs. Conclusion. It is surely very clear that the Anglo-Saxons had a sophisticated and comprehensive answer to the questions posed by their military enemies. The reasons a lowly Anglo-Saxon went to war were nearly always governed by the directions of their lords and masters, the ealdormen and kings of the day. The training of the warriors now seems to be in evidence, if only by strong inference. The impact of going to war was clearly profound, leading to death, misery, exile, and the loss of one's lord. On the other hand, the benefit of victory could be untold riches and prestige for many who participated, a chance not only to impress, but to acquire. The problems associated with cycles of vengeance in the Anglo-Saxon world seem also to have consumed entire generations, leading to internecine warfare when it might have seemed to independent observers that the eyes of Englishmen should look beyond their borders for the greatest of dangers. So much of Anglo-Saxon warfare was linked in with the notion of kinship and lordship ties. The use of hostages and the swearing of binding oaths have clearly been shown to be fundamental concepts in political negotiation. The desperate fate of some of these men shows clearly the great human cost incurred when one side or another reneged on an agreement. But treachery seemed to lie everywhere for some kings. Ethelred II, 979 to 1016, was one such unfortunate ruler for whom an apologia is long overdue. The great efforts he made to restore his kingdom to the former Alfredian glory it once had were often overshadowed by those who would intrigue with the Danes for their own advantage. It is hoped that the accounts of the ravaging, harrying, sieges and pitched battles throughout the period previously outlined have shown the true nature of the Anglo-Saxon experience of warfare. The pain, the injuries and sorrow are also apparent. Often grim and bloody and always an industrious undertaking, the Anglo-Saxon art of war was every bit as energetically pursued by its leaders as those of other nations and cultures, despite Alfred's moans about the recalcitrance of some of his subjects who were tasked to build fortifications. Ethelred II's desperate but laudable attempt to rekindle Alfred's military renaissance in 1008 stands testimony to this energy, regardless of how unlucky in politics the man was. It is clear now that for the most part what we know to be true of other medieval cultures in Western warfare is usually true of the Anglo-Saxons, save for the still hotly debated but misguided notion of the cavalryman. It is simply a question of continuing to interrogate the evidence until we find the answers. We have heard how the Anglo-Saxon kings used their financial resources while both under duress and in the planning of campaigns and long-term defences. The usage of mercenaries and the consequent supplementation of the already impressive naval provision are a case in point. On land, the reductions of wide areas of hostile landscapes and grand military strategies have demonstrated that the pitched battle was the exception and not the rule, except in times of extreme crisis such as that which unfolded in Wessex in 871. Moreover, the grand fortification schemes of the late 9th and 10th centuries and their links to a wide-ranging system of beacons in the landscape points to an adoption of a less attritional style of warfare. How the armies of the day fought is a question that will continue to be asked, if only because the written evidence is so coloured by classical precedent. However, there is just enough material to make observations on likely formations and fighting styles. On a strategic level, it should be apparent just how vast the Anglo-Saxon campaigning landscape really was, with expeditions reaching as far as the eastern coast of Scotland and indeed beyond the boundaries of the British Isles. Some interesting characters have appeared in this volume too. The seemingly desperate Athelwold, son of Ethelred I, was only doing what he thought he had to do in order to gain his rightful inheritance to the West Saxon throne in the early years of the 10th century, even if it did apparently result in revoking his religion. His story is an example of the power of the familial link in succession crises. Mercenaries such as Thorkel the Tall and traitors such as Eadric Streona provide the narrative with colourful contributions, to say the least. All of them were, of course, power-hungry in an age when prestige was demonstrated by wealth. At the top of all this stood the king and his household. For the most part, at least until the wars of 1016 and the accession of Canute, these kings were of the ancient royal line of Cerdic, a line seemingly permanently broken in 1066, but partially restored in the 12th century. For all we have said about the weapons, the armour, and all the other instruments of war used throughout the period, we must not forget that this last point is what it was all about: kin. The year 1066 is important because that link was broken and then much later reformed in a Norman guise. For many people, then and now, that was not good enough. Centuries of tension between the monarchy and the people followed. The final word on the subject of Anglo-Saxon warfare might best be attributed to the biographer of the man who made the English nation the powerhouse in Britain that it subsequently became. It is a quote that demonstrates the importance of power being centralized in the monarch of the day. Asser said of Alfred the Great, "Once he had taken over the helm of his kingdom, he alone, sustained by divine assistance, struggled like an excellent pilot to guide his ship." That ship sailed on triumphantly during the 10th century to a point where it became a victim of its own successes. The decline of the later Anglo-Saxon military state is a debatable subject, especially given the sterling efforts under difficult circumstances of Ethelred II and later reforms by Dane Canute. It is still the case that Anglo-Saxon England did not die because of its failure to address a decline in military provision. It died because on the morning of 14 October 1066, the final battle of Anglo-Saxon England was fought by an English king, not as it happens of the line of Cerdic, against a man whose kin-based claim to the ancient throne was spurious at best. With the childless Edward the Confessor dead and his nominated successor slaughtered on the field of Hastings, there was only a young prince of the old English royal line left to promote the bloodline of the English throne. King William's power and political acumen would prove simply too strong. In the years that followed 1066, Anglo-Saxon England, ancient and renowned, became Anglo-Norman England. The rest, as they say, is history. This concludes The Anglo-Saxons at War by Paul Hill, narrated by Michael Page. Copyright 2012 by Paul Hill. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Pen and Sword Books Limited and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.